Bella didn't go back to the restaurant but left directly. She called Alpha Carl in the taxi and said that there was something urgent at home. Alpha Carl gnashed his teeth. "Bella, the bonus for this month is half as much." Nora was happy to hear that. This special assistant was really sensible. Without a third wheel, it was a good word. She leaned towards Alpha Carl and asked, "Dear, where are we going?" Alpha Carl smiled very gently. "I'll send you back to the hotel first." This first meant that he still had something to do. Nora was a little disappointed. Did she really go too far? The last time she stayed for a day and left, she thought that Alpha Carl would call her countless times a day like before. But the result disappointed her a lot. Alpha Carl didn't even make a phone call. She realized that something was wrong, so she took the initiative to call him. It was obviously Club Cobalt, but he told her very gently that he was very busy now and had no spare time. After that, she made a phone call, but no one answered. Nora noticed that there was a problem, but her schedule was full. She really had no way to go back to the pack to meet Alpha Carl. This matter continued to drag on. It was not easy for Alpha Xavier Enterprises to get her to film an advertisement in the pack. She happily called Alpha Carl, but she could not get through. Hence, she had no choice but to call Bella to get some information. To her surprise, Bella had booked a hotel for her. When she saw Alpha Carl pick her up at the airport, she was overjoyed. She reminded herself in her heart that she could not go overboard this time, but she did not want to. Alpha Carl had no interest at all. After sending Nora back to the hotel, Alpha Carl left without stopping. Nora was annoyed and sat alone on the sofa, feeling angry. Alpha Carl left the hotel and drove straight to the tube-shaped apartment. He parked the car at the entrance of the alley and took out his phone to dial. Bella had only been home for a few minutes when he received a call from Alpha Carl. He was very upset. She controlled her emotions and asked, "President Mr. Trevor, what is the matter? I am at the alley entrance of your house." "Come out," Alpha Carl ordered. Bella ran to the entrance of the alley angrily. "What is the matter?" "Nothing. I just came to tell you that I didn't go to the hotel." Seeing that Bella looked at him inexplicably, he explained, "I just want you to know that I am no longer a casual man." "You are crazy," Bella said, and turned to run. Although it was late Club Cobalt, Alpha Carl still saw the red clouds floating on her face. He was very happy. Seeing Bella's figure disappear, he whistled and started the car to leave. When Bella returned home, she felt her face burning. Carl is really a lunatic. He came all the way here to talk about this. Does he have anything to do with me? No, he must have misunderstood that she was interested in him. She had to make it clear to him that she didn't have any thoughts about him. Bella picked up the phone and was about to call Alpha Carl. The phone rang first, and Alpha Zachary's deep voice sounded. "Bella, Leo and I will be on the plane tomorrow. Remember to pick us up." "So fast?" Bella was stunned. "I have something else to deal with, so I came back early," Alpha Zachary explained. Because of Alpha Zachary's call, Bella became excited and no longer had the mood to care about Alpha Carl. Her little baby was coming back, so she had to get ready. She walked around the room and found nothing to prepare, so she sat down in low spirits. Her baby was used to the excellent material life in Alpha Zachary's pack. Would she dislike this small and broken family? Bella spent the night worrying and happy. The next day at noon, she rushed to the airport with George. When she saw her mother Leo, she was so happy that she threw herself into Bella's arms and kept rubbing against it. George was very happy. "This is Leo, isn't it? Come and let me have a look." Leo got out of Bella's arms and called George uncle. George hugged him and kissed him hard. Leo laughed because of his beard. "Alpha Zachary, thank you for your hard work." Bella stepped forward and held Alpha Zachary's hand gratefully. The dinner was held in the best private club in the pack. As a guest invited by Alpha Zachary, Leo looked around with interest. He also opened the door of the private room to look outside. George had finished his meal and followed Leo outside. On the wall of the club's corridor there were many good-looking lamps. Leo pointed at the lights and carefully counted them. George followed closely behind him, afraid that he would be lost. A few screens appeared in front of them along the long aisle. Seeing the image of an official girl on the screens, Lucy reached out curiously to touch them. Later, she and George shuttled between the screens to and fro. Alpha Xavier, accompanied by Mark, strode over. Leo suddenly came out from behind the screen and bumped into him. Leo suddenly fell to the ground and burst into tears. Alpha Xavier stretched out his hand and was about to help when George rushed out in front of him and held Leo in his arms. When he saw George, he was shocked. "Why are you here?" George ignored him and turned around to leave with Leo in his arms. He saw that George knew that Bella must be there as well. He was very curious about who Bella would bring George here to eat with. George rushed into the room with Leo in his arms. Leo was still sobbing. Bella was confused. "What happened?" "I met someone I shouldn't have met," replied George. Bella naturally understood who it was that he shouldn't have met. His expression immediately changed. "Did he see Leo?" "I didn't see it clearly." "Don't worry. It is said that boys are like mothers. Leo looks more like you." "He doesn't care," Alpha Zachary comforted her. Bella nodded and heaved a sigh of relief. He had to be careful in the future. Although Alpha Xavier was eating on behalf of the company, he had been thinking about Bella in his heart. Who was she eating with here? This club was the highest class club in the pack. It was a symbol of identity and money. How could Bella bring George here? Who did they come with? Could it be Alpha Carl? The only person who wanted to see Bella was Alpha Carl. He must have invited Bella and George here in order to please them. But who was the child? Alpha Xavier was absent-minded, and the guests were not fools. They sensibly said goodbye to him. Alpha Xavier saw a familiar figure outside the club. Bella stood gracefully at the door, dressed in a floral skirt. A tall and straight figure stood beside her. With his back, Alpha Xavier recognized that the person standing beside Bella was Alpha Zachary. Bella had a gentle and charming smile on his face. His big eyes were focused on Alpha Zachary, who also had a gentle and doting look on his face. A pair of handsome men and beautiful women looked so eye-catching. The waiter of the club said, "It is the first time that I've seen such a perfect match." The words "golden child" and "jade lady" made Alpha Xavier feel so painful that he could not bear it. He strode out without looking sideways. Mark ran after him and opened the door for him. After getting in the car, Alpha Xavier said, with a poker face, "When did he come back?" "I came back today," Mark replied. "Do you know why he is back?" "I don't know. You are just having a free meal, aren't you?" Alpha Xavier's voice was filled with anger. Mark didn't say anything. He had been following Alpha Xavier for so many years and knew why he was angry. If it were him, he would definitely feel uncomfortable. After all, one of them was a deeply loved woman, and the other was a rival in love. When Mark started the car, Alpha Xavier glanced at the entrance of the club again. Seeing Bella waving goodbye to Alpha Zachary, he felt a little better. After Bella left, Alpha Zachary returned to the hotel. Not many people knocked on the door. He opened the door, and Alpha Carl stood at the door with his hands on his hips. "Alpha Zachary, you are so mean. Why didn't you tell me when you came back?" "I wanted to tell you. But you have always valued your lover more than your friend. With a beautiful girl in your arms, how could you think of an old friend like me? What beauty in your arms!" Alpha Carl leaned against the sofa. I am a vegetarian now. Come on, what happened to Nora? Alpha Zachary was very straightforward. I heard that she flew to the pack yesterday and you didn't even go to the company. Who said that? Don't worry about who said it. Just tell me if you accompanied Nora all day today. Yes, that is right. Alpha Zachary snorted. When you see beautiful women, your legs are weak. You can't change your character. Alpha Zachary, when it comes to this matter, I want to settle it with you. Alpha Carl said aggressively, Tell me, why did you send such a beautiful woman to me? It is none of my business. Alpha Zachary blocked Alpha Carl's way lightly. If it weren't for you being so sinister, would I have had such a headache? Alpha Carl let out a long sigh. What is wrong, Miss Nora? Are you still holding it? She does want to. But I am not interested in her now. This woman is really a strange animal. When I was interested in her in the past, she played tricks on me. Now I am not interested in her. She tried all means to stay with me, but unfortunately it was too late. Who do you like? Do you need to ask? Alpha Carl. Let me put the ugly thing in front of me. Bella is not someone you can touch. Why? Carl glared at Alpha Zachary. Don't think I don't know what you are thinking. Let's compete fairly now. Alpha Carl, you are not qualified to compete fairly with me. Alpha Zachary did not take him seriously at all. Will the Trevor family agree that you, the young master, marry a divorced woman? Will the Alpha Zachary family allow you to marry a divorced woman again? Alpha Carl retorted. Alpha Zachary's expression changed. This has nothing to do with you. I'll handle it myself. Alpha Zachary. You are different from me. You are the young master and have the hope of the Alpha Zachary family. If you insist on your own way, those old guys in the Alpha Zachary family will be pissed off by you. But I am different. I am just the most useless person in the Trevor family. No one will pay attention to me. I can fight them to the end. Alpha Zachary's eyes darkened. But it is impossible for Bella to spend the rest of his life with you. Trevor smiled angrily. You are a gentleman, unlike me. I am originally a villain, so I naturally have my own ways. Do you think those old fellows of the Trevor family would be happy to die when they see you? Why are you so despicable? Alpha Zachary glared at him. Alpha Carl, don't play tricks. If I knew you bullied Bella, you would know the consequences. Alpha Zachary. You don't have to be so arrogant. If Bella likes you, you don't have to wait until today. In my opinion, you have been eliminated. Alpha Carl was very confident in himself. Come on, you are famous. You are not leisurely at all. What she hates most is people like you who eat in a bowl and look at the pot. Alpha Zachary was not polite. Alpha Carl was not angry when he heard that. Instead, he brought up another topic. Alpha Zachary, who is Bella's ex-mate, go ask her, yourself. If she told me, would I still be able to ask you? Alpha Carl glared at him. Tell me, I am begging you. Why do you know this? I am going to teach that old guy a lesson and let him know how serious the consequences of cheating. These words made Alpha Zachary laugh. I can't tell you about this. I promise, Bella. Tell me. Is that guy in the pack? Alpha Zachary nodded, and Alpha Carl looked excited. Do you do business? Alpha Zachary nodded. Carl asked again, is the average size very big? Alpha Zachary replied, there is only one person in my eyes who is engaged to a man of great scale. Alpha Xavier is Bella's ex-mate? Alpha Carl thought for a moment and shook his head. Of course not. If it was Alpha Xavier, why would Beta Craig give his second daughter to him? Alpha Zachary was shocked by his guess, but when he saw him deny it, he felt relieved. Well, it is almost time. You can go back. I am going to rest. The next day, Alpha Zachary went to the Parablutions. At the door of the president's office, he saw Bella standing outside the corridor, pointing at the office with a smirk. What happened? Alpha Zachary was confused. Miss Nora has caught up with the company. Bella lowered his voice. Alpha Zachary burst into laughter. Bella was no longer in the mood to watch the show when he saw him. Go to my office. As soon as he finished speaking, the door was opened. Alpha Carl stared at them fiercely. How did you become an assistant? Why didn't you report an important client? Seeing Alpha Carl's wrinkled clothes and the bright red lipstick marks on his face and neck, Bella almost laughed out loud. How fierce is the battle! But the time was too short, wasn't it? Nora had entered the office and she had only been out of the office for a few minutes. Could it be that Alpha Carl had already given up? Alpha Carl didn't care what she was thinking. He reached out and pulled Alpha Zachary to the office next to him. As he walked, he told Bella, "Clean up my office." Bella stood outside for a while before pushing the door open. There was nothing in the room that needed to be cleaned up. It was as tidy as before. Nora was sitting on the sofa with her clothes in disarray. Her face looked very ugly when she saw her coming in. Bella pretended to pick up Alpha Carl's cup and left. It was not fun for Nora to stay here. So she also got up and left the Parablutions. In the office on the other side, Alpha Zachary pointed at Carl and laughed. Alpha Carl, let's see what you look like. What are you laughing at? I am not disturbed, can you do it? Don't worry. You look like you just had your fill. Alpha Zachary stopped laughing. Your clothes are in disarray and your face is covered with lipstick marks. How fierce was the battle just now? No, I don't. Who believes you? Bella pushed the door open and walked in. She was holding 2 cups of tea in her hand. She walked straight to Alpha Carl and Alpha Zachary and put down the tea. Alpha Carl looked Bella up and down carefully. Seeing her looking down, he was a little flustered. Just now, Nora kissed him as soon as she entered the door. At that time, Bella was standing aside. He didn't know if she would be angry in her heart. No, he stated his position. Call the receptionist immediately. Don't let anyone go to the company. Bella obediently grabbed the phone on his desk and put it on. Jack, Mr. Trevor said, don't let anyone go to the company in the future. Jack had a good relationship with Bella. I don't have anyone to let go of. Mr. Trevor specially ordered Miss Nora. Bella looked at Alpha Carl, who was a little embarrassed. Tell her not to let her in from now on. Bella repeated Alpha Carl's words. Mr. Trevor said that don't let her in from now on. I got it, Jack replied. Bella hung up the phone. Alpha Carl's phone rang. She looked at him and asked, President Mr. Trevor, is it Miss Nora? Take it and have a look. Bella turned on the speaker and heard Nora's voice. Miss Moonshadow, I have a question for you. What is the problem? Is there something wrong with Mr. Trevor's body? No. Mr. Trevor is in good health. I mean, would there be an accident in the last car accident? For example, did you hurt some male functions? Bella said seriously, I am just an assistant. I don't know much about the president's personal affairs. Nora hung up the phone in disappointment. When Bella hung up the phone, Alpha Zachary was laughing hysterically, while Alpha Carl was speechless. When Alpha Zachary came back, Alpha Xavier was in a particularly bad mood. Mark's investigation told him that Alpha Zachary's return was not a big deal and that his target was Bella. Alpha Xavier's eyes darkened. He was very clear about the relationship between Alpha Zachary and Bella. If it weren't for the fact that Brianna threatened Bella with the inheritance of Alpha Zachary, Bella wouldn't have broken up with Alpha Zachary. This matter had always been a sore point in his heart. Bella chose him not because he loved him, but because he wanted to fulfill Alpha Zachary's wish. Although their relationship after marriage was so good that it was like a tie, Alpha Xavier knew very well that Alpha Zachary was a pain in Bella's heart that he could not touch. He had been carefully taking care of this hard-earned relationship, but he couldn't keep it because he was careful. Bella's heart never belonged to him. Alpha Xavier sighed, and his phone suddenly rang. It was Beta Craig. He said that he had bought some fresh seafood at home and asked him to have a drink. Alpha Xavier did not respect Samantha, but he could not refuse Beta Craig, so he agreed. He couldn't go empty-handed when he was eating. Alpha Xavier told Mark to buy a gift and go to the Turner family after work. He spent more than an hour on the road and finally arrived at the Turner family home at 7 o'clock in the evening. Samantha, who had been looking around at the door, saw Alpha Xavier's car appear. She ran over happily and said, "I thought you were busy and didn't come. Since you promised Uncle that you would come, why didn't you come?" As she spoke, Alpha Xavier took out the gift that Mark bought from the trunk. Samantha's face was filled with joy. She thought that Alpha Xavier had wasted so much time on buying the gift. "You haven't finished eating the nutritious products that you bought for your mother last time." As she spoke, Pamela also came out. "It is enough as long as you are here. Why do you have to spend so much money?" Alpha Xavier smiled politely. "That is what I should do." After entering the living room, the auntie had already laid out the dishes. Beta Craig had just ordered the auntie, "Bring me my treasured good wine. I'll have a good drink with Alpha Xavier today, Dad." "Alpha Xavier doesn't have a good stomach," Samantha reminded him. Back then, Alpha Xavier had been drinking and drunk for Bella every day now. He often had stomach problems. "Girl, do you think your father is a drunkard? It is just a little wine to cheer him up." Beta Craig said with a smile, "It is true that a grown-up girl can't be kept at home. How can she cheat before getting mated, Dad?" Samantha glared at Beta Craig and then glanced at Alpha Xavier. He smiled and said nothing. She had been with her for so long, but she had never seen any other expression on his face. He always smiled gently, as if he would never lose his temper, although this kind of Alpha Xavier gave people a feeling of intimacy. It was unreal, as if he was wearing a mask. Everyone was saying that Alpha Xavier was good to her and was gentle to her. But Samantha knew that it was not good. If a person had to hide his emotions in front of her, it was clear that he was resisting her approach. She suddenly felt a little bitter in her heart. Compared with Bella, she was nothing. Although Bella was naked, when had she ever won? After dinner, Alpha Xavier and Beta Craig went to the study. For the sake of his daughter's future happiness, Beta Craig had to give Alpha Xavier an explanation for the previous pack development. It was the first time that Alpha Xavier had entered Beta Craig's study. He sat down on the sofa in the study. Pamela brought tea in person, closed the door, and left. After Beta Craig explained what had happened last time, he said that there would be a sports meeting in the pack soon, and he would fight for the right to participate in the sports after Alpha Xavier. Originally, Alpha Xavier did not have much doubts about not getting the bid for the company's shares. Now that Beta Craig had given him such a big compensation, he keenly felt that things might not be so simple. Carl should have used some means to get the company's development. Suddenly, he thought of the meeting between Beta Craig and Bella. Could it be related to Bella? It is impossible. What right does Bella have to influence Beta Craig? While they were talking, Beta Craig's phone rang. He interrupted their conversation and began to answer it. It seemed that it was about work. He talked for a while. Alpha Xavier felt a little depressed, so he picked up a book on Beta Craig's desk and flipped through it. However, he didn't expect that a photo would fall out of it. He picked up the photo and was about to put it back in the book, When he inadvertently saw the person in the photo, he was stunned as if he had been struck by an electric shock. The person in the photo bore a striking resemblance to Bella, and Alpha Xavier's wolf instincts urged him to investigate further. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that it was indeed Bella captured in the picture. She appeared to be dressed humbly, and could pass for a young adult of 18 or 19 years. Alpha Xavier was perplexed. How could Bella's photo come to be lodged in Beta Craig's tome? As he was about to place the photo and book aside, he spied the words, "My love," inscribed on the back of the picture. My love? Is Beta Craig's love Bella? A multitude of doubts besieged Alpha Xavier's mind as he contemplated the nature of their relationship. It was implausible, as Beta Craig was of an age to be Bella's father. Yet, he recalled the way Beta Craig had taken her hand outside the tea house, and mused if the official harbored more than a passing interest in her. Could Beta Craig have bestowed the company on her out of infatuation? It would also expound on why Beta Craig was trying to make amends with the sports event and appeared ashamed. Alpha Xavier was not interested in listening to him and slipped the book back onto the shelf, while Beta Craig fielded phone calls. Alpha Xavier refrained from prying and absented himself by offering an excuse. His thoughts were a tempestuous confusion. What kind of bond did Bella have with Beta Craig? Alpha Xavier scrutinized his surroundings, stunned by the realization that Beta Craig was not as honorable as he had believed. He attempted to suppress his outrage and left hastily. Alpha Xavier mulled over the possibility of Beta Craig's feelings for Bella, as she was strikingly attractive. Alpha Carl was crafty, no doubt, and could have lured Beta Craig with the prospect of Bella's allure. Maybe his motives were not sincere, and he used her as a pawn to gain his ends. Alpha Xavier thought hard on the matter, but couldn't come up with a definite explanation. When Bella returned home and settled in for the night with George and Leo, she went out to buy some milk. It felt as if someone was watching her from afar, and she spotted a car parked at the entryway. Alpha Xavier emerged from the vehicle, his eyes chilly and deep. She veered toward the grocery store, but heard him follow her closely. Bella, what is your relationship with Beta Craig? Alpha Xavier asked. Bella was puzzled but concealed it. Did Alpha Xavier know about her link to Beta Craig? She voiced. What does that matter to you? Alpha Xavier was mortified. Was she inferring that they were in a relationship? Beta Craig is old enough to be your father. Only then did Bella understand what he meant, and her tone turned acidic. What does that have to do with you? Alpha Xavier's fury blazed, and he gritted his teeth. Bella stood tall, staring at him defiantly. He restrained himself, barely holding back the urge to strike her. Is this what you struggled to attain in life? Bella refused to cower before him. Is there a problem with that? I regret getting involved with you. His voice shook with pain, and his eyes bore into her. He would have preferred if Bella and Alpha Zachary were together, or even if she was with Alpha Carl, rather than having any connection with an ancient man like Beta Craig. We've been strangers for a while now, Alpha. Kindly leave. Bella was incensed and didn't try to mask her feelings. Alpha Xavier did not stop her as she went on her way. When she returned home with the milk, Alpha Xavier had gone, and she ran inside. George inquired why she looked anxious. Uncle, I saw Alpha Xavier at the alleyway again. Why did he come here so late, Club Cobalt? George's voice held an air of surprise. Is it because he caught sight of Leo? No, he couldn't have clearly seen Leo's face when I left with him in my arms. Whether he has seen Leo's face or not, we cannot linger here any longer. Tomorrow, let us go to the new house to prepare and move immediately. Very well. I shall heed your words, George agreed. Alpha Xavier returned home, weariness seeping into every aspect of his being. Eleanor awaited him in the living room. Alpha Xavier, you have returned. Alpha Xavier, his spirits low, walked past the living room, intending to climb the stairs. Eleanor halted him, saying, "Come and speak with me." Alpha Xavier cast a glance at Eleanor before making his way to the sofa opposite her. He sat down and asked, "What is it that you want?" His face betrayed no emotion. His voice filled with displeasure. Eleanor was taken aback. Why was her son in such a foul mood? What did they say to you during your visit to the Turner family for dinner today? What would you have them say? Alpha Xavier queried. "I had thought that you would discuss the engagement," Eleanor replied. "The engagement?" Alpha Xavier sneered. "Did you not go to great lengths to arrange the engagement? You, child. Though it may be a mother's plan, as the person involved, you should at least talk with Beta Craig and the others. It would be better to inquire about Samantha's desires. This engagement is your desire. Do as you please." Alpha Xavier's tone dripped with unfriendliness. "Child, what has come over you? Why do you speak thus?" Eleanor asked, bewildered. She had spoken extensively with Alpha Xavier, but there was no mention of disinterest on her part. Sensing her son's foul temper, she followed his lead and said, "As long as you are engaged to Samantha, I shall never meddle in your affairs." Alpha Xavier's expression softened slightly. "Thank you, Mother. As for the engagement between you and Samantha, Mr. Turner, Mrs. Turner, and I shall handle it. Mr. Turner has no particular requirements for the engagement. He deems everything to be simple. However, we are businessmen, and we should plan things with care. It would be best to inform the media first. I am no entertainer." "Why should I concern myself with the media?" Alpha Xavier questioned. "Countless media outlets will undoubtedly take an interest in the engagement. By spreading the news ourselves, we can control the narrative," Eleanor explained. Alpha Xavier grew impatient. "But what is there to announce about an engagement ceremony? Indeed, there may not be much to announce, but we ought not to be too simplistic, after all. If we do not consider Beta Craig's standing, it would reflect poorly on us," Eleanor replied. "Is Beta Craig striving for appearances? What appearance does he still possess?" Alpha Xavier suddenly erupted in anger. This was the first time he had directed his anger at Eleanor. Is he not already satiated, having nothing else to do? How can a trivial engagement be treated with such disdain? With that, he rose from his seat and ascended the stairs. A trivial engagement. Eleanor couldn't help but feel a sting at his words. It sounded eerily similar to the line he had once spoken to Bella, a line that she herself had lost. Yet it was not she who had uttered those words, but Alpha Xavier. As she gazed upon her son's solitary figure, Eleanor couldn't shake off the strangeness of it all. "What has come over my son today? It feels as if this is the first time he has directed his anger towards me since the divorce. What could have happened?" Alpha Xavier shut his bedroom door and collapsed upon the bed. Drained of all strength, he desperately wanted to believe that Bella and Beta Craig had no such relationship. There had to be some misunderstanding between them. Bella was not the kind of person who could inspire his love. How could she possibly be involved with a man old enough to be her father? There must be a hidden secret that he was unaware of. Alpha Xavier needed to uncover the truth. That night, Alpha Xavier tossed and turned in bed. Sleep eluded him until the wee hours of the morning. He dreamt of Bella, her smile radiant like a blooming flower as she whispered his name lovingly. "Alpha Xavier! Alpha Xavier!" Her voice held a charm that he couldn't bear to let go. "Bella," he reached out to grasp her hand, but she gently pulled away and walked off in another direction. A tall and handsome man stood before her, a gentle smile gracing his features. Alpha Xavier simply stood there, stunned, watching as they embraced and left hand in hand. His heart wrenched, as if torn asunder. The pain jolted him awake. It was another cursed dream. Leo, who was by her side, lay still in a deep slumber. His snores filled the air. But Bella couldn't find rest. Despite her efforts to push it away, her past of humiliation haunted her thoughts. She had endured immense pressure during her time with Alpha Xavier. He was a handsome, wealthy alpha, so how could he possibly fall in love with a humble she-wolf like her? At first, she resisted his advances, subconsciously keeping her distance. But over time, he gradually won her over with his tender affection. It was clear that Eleanor Alpha Xavier's mother did not approve of her. The first time they met, Eleanor's long face scowled at Bella, her discerning eyes filled with contempt. With arrogance she asked, "How old are you? What do your parents do?" From Eleanor's expression and tone, Bella could sense her strong disapproval. She glanced at Alpha Xavier, suppressing the grievances in her heart and trying to be polite to Eleanor. Bella had heard that Eleanor's face had grown elongated since her mother's passing. How could this happen? Is it from enduring too much hardship? The implication was that Bella still had a mother. Suddenly, Bella's face darkened. Alpha Xavier held her hand firmly, defending her. "Mother, that is just superstition," Eleanor snorted, showing her dissatisfaction with her son's protection of Bella. "She is so thin, can she even bear children?" Bella didn't know how to respond to that question. She remained silent, speaking only to Alpha Xavier. "Mother, this is our first meeting. Why bring this up?" Both sides were far from pleased with each other during that encounter. As Alpha Xavier escorted her home, worry filled Bella's voice. "Alpha Xavier, your mother doesn't seem to like me very much. Don't dwell on it too much. My mother has a temper that matches hers. She means no harm." Alpha Xavier comforted her. A few days later, Bella witnessed Eleanor's true intentions at the cafe where she worked. Alpha Xavier and Eleanor were having coffee together. Bella served them the drinks, listening as Eleanor sharply criticized Samantha. "Samantha, you should know your place. As a commoner, you have the duty to remain a commoner. Stop dreaming of becoming something greater. It is unrealistic." It was clear that Eleanor was scolding her. Rage surged within Bella as she thought of Alpha Xavier. She clenched her teeth, restraining her anger, and left with the tray. A few days later, Eleanor paid Bella a visit. She made her disdain for Bella clear, expressing her preference for Samantha to become her daughter-in-law. Eleanor demanded that Bella take the initiative to leave Alpha Xavier. Bella looked at Eleanor's aggressive stance and felt a strong sense of disgust. She challenged Eleanor, asking, "If Samantha didn't have Beta Craig as her father, would you still favor her as a daughter-in-law?" Eleanor became furious at the question, rudely throwing a check for $500,000 in front of Bella, forcing her to break up with Alpha Xavier. Bella felt an intense desire to slap Eleanor in the face, but controlled her anger and left instead. When she returned home, she decided to break up with Alpha Xavier. He pleaded with her, but she remained steadfast. Overwhelmed with depression, he turned to excessive drinking at the bar. This led to him being hospitalized due to stomach bleeding. Eleanor's heart finally softened. Reluctantly, she called Bella and asked her to go to the hospital. Holding Alpha Xavier's hand tightly, Bella refused to let go. Eleanor realized that her son was no longer determined to break things off and acquiesced to his relationship with Bella. However, Eleanor's resentment was far from over. Since Bella and Alpha Xavier mated, Eleanor made snide remarks. She even went as far as meeting Samantha after Bella and Alpha Xavier's union, especially after Bella discovered her infertility. Eleanor's hostility intensified. Bella was constantly forced to consume various medicines claimed to cure stomach ailments. Eleanor would provide her with strange folk remedies, and one day, she even presented a prescription that supposedly treated infertility. It involved soaking Turner ants in white wine, claiming it guaranteed pregnancy. Bella found the whole idea repulsive and refused to drink it. Eleanor shouted at her, demanding she leave if she wouldn't comply, claiming she did not want to have a wretched daughter-in-law. At first, Bella did her best to endure it, but her patience wore thin. The psychological and physical pressure became too much, leading to her quarreling with Eleanor. She began to stand up against Eleanor. There were several instances where they clashed in front of Alpha Xavier. Eleanor was a master at feigning victimhood. She would scold Bella in anger, but when she noticed her son's presence, she immediately acted as if she was being wronged, trying to provoke Bella's demise and force Alpha Xavier to divorce her. Bella couldn't bear it any longer. She had a heart-to-heart with Alpha Xavier, expressing that she had endured enough medication and examinations. She no longer wanted to drink or go through the horrifying examinations at the hospital. Alpha Xavier's family couldn't live without an heir, and she didn't blame him. It was better to part ways. Disbelief filled his face. He clung to her with desperation, pleading, "Bella, don't be foolish. Children aren't important to me. You are the only one who matters. I have enough with you." Women were often fools who fell for men's promises. Once again, she gave in to Alpha Xavier because of his words. Having made up his mind, Alpha Xavier had a serious talk with Eleanor. Bella had no idea what he said, but Eleanor agreed to let them move away. Without Eleanor's interference, Bella's life improved drastically. She no longer had to endure the pain and mental torture of drinking revolting medicine. She and Alpha Xavier lived a peaceful life. Perhaps due to her improved mood, she became pregnant. When she received the pregnancy diagnosis, joy overwhelmed her, prompting her to call Alpha Xavier in excitement. But reality shattered her dreams. Bella never expected that Alpha Xavier would be unfaithful. He had found a mistress who knew how to bear a son and deceived Bella with lies. She foolishly believed his words. Fortunately, Samantha appeared just in time. She despised Samantha. But upon reflection, Bella felt grateful. If it weren't for Samantha, how would she have discovered Alpha Xavier's repulsiveness? How would she have witnessed the true darkness hidden beneath his mask of hypocrisy? Before his secret relationship with Samantha was revealed, he swore his eternal love to Bella, claiming that everything about him belonged to her. But when the truth was exposed, his ugliness and cruelty were unveiled. He eagerly pursued a divorce, displaying his ruthlessness to the extreme. Bella couldn't help but burst into laughter when she saw the divorce agreement. Oh, what a delicious irony. There was a saying that when a man loves you, he is a treasure. When he doesn't, he is insignificant. She had never believed in such a phrase before. Until now, she realized how foolish she had been. Without hesitation, she signed the agreement, and in no time she wore the clothes George had bought for her. The next morning, Bella walked into the company with dark circles under her eyes. Alpha Carl, catching sight of them, teased. Bella wasn't in the mood for jokes. She silently immersed herself in work. Alpha Carl kept stealing glances at her, sensing that something weighed heavily on her mind. Was it because of Alpha Zachary? He had always known that Alpha Zachary longed for someone, but he had no idea it was her. He couldn't discern the nature of her relationship with Alpha Zachary. Although he could understand Alpha Zachary's feelings, he was uncertain about Bella's. Bella's essence wasn't one of shyness. Alpha Carl was certain that she didn't possess that kind of fondness for Alpha Zachary. Otherwise, considering that Alpha Zachary had known her for countless moons, with his gentleness, he would have already been able to claim her as his own. Alpha Carl, who recognized her as the woman Alpha Zachary adored, in truth, felt uneasy. It was believed that friends should not be bound. He should have retreated when he discovered Alpha Zachary's affection for Bella, but that was not the case now. He found himself unable to control his heart. This was the first time he couldn't control his heart. Since he became one with the pack, he knew well what he desired. He held a fondness for Bella, wished to safeguard her and provide her with ample warmth and affection. However, this woman appeared unconcerned for him. Alpha Carl knew that Bella wasn't at his side. The image of her affection for him had long been deeply ingrained in her heart. In comparison to Alpha Zachary, he had lost in every aspect. Nevertheless, he was not willing to surrender because of this. As a man, he had to fight for what he desired. Bella was his goal now. From the way Bella regarded Harold's choice, he could discern that she favored gentle men. During this period, he had tried to present himself as gentle. It seemed that Bella's attitude toward him had shifted slightly. It seemed like all women favored gentle men. He had used the proper approach. Previously, he was unaware that she was Alpha Zachary's lover. He wished to take his time and let circumstances unfold naturally. But now it seemed like he could no longer wait. He had to act swiftly. He had already made it clear to Alpha Zachary that it was a fair competition. Since it was a fair competition, he needed to make Bella aware of his fondness for her. He decided to confess his feelings to Bella formally. Alpha Carl was not a being who frolicked among flowers. He knew that women were creatures driven by emotions who appreciated romance. In order to please Bella, he reserved an Italian den, adorned it with roses and balloons, and illuminated the room with flickering candlelight. He was prepared to seek love. Bella had no understanding of Alpha Carl's intentions whatsoever. She only knew what Alpha Carl intended to do when he deceived her into the Italian den. The presence of flowers, balloons, candlelight, and the dinner before her reminded Bella of Alpha Xavier. During that time, he had employed this tactic to ensnare her. Now, when she looked back, she realized how foolish she had been. Her experiences had proven that men's promises were meaningless. Bella reached out to pluck a rose from the table and inhaled its scent. A mocking smile crossed her face, though Alpha Carl remained unaware of her thoughts. Observing that Bella's expression didn't change, he believed there was still a chance. However, in the midst of their rehearsed dialogue, the lights abruptly dimmed and a soothing melody filled the air. The candle flames danced, and Alpha Carl readied his emotions. "Bella, be mine, my girlfriend." Bella gazed at him. "Why me? I harbor affection for you. You possess feelings for me?" Bella playfully smirked. "Didn't you dislike me as a divorced woman?" "I have never felt disdain towards you," Alpha Carl clarified. "I simply refused to give up. Why didn't you see me from the start? Why did you endure such suffering? But luckily, I have arrived. Bella, I adore you. Be mine, my girlfriend. You need not struggle so fiercely with me, regardless of what occurs. I shall respect you and never force you." A sneer pierced through the air within the coffee shop, followed by an unexpected voice. "Is Mr. Trevor merely putting on a show?" Alpha Carl and Bella turned their lupine gazes and caught sight of Alpha Xavier. Donning a sleek navy blue suit, forsaking a tie to accentuate his casual elegance, he stood at the entrance of the Italian restaurant, his arms tightly clasped in defiance. It was clear that he harbored a grudge against Alpha Carl. The animosity stemmed from the city's development, but it truly ignited when Alpha Xavier discovered Alpha Carl's use of Bella as bait to tempt Beta Craig. The sheer audacity of it filled him with seething hatred. Alpha Xavier had always instructed Mark to keep a vigilant eye on the Trevor family. Rumors had reached him that Alpha Carl had reserved an Italian restaurant, meticulously planned a balloon and flower-filled occasion, and had brought Bella along as his guest. Alpha Xavier had a strong hunch about the playboy's intentions. Bella belonged to him, and he couldn't stand idly by while others lusted after her. Alpha Xavier had no intention of backing down. Alpha Carl fumed with anger. He had painstakingly booked the entire Western restaurant, ensuring its privacy from prying eyes. How then did Alpha Xavier audaciously appear out of nowhere? My apologies, Mr. Trevor. Alpha Xavier paid no heed to Alpha Carl's expression and approached with purpose. He confidently took a seat beside Bella and uttered, I have a special fondness for this Italian restaurant, so I decided to dine here. I didn't anticipate it being closed to the public. Upon hearing it was reserved by Mr. Trevor, I took the liberty to join. After all, we are acquainted. Would you mind treating me to dinner? Damn you! Alpha Carl was on the brink of smashing Alpha Xavier's head. Is Alpha Xavier blind? Can't he see what he is doing? Alpha Xavier smiled and surveyed the surroundings. The roses, the balloons, the candlelit dinner, TSKS, such exquisite decor. It seems like a scene straight out of a courtship. Mr. Trevor, are you grazing on the edge of another wolf's territory? Have you set your sights on someone and enlisted Miss Moonshadow to practice your charms? Alpha Xavier. Watch your words. Alpha Carl's tone grew more threatening as he voiced his name. Why so touchy, Mr. Trevor? Alpha Xavier inquired, a smirk playing on his lips. His eyes betrayed traces of chilliness. Bella, feigning interest, inquired about the earth-shattering event Alpha Xavier had mentioned. What earth-shattering event did Mr. Trevor undertake? Miss Moonshadow. Are you truly eager to hear about it? Alpha Xavier's smile widened. Let's discuss it while we dine. Clapping his hands, he welcomed the presence of a friend. The waiter delivered the cooked dishes one by one. Ignoring Alpha Carl's brooding countenance, Alpha Xavier seized Alpha Carl's cutlery set and began to eat with abandon, oblivious to any decorum. Delicious. My appetite was ravenous. Why don't you dig in, Mr. Trevor? Unable to bear the situation any longer, Alpha Carl seized Alpha Xavier's collar and delivered a punch to his face. However, Alpha Xavier had anticipated this assault and skillfully blocked the blow, taking the opportunity to provoke him. What on earth are you doing, Mr. Trevor? It is common knowledge that you famously proclaimed your love for the renowned Keki at the Mountain Water Villa. I mentioned it casually, so why are you so infuriated? Bastard! Alpha Carl lashed out with another punch. Alpha Xavier evaded the attack by gracefully evading to the side. Back then, Mr. Trevor was consumed by his affections for Coco. His grand displays of love caused a sensation. Everyone assumed it was a perfect romance, yet no one expected Mr. Trevor to abandon Coco for a model. Coco suffered deeply and was driven to attempt suicide for love. It was a scandalous event. Alpha Xavier, if I don't beat you to a pulp today. Alpha Carl knew that tonight was a lost cause, so he thrashed about like a mad wolf. The two alphas grappled and fought tirelessly. Bella fretted anxiously from the sidelines. The altercation continued until both werewolves were exhausted. Alpha Carl's face bore bruises, while Alpha Xavier's mouth bled. Bella stepped forward to help Alpha Carl up. Mr. Trevor, are you all right? It is inconsequential. Alpha Carl glared fiercely at Alpha Xavier. Alpha Xavier, just you wait. I won't let you off so easily. With Bella's assistance, Alpha Carl made his way out of the Western restaurant and into the car, heading to the hospital. In the car, Alpha Carl wore a solemn expression, while Bella focused on driving, barely sparing him a glance. After a while, Alpha Carl broke the silence. Aren't you going to ask me anything? Ask you. Why should I? Bella retorted. You. Alpha Carl sneered. Let me make it clear things aren't as they seem. It is not what you think, understood. Oh. Bella replied nonchalantly. Bella, don't you have any liking for me at all? Alpha Carl desperately sought her attention. I merely hold respect for Mr. Trevor's colleagues and superiors. Bella replied curtly. Don't call me Mr. Trevor. Use my name, Bella's response ignited Alpha Carl's fury. Wouldn't that be better? What is wrong with you? I am telling you to say it. Address me by my name from now on, Alpha Carl commanded. Bella promptly replied, aggravating the harshness in Alpha Carl's tone. Alpha Xavier, stop the car, Bella complied, halting the car without understanding why. Alpha Carl forcibly pushed her out of the vehicle. If you don't harbor any affection for me, then get out. Never let me see your face again. Bella was inexplicably tossed from the moving vehicle, Alpha Carl effortlessly taking control of the driver's seat. The bag that Bella clutched in her grip was unceremoniously flung out of the car, joining her on the asphalt. As the car vanished into the distance, a sense of loneliness consumed her. This is all Alpha Xavier's doing. Wait for me, Alpha Xavier. I'll never let this go so easily. Picking up her bag, Bella let out a weary sigh. Alpha Carl, a careless rogue who cares not for the consequences. How could he toss me onto the road like some discarded plaything? Luckily, he also discarded his bag. His phone and wallet reside within. Finally, I can contact him and bring him to account. Alpha Carl drove for quite some time, concern for Bella gnawing at him. Unable to resist, he turned the car back to the spot where he had cast her out. As he looked upon the empty road, a flicker of worry insinuated itself within his being. What if she hadn't been whisked away? Though worry laced his thoughts, anger simmered as he recollected her disdain for him. Perhaps it would have been better if she were indeed abducted. Let her see the consequences of her arrogance. Despite these thoughts, his worry persisted. He called Lucas, directing him to contact Assistant Mole and ascertain her whereabouts. Lucas grumbled to himself. What has gotten into Mr. Trevor? Why must I deal with his temper? Suppressing any retort, he dutifully made the call to Assistant Mole to gather information on her location. When he heard that Bella had reached out to Alpha Carl during his journey home, relief washed over him, and he informed Alpha Carl. Alpha Carl promptly made his way to the hospital. Swiftly, Bella and George settled into their new home, their hearts brimming with joy. Their move had been swift, leaving them with little food, but the prospect of their bigger and better abode overshadowed any lack. Bella ventured to the nearby market to gather ingredients, preparing a scrumptious meal to celebrate their new beginnings. Together, they reveled in the joy of their new home. George, after indulging in alcohol, grew somewhat inebriated. Bella, your mother would be so proud to see what we've achieved. Yes, Uncle, I believe she would. Bella plucked a chicken leg from the plate before George. Uncle, you should have a chicken leg. Your mother used to save money by buying chicken legs just for me. George pushed the chicken leg away, a melancholic expression settling over him. Bella, do you know the depth of love I held for your mother? In this world, she was my soul kin. I lament my inability to ensure she married the ungrateful Beta Craig. I lament your suffering and humiliation as a result. Uncle, it is all in the past now, Bella consoled him. Each time her uncle spoke of her mother, his sorrow consumed him. Her mother was a taboo subject around him. Bella, it was I who dragged your mother down. Were it not for me, she would not have suffered as she did. Tears streamed down George's face, his self-blame palpable. It is all my fault, all my fault. Moved by his anguish, Bella quickly rose to her feet and offered a tissue to George. Uncle, today is a somber day. Let us not dwell on sorrowful matters. Okay. No more talk of sadness. We must be happy. George wiped away his tears, his eyes filled with love as he looked upon Bella. This time, Alpha Zachary had gone to great lengths to reach their location. Before their return, Bella had agreed to accompany him on a shopping excursion through the city, acting as the host. After preparing themselves, Bella and Leo set out to meet Alpha Zachary at the hotel where he resided. Delighted by their arrival, Bella commented, "I thought you were merely jesting. I never expected you to take time off to journey with me through the city. It seems I owe you more favors than I can count." Alpha Zachary teased, his gaze fixed upon her. "Bella, today I must experience the most enchanting aspects of this city through your eyes. It is rare to see you so genuinely interested." "I shall oblige your request with the utmost respect." Alpha Zachary scooped up Leo in his arms. "Let us depart." Bella resolved to showcase the city's famed historical sites to Alpha Zachary, though his lack of interest surprised her. "Bella, instead, lead me into the depths of your childhood life." "Are you certain?" Bella inquired. She had grown up in the most destitute environment, unable to fathom why Alpha Zachary would be intrigued. "Yes." Alpha Zachary replied confidently. "Very well. Allow me to show you the life I have known since childhood. I must warn you, it was far from a picturesque existence. If it fails to meet your standards, I cannot be held accountable." "No issue," Alpha Zachary assured her, having never been to Bella's dwelling before. Alpha Zachary's familiarity with the surroundings surprised him. On the left of the alley stood a shop, while a noodle stall occupied the right. Directly across, a clothing store beckoned. Gazing at the map of the tube-shaped residence, Bella couldn't hide her astonishment. "Alpha Zachary, how did you become familiar with this place? Did you not inform me today? I wish to sample the exquisite noodles you've so often raved about. And of course, I must taste the beef. I don't suppose they still sell ice treats for a mere 2 cents? Alpha Zachary pondered. "Only beef and noodles remain available. The ice treats are now at least 50% of their original quality," Bella responded. With the car parked at the alley's entrance, the trio stepped out. Bella led Alpha Zachary and Leo to the noodle stall, where the owner welcomed them warmly. Bella ordered 2 bowls of stir-fried noodles with chili sauce, aware of Leo's aversion to spiciness. Bella also requested chicken soup noodles for her. While waiting for their noodles, Bella ventured to a nearby shop, purchasing 3 pieces of beef. Returning to the eatery, their bowls were prepared, laden with oil and fiery chili sauce. Smiling at Bella, Alpha Zachary picked up his chopsticks. "Now I shall have a taste of this delectable fare." After a few bites, sweat glistened upon his forehead and nose. Bella extended a tissue to him. "Perhaps it is best to not push yourself. I had no idea that spicy food posed no challenge to you. How did this come to pass?" Alpha Zachary, having anticipated her query, smiled and responded, "Leo made it clear that if I couldn't handle spicy food, how could I bear to live with you in the future? So, I gradually adapted to the spiciness. I've only recently become accustomed, and it will improve with time." "Alpha Zachary!" Bella exclaimed, touched by his gestures. She understood his intentions yet couldn't help but feel unworthy of his love. "Enough talking. Let us eat," Alpha Zachary instructed, aware of her guilt-ridden thoughts. He promptly took a piece of beef and began to eat. The meat burned his mouth, but its flavor was remarkable. Alpha Zachary continued to consume piece after piece. "Impressive. The taste is exceptional." Bella couldn't fathom his words. For someone born into privilege like him, eating this type of food would be seen as a great insult. She seized Alpha Zachary's arm and rose from her seat. "No need to eat further. Let's take a stroll by the river." When he caught wind of Alpha Zachary's return, a deep growl rumbled in his chest, filling him with unease and anger. "I ain't in the mood to slave away all day." That woman must be glued to Alpha Zachary now. Am I right? What were they up to now? Were they cozying up on the couch, indulging in a meal together, or engaging in typical couple activities? It was unbearable. He snatched his coat and stormed out of the office, his mind set on Bella's house. But as they drove through the streets, chaos erupted. The sight of a car crash blocked their path. The road flooded with onlookers. Alpha Xavier sat there, simmering in frustration, awaiting clearance. "If I'd known this earlier, I wouldn't have brought you here. Look at this mess," a familiar voice whispered in his ear. He turned to find Bella standing there, but she wasn't alone. Alpha Zachary, an infuriatingly handsome presence, stood at her side. Alpha Zachary cradled a child in his arms, their back turned so Xavier couldn't see their face clearly. He witnessed Bella pressing a kiss upon the child. He knew all too well how desperately she longed for a child. A sharp pang shot through his heart. His gaze fixated on Bella and Alpha Zachary's direction. A cacophony of car horns pierced the air, jolting him back to reality. It seemed the traffic police had arrived to intervene. Clearing the jam, Bella and Alpha Zachary strolled past him with the child, blissfully unaware of his presence. "We're just strangers now." "Is that it?" An indescribable sensation flooded his chest, causing panic to rise within him. Alpha Xavier found a spot to park, only to discover that Bella and Alpha Zachary had vanished into thin air. It was impossible for them to vanish so quickly, considering he had witnessed them walking with the child. He suddenly recalled Bella's fondness for the river behind her home, and without hesitation, he sped towards it. Bella led Alpha Zachary and Leo to the riverbank. Although the city had experienced rapid development, this particular area remained unchanged from over a decade ago. Untouched by pollution due to poverty, the river's waters remained clear, teeming with small fish and tadpoles. "I used to fish here as a youngling," Bella reminisced, her gaze fixed on the flowing river. "In those days, my family couldn't afford delicious meals. But I was greedy, so I would come here, catch fish and feast. Once there was heavy rainfall upstream, causing a sudden surge. I was swept away. But luckily, I managed to cling to a nearby tree. After such a close call, my uncle strictly forbade me from fishing here again." As she recounted her tale, Alpha Zachary could almost imagine the thrilling moment. His heart ached for Bella. "You must have endured quite a hardship." "Yes, it was bitter, but oh so blissful," Bella replied, her voice tinged with nostalgia. "Ever since my uncle put an end to my fishing expeditions, I often dreamt of catching fish, and now I often dream of it." Leo, brimming with excitement, interjected, "Mom, let's catch some fish." Bella and Alpha Zachary exchanged glances, their smiles widening. "Yes." Bella kicked off her shoes, rolling up her pants as she waded into the river. The cool water and soft sand rekindling childhood memories. An emotive wave washed over her. Unaware of Bella's sentiments, Leo followed suit, barefoot and eager, holding a plastic bottle in hand. She instructed Bella to assist her in capturing the small fish. Though it had been years since Bella had last fished, memories flooded back, guiding her movements. In no time, she caught a few fish and deposited them in Leo's bottle. Leo's face beamed with delight. Holding up the bottle to Alpha Zachary, she exclaimed, "Uncle Alpha Zachary, you should catch some fish too." Witnessing their happiness, Alpha Zachary couldn't resist the temptation. He discarded his shoes, rolled up his pants, and joined in the fishing frenzy. Fishing had never been his forte. Yet when the fish swam near, both he and Leo extended their hands to seize them. Of course, the slippery creatures eluded their grasp, and instead, they soaked themselves in water. Bella erupted into laughter at the sight of Alpha Zachary and Leo's antics. Spotting the muddy riverbank, memories of smearing mud on each other's faces as children flooded her mind. Playfully mischievous, Bella grabbed a handful of mud and smeared it across Alpha Zachary's face. Caught off guard, he retaliated, smearing mud on her face. Leo bore witness to the spectacle, laughing wholeheartedly. Bella couldn't resist involving her daughter. her hand scooping up more mud to anoint Leo's face. "Mom, you are a villain," Leo protested, imitating their actions. She too grabbed a handful of mud and aimed it at Bella. Alpha Zachary, lending a helping hand, found his face becoming adorned with mud as well. The three of them stood there, faces adorned with mud, appearing utterly ridiculous. "Mom, are we doing a facial treatment?" Leo innocently questioned. "Yes, darling. We're indulging in a natural mud mask." Bella and Alpha Zachary shared a chuckle. Alpha Xavier arrived at the secluded river, witnessing the heartwarming scene of a joy-filled trio. Disgust and anxiety welled up within him. Striding toward them, he was taken aback upon locking eyes with Bella. Why is he here? Alpha Zachary caught sight of Alpha Xavier looming in the shadows. He reached for Bella's hand, assuring her as a sense of unease swelled within him. Alpha Xavier's eyes flickered with darkness when he saw Alpha Zachary holding Bella's hand. "He treats me as though I am already a corpse." Anger surged through his chest, tempting him to confront Alpha Zachary. Alpha Zachary bore the marks of a fierce battle, his face bruised and swollen. His pleas for mercy had robbed him of dignity before Bella, but inwardly, this anger burned only within Alpha Xavier's heart. He had no valid reason to attack Alpha Zachary. Alpha Xavier approached, standing by the river, casting a hostile gaze upon the trio. "Alpha Zachary seems rather cheerful today." Though he initiated the greeting, his hostility was evident. Alpha Zachary brushed off his ill intentions. "Alpha Xavier, have you come to inspect our territory? How could an inspection involve wandering near the river?" Alpha Xavier understood that Alpha Zachary's words held a different meaning. The riverbanks offer such splendid views, a perfect place to settle down. Especially for retirement. "I plan on building a house here and decided to survey the terrain." As he spoke, his heated gaze fixated on Bella. She used to cuddle up in his arms, reminiscing about her childhood and mentioning dreams of building a riverside home for their retirement where he could catch fresh fish for daily meals. Bella, after a moment of panic, managed to regain composure. Mud obscured Leo's face, making it impossible to discern her expressions. What was there to fear? A twinkle of derision flashed in her eyes. "Once, I too thought of building a house by the river for our retirement, but now, I see it was a fool's dream. You." Alpha Xavier never expected her to so easily dismiss their shared past, leaving him momentarily speechless. Alpha Zachary swiftly interjected, "You've always been headstrong, and I find it charming," as Alpha Xavier fumed with rage. Alpha Zachary continued their exchange. "BTW, it is late and your fiancé might feel worried about you." "Congratulations for your engagement, Xavier." Alpha Xavier never anticipated Alpha Zachary would bring that up. He had no desire to marry Samantha, but this wasn't the suitable moment for explanations. Alpha Zachary wielded this knowledge as a weapon to strike at his pride. Alpha Xavier sneered. "Such a smooth talker, Alpha Zachary." "Alpha Xavier, your flattery is quite impressive. But when compared to your icy demeanor, my smooth tongue pales in comparison." Alpha Zachary retorted. To think Alpha Zachary would suddenly defend him in such a way. Alpha Xavier understood he was shielding Bella. A sneer curled on his lips as he responded. "Alpha Zachary, you wear a green tongue." "Alpha Xavier, your talent for compliments is remarkable, but it falls short compared to your cold-heartedness. My green tongue means little in the face of your multitude of admirers, doesn't it?" Alpha Zachary retorted in kind. Alpha Xavier seethed with fury. Alpha Zachary had always been known as a skilled debater, never failing to triumph. "He is provoking me. Does he not realize he is courting death?" Leo, unaware of the complex dynamics between the adults, observed a large butterfly fluttering amidst the grass. With his stubby legs he scampered ashore to chase after it. Focused on Alpha Zachary and Bella, Alpha Xavier paid no mind to Leo. Bella found relief watching Leo frolic on dry land. She reminded Alpha Zachary, "You are soaked. Let's head ashore," agreeing wholeheartedly. Alpha Zachary took Bella's hand as they made for land. He slipped on his shoes and glanced provocatively at Alpha Xavier. "Alpha Xavier, don't forget to send me an invitation when it is time for your engagement. I'll gladly come to toast the celebration." Alpha Xavier remained silent. As Bella took pleasure in witnessing his distress, she taunted, "What has come over you today, Alpha Xavier?" She slipped on her shoes and saw Leo running into the distance. She urged Alpha Zachary, "It is almost noon. Let's go grab a meal." Alpha Zachary readily agreed. They swaggered past Alpha Xavier, who could only watch as they caught up with Leo. It was then that he realized his initial target had been Bella and Alpha Zachary. The child had remained unnoticed, their affection for one another apparent. Could this child be the mysterious presence that suddenly appeared beside Alpha Zachary? Previously, he had followed news about Alpha Zachary concerning Bella, yet Bella herself had vanished. Then came the media reports, revealing Alpha Zachary had a child. It seemed peculiar that Alpha Zachary remained unmated but harbored a child. The media had tirelessly searched for any clues regarding the child's origin, but none surfaced. It appeared this child had descended from the heavens, materializing at Alpha Zachary's side. Later, media outlets speculated this to be Alpha Zachary's illegitimate child. Yet Alpha Zachary never refuted the claim. No member of his family stepped forward to clear the air. When Alpha Xavier viewed these reports, he sneered. Hadn't Bella always viewed Alpha Zachary as a gentleman? If she discovered he fathered an illegitimate child, what would she think? Now he realized he had been mistaken. Bella seemed to hold a fondness for the child lingering by Alpha Zachary's side. It appeared she was well aware of the child's presence, forging a heartwarming connection with them. Clearly, in Bella's eyes, there was no comparison between herself and Alpha Zachary. She could embrace the existence of Alpha Zachary's illegitimate child, yet she could never accept another child from herself. He fumed with anger at the realization that she had sentenced him to death without seeking the truth. Alpha Xavier prowled back to the car and pressed his muscular frame against the back of the seat. A growl rumbled in his chest as he realized how foolish he had been. She was the only one he had given his whole heart to, and she held the same place in his heart. The thought of her enjoying the endless pleasures of being with Alpha Zachary made his blood boil with resentment. Should he really let her go so easily? Was it worth playing coy over a heartless woman? But his heart couldn't let go. It resisted with every fiber of his being. A voice soft and delicate echoed in his mind. "I promised to grow old with my mate." The bond between mates was unbreakable. "Bella, don't you dare deny what you promised me." After a moment of contemplation, Alpha Xavier retrieved his mobile phone and dialed Mark's number. "Send someone to inform Mrs. Tang that her precious grandson is gallivanting around with my mate in South Pack. Ask her what she wants." "I'll do it right away." Mark agreed without hesitation. "Oh, and one more thing. Let Alpha Zachary's father know that his future son-in-law Carl has been pestering his divorced special assistant, and the news has spread throughout South Pack. It is simply scandalous." Mark confirmed his understanding. Who said only females were prone to jealousy? This man, Alpha Xavier, was even more possessive and territorial than any she-wolf. He would do whatever it took to make sure no one dared to encroach on his territory. After ending the call, he rubbed his temples in frustration. The anger inside him seethed, refusing to subside. He couldn't believe that Miss Tang would remain indifferent when she heard that her cherished grandson and Bella were together. Back then, Bella was forbidden to have any ties with Alpha Zachary, And now, it would be even more impossible. As long as Miss Tang intervened, that annoying guy Alpha Zachary would swiftly disappear from South Pack. And as for Carl, a single call from Alpha Xavier to old Alpha Trevor would set things in motion. The Trevor family would take care of him. With this thought, Alpha Xavier's wolfish grin returned, satisfaction and pleasure coursing through his veins. Bella and Alpha Zachary left the river, Leo cradled securely in their arms. Hailing a taxi from the roadside, they soon noticed the peculiar glances from the pedestrians. It was then they realized their faces were caked in mud. Disregarding the prying eyes, they hailed a taxi and made their way home. George, her uncle, was surprised to see them return. "I didn't think you'd be back for lunch, so I didn't prepare any food. I can quickly go get some cooked dishes." "There is no need. Just make some noodles," Alpha Zachary replied casually. Bella nodded in agreement. "Uncle, please order some noodles." Alpha Zachary isn't picky. George swiftly went about his duties. As Alpha Zachary and Bella washed their faces clean, a steaming bowl of egg noodles was already waiting on the table. Leo devoured half a bowl before succumbing to sleep. Bella gently carried Leo to the bedroom and laid him down on the bed. Alpha Zachary had already finished eating while George busied himself cleaning up. Bella poured a glass of water for Alpha Zachary, and the two of them settled down on the sofa to talk. The events of the day, particularly Alpha Xavier's unexpected appearance, still lingered in Alpha Zachary's mind. His brows furrowed as he voiced his concerns. "What happened with Alpha Xavier today? It seems like too much of a coincidence. Who knows? I seem to have attracted a specter lately. He keeps showing up every few days," Bella replied dismissively. "Really? Is he following you?" Alpha Zachary's senses heightened, his protective instincts kicking in. "Following me? Mr. Alpha Xavier must have way too much free time on his hands. It is probably just a coincidence." Bella shrugged off his concern. "From the way he looked today, I don't think he has given up yet. And what if he hasn't? I've already given up on him. That should be enough," Bella sneered, a hint of anger coloring her voice. "If Leo hadn't been with us today, I would have thrown him into the mud." Alpha Zachary's brow creased. "Bella, you and Alpha Xavier have a complex history. He will find out about Leo sooner or later. You need to figure out a plan to handle it before it is too late. Don't let panic guide your actions, like what happened today." Bella nodded, determination in her eyes. "I know what I am doing. Don't worry. Today's panic was because I wasn't prepared. If we ever come face to face with him again, I won't make the same mistake." "You already have a plan. What is it?" Alpha Zachary's curiosity was piqued. "Yes. I have a plan. Leo is my child, and I will proudly acknowledge him in the future. Let's see if Alpha Xavier can care for me and then have the audacity to take my child away. It won't be easy to deceive Alpha Xavier. Leo looks just like you. He will surely pursue the truth. And if he uncovers it, it will be a difficult battle." Alpha Zachary's optimism waned, worry etching his features. "Why don't you let Leo stay with me?" "Alpha Zachary, you've done so much for me already. I appreciate your help, but this time, I must keep Leo by my side." Bella's resolve was unwavering. In the past, she entrusted Leo to Alpha Zachary because she lacked the means to care for him. But now, the circumstances had changed. She had a stable job and could provide Leo with a secure life. She refused to endure the heartache of being separated from her child. "I understand that you can't bear to part with Leo, but I am genuinely concerned that Alpha Xavier will discover the truth and try to take your child from you. Given his influence, you'll likely lose the battle," Alpha Zachary admitted with a pang of worry. "I won't let him discover Leo's true identity. I will tell him based on the timeline. It is estimated that I was pregnant with him 3 months after leaving." Bella assured him confidently. Alpha Xavier isn't a fool. He'll likely see through the ruse. Don't worry. I have more than just fake dates as evidence. He will believe it, Bella replied with conviction. I have a plan. Alpha Zachary lingered for a while, then bid his farewell. Once he returned to his hotel, Carl arrived. Alpha Zachary's sharp eyes immediately noticed the dark shadows beneath Carl's eyes. What happened? Didn't Bella tell you? Carl asked. Number. At Alpha Zachary's response, Carl's expression darkened. This woman is truly heartless. He recounted the altercation he had with Alpha Xavier. Do you think something's amiss with Alpha Xavier? What does he want with me? How should I know? Maybe he doesn't like competition, Alpha Zachary replied, though deep down he knew the truth. Alpha Xavier must be jealous that Carl held an affection for Bella, but if the man called Alpha Xavier had such intense feelings for Bella, why did he cheat on her? I am gonna spill the beans on Bella's true nature. Gonna rile him up real good, Carl snarled, his lip curling back to reveal his fangs. Was Alpha Xavier really getting cozy with Beta Craig's youngest pup? If he learned that Bella was the Alpha's eldest pup, things would really heat up. Alpha Zachary's face suddenly darkened. No, you can't let anyone know about Bella's true nature. Seeing the change in Alpha Zachary's expression, Carl also remembered Bella's plea for secrecy. He knew he had slipped up and forced a tight smile. I don't get it. If she ain't some kind of illegitimate pup, why keep her relationship with Beta Craig a secret? Having a workmate isn't such a big deal, is it? Everyone's got their reasons and ambitions. If she doesn't want to be recognized, there is a damn good reason. Just remember one thing, Cyan. Don't reveal her connection to Beta Craig. Alpha Zachary growled. Just Cyan, mate. I'll keep her secret, Carl replied, but mark my words, I'll have my revenge someday. You always gotta take revenge for the smallest offense. Alpha Zachary shook his head. Carl narrowed his eyes at him. Am I really one to hold a grudge for no reason? It is cause Alpha Xavier keeps ruining my plans, that is why. Tell me, what if you weren't so damn impulsive and didn't let Alpha Xavier find your weakness to exploit? Alpha Zachary asked. You are right. But at the time, I had no choice, Carl said with a bitter face. Alpha Zachary, truth be told, I never really meant any harm to Brianna. You meaning anything at all? Alpha Zachary snorted. Nah, I don't mean nothin'. You know how they say, a wolf doesn't eat the grass near its den. Brianna and I grew up together. Can I really mess with her like that? A wolf doesn't eat grass. What about Bella? Alpha Zachary questioned. Bella is a whole different beast. She is a force to be reckoned with, finely tuned. Can't be huddled up as grass. She ain't like Brianna. I beg you, Alpha Zachary. I really don't want you to be my brother-in-law. Do me a favor and persuade Brianna to find somebody else. Stop keeping an eye on me. I can't take it. Carl, you gotta be honest. Do I really want to be stuck with a brother-in-law like you? Alpha Zachary snorted. None of us want it. And since you are helping me, I've had a bellyful of Bane labeled a playboy. If it weren't for avoiding any complications with Brianna, why would I go through all this trouble for love? Carl, you are in a foul mood. If you don't fancy Brianna, you gotta make that clear to her. Otherwise, she'll think you got feelings for her. Alpha Zachary advised. You accuse me wrongly. I've made it damn clear to her, but she just don't want to believe it. You know the Trevor Alpha's families always wanted to tie knots with the Zachary Alpha's family. I am just plain unlucky. You've got a good rapport with Brianna. Please talk some sense into her. I ain't worthy of her sacrifices. Just as Alpha Zachary was about to respond, his phone rang. He picked it up and heard a woman's voice in a panic. Brother, we got bad news. Hearing the female voice, Carl furrowed his brow and instinctively stood up. Alpha Zachary looked at him and couldn't help but chuckle. Brianna might not be a fierce beast like Carl, but why was she so scared? What is wrong, Brianna? Grandma collapsed. She collapsed? Alpha Zachary was shocked. What happened? What made her collapse? I dunno. Just got a call from Auntie. Heading to the hospital now. Called you right away 'cause I was so worried. Did anyone else get informed? Just you. Don't stress, brother. I just wanted you to know. Maybe Grandma's gonna be all right. I'll call you once I am at the hospital and see her. Alpha Zachary agreed and hung up the phone. Seeing the worry etched on his face, Carl tried to comfort him. She'll be fine. Don't fret. The old lady's gettin' up there in years. Her health's been declining recently. I am really worried, Alpha Zachary sighed. He had been raised by his grandmother since he was a pup, so he held a deep affection for her. It was only natural for him to worry when she collapsed. Let's wait for Brianna to reach the hospital and see what is going on. Alpha Zachary nodded, wearing a troubled expression. Seeing him like that, Carl had no choice but to excuse himself and leave. Alpha Xavier, the dominant werewolf, was in high spirits. Under the moonlit sky, he traversed through the forest, visiting his packmates. As the night progressed, he ventured to the KTV, seeking entertainment before returning to his den. While making his way back home, his ears caught the sound of his phone ringing. Curiosity piqued. He answered and heard a mysterious female voice inquire, "Is this Alpha Xavier?" Intrigued, he growled in response, "Who dares to speak to me? I am Samantha's acquaintance. Tonight, we are having a gathering but Samantha indulged in too much ale. Could you fetch her?" notified Yelena, her voice dripping with allure. Caught off guard, Alpha Xavier hesitated momentarily. Samantha, the epitome of grace and gentleness, getting inebriated was beyond his comprehension. Suppressing his doubts, he agreed reluctantly. With the call ended, Yelena signaled Samantha, who had been anxiously awaiting the Alpha's response. Samantha couldn't contain her delight upon hearing his acceptance. Seizing the opportunity, she gulped down another glass of wine. Yelena refilled her glass, whispering, "Let us have another drink. Liquid courage shall fortify you. Tonight, we shall await your triumphant report." Samantha obliged, downing the wine hastily. Yelena proceeded to transform her into a captivating drunken beauty, satisfied with her handiwork. As Alpha Xavier pushed open the door to the private room, his eyes beheld the image of a captivating temptress lying in a drunken stupor. Without much thought, his instincts kicked in, and he moved forward to lift Samantha in his arms, intending to transport her home. However, she clung on to him, unable to resist. Alpha Xavier initially had the urge to push her away. But upon noticing Yelena observing from the sidelines, he commanded, "Come forth and assist me." Samantha's heart sank upon hearing his words. Her expectations of being treated like a princess shattered as she realized he had no intention of embracing her. Recalling how she had witnessed him carrying Princess Bella into his car before, she felt a mixture of resentment and anger. As Alpha Xavier and Yelena helped Samantha settle in the car, they left her behind and started the engine. Samantha anticipated him to fasten her seatbelt gently, envisioning the moment to ensnare him completely. However, Alpha Xavier remained impervious to her charms. Frustrated, she had no choice but to unleash herself from the back seat when he began driving. Seeing her exit in the rearview mirror, Alpha Xavier abruptly halted the car. He abetted Samantha once more before extending his hand to secure her seatbelt, seizing the chance. Unexpectedly, Samantha seized him in a passionate kiss. Alpha Xavier instinctively turned his head, diverting Samantha's lips from their intended target, his own. Instead, her imprint was left on his neck. Caught off guard by her unrestrained actions, Alpha Xavier forcefully pushed Samantha away and exited the car. Samantha watched as Alpha Xavier returned to the driver's seat. The vehicle raced towards the hospital. Soon, Alpha Xavier delivered her to the hospital. Doubt lingered in his mind regarding her supposed drunken facade. Samantha, usually docile, had terrified him with her previous behavior. After arriving, he requested the physician to examine her, ensuring that she received the necessary medication and intravenous drips. Finally, he called upon Pamela and Beta Craig. The situation drastically differed from Samantha's initial expectations. Yelena had promised that if she let go of her inhibitions and seduced Alpha Xavier, chaos would ensue. Yet the reality was a complete contrast. Alpha Xavier remained unresponsive, evading her advances as if he had seen a ghost. In her moment of despair, she leaned against the armrest, wincing from the pain. Samantha suffered, frustrated at Yelena's deceitful plan. Feigning intoxication to spend a night entangled with Alpha Xavier had backfired disastrously. As the nurse administered the necessary fluids, Beta Craig and Pamela rushed into the ward. Upon catching a whiff of alcohol emanating from Samantha's body, a wave of displeasure washed over Beta Craig's face. "How have you raised our daughter?" he fumed, turning towards Pamela. "Are these the kind of unruly companions she surrounds herself with?" Beta Craig seethed with anger, feeling utterly embarrassed by Samantha's foolish actions. Moreover, their engagement was imminent. Her behavior had tarnished their reputation. Pamela recoiled, fearing to share her thoughts. She resented her daughter's failure to live up to expectations. "Why this chaos at such a crucial time? Are you trying to undermine Alpha Xavier's esteem?" Unaware of his family's thoughts, Alpha Xavier found no reason to linger, having fulfilled his duty. With a farewell, he excused himself, destined to depart by sunrise. Watching Alpha Xavier depart, Beta Craig fumed with rage. He directed his anger towards Pamela, berating her for failing to raise their daughter properly. Observing Bella, who had remained steadfast and disciplined throughout recent years, only exacerbated his fury. Subsequently, he stormed out, leaving only Pamela and Samantha in the hospital ward. As they departed, Samantha unveiled her eyes. Pamela glared at her, demanding, "What were you attempting to accomplish, Mama?" "I never anticipated things would turn out this way," Samantha confessed, unwilling to hide anything from her mother. She proceeded to recount her failed seduction plan aimed at Alpha Xavier. Pamela, enraged, jabbed her daughter's head. "You foolish child. Our engagement is on the horizon, and yet you rush into such recklessness. Mama, I am worried. He used to show me no respect. Now that Bella is back, he is showing me even less. I saw him go to Bella's house. He must have gone to her. If they start again, what should I do?" "You want to seduce him so lowly," Pamela snarled. "You know it is the opposite of what you should do." "The opposite?" Samantha was shocked. "He didn't touch you when things were good. How could he when he is drunk? It is like he was drunk. He doesn't drink with me. How can I make him drunk? Can't you think of a way?" Pamela sneered. "You should be afraid of being stolen or targeted. Don't you understand? Then, I'll try to get him drunk next time." "Forget it. It is not about getting drunk." Pamela looked at her daughter. "You better calm down now. You'll be engaged to him in half a month. I'll find a way for you then." Samantha nodded. "I'll listen to you." Alpha Zachary waited in the hotel for his cousin's call, but he heard nothing. He had to call her to find her phone was turned off. Why did he turn off his phone at this time? He was so anxious that he had to call the aunt who took care of his grandmother. The aunt told him that his grandmother had woken up and was fine. Alpha Zachary was relieved to hear that his grandmother was okay. but he didn't expect his cousin, Brianna, to call him a few hours ago. "Brother, come back quick. The doctor says Grandma is in bad condition. Didn't Auntie say nothing happened?" Alpha Zachary was shocked. "Grandma asked Auntie to lie to you. She didn't want you to worry, so she said that." Brianna's voice was choked with tears. "I was going to call you, but Grandma didn't allow me. She is sorry for you. She sacrificed your love for the company and made you unhappy for so long. She doesn't want you to suffer anymore. If you like Bella, stay with her. Grandma won't care." Alpha Zachary was stunned by the phone. He didn't expect his grandma to say that. Brianna sobbed softly. "Please come back and see Grandma. I am worried you won't see her if you come back late." Thinking of his grandmother's efforts over the years, Alpha Zachary was sad. "I'll book a flight right away." After hanging up the phone, Brianna stuck out her tongue at the old lady on the sofa. "Grandma, he said he'd be back tomorrow." Brianna gave her granddaughter a thumbs up. "Not bad, your acting is getting better." Brianna walked up to her and sat down. "Grandma, what if Zachary finds out I helped you trick him and gets angry at me?" "Grandma won't let him find out," she replied. "I know you won't let him find out. But I am afraid I'll be in danger." "There is no what if," Brianna replied. "Since I am trying to trick him into coming back, I'll have taken care of everything." "Grandma, I helped you trick him back. You should help me," Brianna insisted. Seeing her grandmother was so sure of herself, Brianna was relieved, but she immediately thought of her own affairs. Miss Tang sighed. Why were her grandson and granddaughter so stubborn? There were women better than Bella. Her grandson firmly believed otherwise. Although her granddaughter knew that Alpha Carl was a playboy among a group of women, she still believed that he was good. Seeing Brianna thinking she did not care, Miss Tang became anxious. "You can't tear down the bridge you just crossed. Girl, have you thought it through? The kid from the Mr. Trevor family is a playboy and a cunning man. It is not wise to be with him." The old lady reminded her, "I know he is a playboy, but I just like him." "Nobody else likes him," Brianna replied. Madam sighed heavily. "When this matter is settled, I'll go and talk with the Mr. Trevor family. I'll settle your affairs as soon as possible." Hearing Madam's words, Brianna's face brightened. Alpha Zachary booked a flight and called Bella, telling her about the old lady's illness. Although the Madam had broken them up, Bella didn't hate her to that extent. When she heard that Alpha Zachary's grandma was seriously ill, she was concerned and urged Alpha Zachary to go back immediately. On the following morning, Bella and Leo went to the airport to see him off. Seeing Alpha Zachary about to depart with tears in his eyes, Bella comforted him. "Uncle Alpha Zachary will return soon." Seeing the tears in his eyes, Leo grinned. "Uncle Alpha Zachary, I'll be waiting for you to come back and see me." After sending Alpha Zachary off at the departure lounge, Bella took Leo home. On the way back, Leo asked, "Mom, is my father lost or dead?" Bella was stunned. "Who says that?" Uncle George said, "My father died a long time ago." "Mom, you were not looking for my biological father but my future father, right?" Bella's heart ached. She knew her uncle hated Alpha Xavier and said that to Leo. She didn't know how to answer. If he didn't die, Leo would continue to ask. She sighed. "Yes, he is dead." A sad look came over Leo's face. "Mom, I don't want Dad anymore. I only want you, my uncle, and Uncle Alpha Zachary. Be good." Bella held him tightly. "Mom, what did Dad look like?" "Was he good looking?" Leo asked again. "He was good looking," Bella replied. "Was he as handsome as Uncle Alpha Zachary?" "He was just as handsome as Uncle Alpha Zachary. I knew Dad would be good looking." Leo crawled into her embrace, smiling from ear to ear. "Mom, can I make a request?" What request? I want Uncle Alpha Zachary to be my father. Bella didn't know how to answer for a moment. The child only knew who was good to him, but didn't know the adult's worries. Alpha Zachary was a star and she was just a speck of dust. They were destined to be in the same boat. Leo was very sensible. When he saw the sad look on his mother's face, he immediately changed the subject. Mom, I want pizza. Mommy, we'll buy it for you. Bella happened to see a pizza store nearby and got out of the car with Leo in her arms. There was pleasant music in the car. Alpha Xavier sat in the back seat, playing music and photos. Mark, who drove, unconsciously glanced at Bella, who crossed the street with Leo in her arms. He exclaimed, Alpha, Miss Moonshadow is holding a child. Hearing that, Alpha Xavier's ears pricked up and his golden eyes narrowed. He caught sight of Bella and Leo among the pack. Why would Alpha Zachary abandon his own pup? Wasn't the pup his responsibility? Remembering Bella mentioning that she was a single mother during their blind date, Alpha Xavier's fangs bared slightly as he commanded his beta. Mark, let's investigate this. Bella settled Leo into his designated spot and ordered a 6-inch roasted venison, tailored to his werewolf taste. She also ordered 2 cups of fresh blood and a plate of savory bacon bites. Leo was thrilled and immediately dug into his meal. Bella watched him devour his food with a smile. Slow down, Leo. Take some sips of your drink. Don't choke on your food. Mom, eat. Leo took a bite of the venison and noticed that Bella hadn't touched her food. He offered a piece of meat to her mouth. I won't eat. I'll watch you enjoy your meal, Bella insisted. But I want Mom to eat with me, Leo insisted, and Bella reluctantly took a bite from his hand. Leo took another bite, his little face beaming with joy. Is it delicious? It is delicious. Leo nodded. Alpha Xavier made his way to Bella and Leo's table without hesitation. He casually ordered a plate of bacon bites and a foot-long hickory smoked elk steak. Though he had no appetite, his eyes remained fixed on Bella's every move. He could clearly hear the conversation between mother and child. Hearing Leo address Bella as Mom, he was taken aback. He instinctively glanced at Mark and noticed that his beta wore the same expression as him. Surprise filled their eyes. Bella's voice held a gentle, innate maternal instinct. Alpha Xavier watched her and Leo from a daze, emotions swirling within him. Why does this child call her mother? Could she be a mistress? After Leo finished eating, Bella took him and prepared to leave. Just as they took a couple of steps, a figure appeared before them. Bella was startled. Alpha Xavier's eyes bore into Leo, filled with questions. Is this your pup? Yes, Bella answered with a firm tone, then briskly walked away with Leo cradled in her arms. Her figure disappeared, while Alpha Xavier remained rooted to the spot. He had clearly seen the striking resemblance between the child and Bella. The pup's big eyes, long eyelashes, and rosy cheeks mirrored her features perfectly. His heart churned with turmoil. The question he had asked had taken immense courage, and yet he had hoped for her denial. Unfortunately, Bella never denied it. She had firmly confirmed it. Upon hearing Bella's confirmation, his heart sank. It felt emptier, as if he had lost something precious. She was already a mother, but how? He thought she couldn't conceive. What was going on? It was said that a pup resembled its mother, inheriting 100% of her beauty genes. If he had any doubts before, witnessing the pup's appearance now solidified his suspicions. It was undeniably her child. She was with another man's pup. Alpha Xavier returned to his car, his expression blank. His Luna, who had been barren for 3 years, had given birth to a beautiful pup after their divorce. It was a cruel irony. Bella hurriedly carried Leo and hailed a taxi to go home. her heart racing in her chest. This pup was an unexpected surprise. After countless failed attempts with medication, she had given up all hope. She hadn't taken any more medicines since then. The day before Samantha had approached her, Bella had noticed that her old friend's moon cycle had been delayed for 10 days. In disbelief, she went to the pharmacy and purchased a pregnancy test. To her astonishment, there was a red line. She couldn't believe it and rushed to the nearest hospital for a confirmation. At that moment, she was filled with ecstasy and immediately called him. After a long wait, he finally answered. But his words were cold and dismissive. He was busy telling her not to disturb him. After hanging up, she turned around and stumbled upon Samantha. Her friend proudly flaunted her pregnancy report, showcasing her burgeoning belly. When Bella saw Alpha Xavier's signature on Samantha's report, she loathed him to the core. It felt as though her entire world had crumbled. She vividly remembered the events of that day. But she had refused to dwell on them. The pain, the humiliation, she vowed to never think about it for the rest of her life. Bella held Leo tightly. Alpha Xavier's sudden appearance had caught them off guard. Why did he keep appearing like a ghost recently? She was certain that Alpha Xavier had seen Leo's face. Would he suspect anything? She scrutinized her son carefully. Perhaps because he was still young, he shared a striking resemblance to her. He didn't resemble Alpha Xavier, which provided some relief. She couldn't afford for her pup's true paternity to be exposed. She couldn't let him suspect. Even if he didn't suspect anything, she still needed to find a solution. Only then could she ensure that he would never uncover the truth for the rest of his life. Bella hurried home with Leo cradled in her arms. Below their new residence, she spotted a sleek car parked. That day, Bella had taken the day off and hadn't seen Alpha Xavier since their unexpected encounter. She had been the first woman to refuse him, and the first woman to bring him sorrow. He loved and hated her, but in the end, love triumphed over hatred. He was an alpha, and she was merely a weak human. An alpha could let go of a weak human. He wouldn't argue with someone of lesser status. Alpha Xavier finally found enough reasons to console himself. Alpha Xavier waited downstairs for several hours, but Bella's absence began to unnerve him. He was about to leave when he spotted a taxi pulling up. Bella stepped out with Leo cradled in her arms. Alpha Xavier's impatience showed in his voice. "Where have you been?" "We went to see Alpha Zachary off," Leo answered in his innocent voice. That pup Alpha Zachary was so secretive that he didn't inform me of his departure. Did he really want you both to see him off? Alpha Xavier deliberately brought up the topic, knowing that Alpha Zachary had left to tend to his ailing grandmother. He wanted to strike up a conversation. Yet he still felt uneasy at the sight of Bella. Alpha Zachary isn't a pup, Leo pouted, his face showing disappointment. Mr. Trevor had always referred to him as a pup whenever they were at Alpha Zachary's place. But now, even Alpha Xavier called him a pup. How rude. "He is not a pup, you are," Alpha Carl snarled, baring his teeth, as he reached out and pinned Leo's face. He let out a low growl and said, "This little pup is your whelp. I thought he was Alpha Zachary's bastard pup. I wanted him to have some luck at the time." "Uncle, what is a bastard pup?" Leo asked, his voice tinged with innocence. "A bastard pup is Alpha Carl." Bella interrupted him, her voice dripping with anger. Staring into Bella's fiery eyes, Alpha Carl awkwardly grinned. "Bella, is he the cub of your ex-mate or your bastard pup? You can't speak such filth." Bella ignored him and stormed off home with Leo in her arms. Alpha Carl followed closely behind. He was quick enough to catch the door. "I am a guest. Is this how you treat your guests?" Leo stuck out his tongue at Alpha Carl. "You made my mother angry. There will be consequences." Don't give me that. I am your mother's superior. She trembles like a mouse in my presence. You lack manners. Silence. This is what you call character. Do you understand character? You can learn a thing or two from me? Don't be like Alpha Zachary, weak and feeble. Uncle Alpha Zachary is not weak, Leo retorted. If I say he is weak, then he is weak. Alpha Carl was now engaged in a squabble with a pup. Bella shook her head. What are you doing? Don't you have the nerve to ask? Alpha Carl turned to Bella. How many days have you been absent from work? Can't you keep track of your own self? Didn't I request for leave? And you agreed to it, Bella retorted. I am not pleased right now. Hurry up and get to work. Now? Bella looked at him in confusion. What was wrong with Carl? I am attending a business gathering in the city tonight. Without a female companion, you can accompany me, he ordered. I am not going, Bella replied, shaking her head. I refuse to go. This is work. I won't deduct your bonus, Alpha Carl threatened. Are you going to increase the bonus? Bella asked. Have you lost your mind? I'll go if you add a bonus. I am merely an assistant, not your female companion. Very well. I will give you a bonus. Come with me at once. Bella did not expect Alpha Carl to be so direct. She had no desire to accompany him whatsoever. I do not have suitable attire, she continued to push back. That excuse meant nothing to Alpha Carl. I have already purchased it for you. Bella glared at him. But Alpha Carl remained oblivious to her discontent. Do not worry about the size. I can gauge a female with 100% accuracy. I can tell a woman's cup size with a mere glance. What is a cup? Leo asked once again. Bella was genuinely concerned that Alpha Carl's words and actions would corrupt Leo. I will go with you. Now, leave. Alpha Carl had a sinister smile on his face. He had never been one to show her kindness before. And now he had found her weakness. He had plenty of ways to manipulate her in the future. Just as Bella had predicted, she spotted Alpha Xavier at the gathering. Samantha stood at his side. Seeing them, Bella felt an instinctual urge to give up. However, Alpha Carl did not afford her such an opportunity. He forcefully held her hand and led her over. Alpha Xavier was encircled by a pack of individuals, all staring at him like he was the moon. When he caught wind of Mr. Trevor's arrival, he turned his gaze and his eyes lit up. He had witnessed Bella's beauty before. But seeing her in an evening gown after all these years left him astounded. She possessed a breathtaking face, a slender and graceful neck, porcelain skin that was snow white, and a slender waist that begged to be held. As he watched Alpha Carl gripping her hand and approaching, he forgot that someone was speaking to him. Beside her, Samantha noticed that his attention was solely fixed on Bella, prompting a surge of jealousy. In an attempt to assert her claim, she clung to Alpha Xavier's side without reservation. However, he only had eyes for Bella, thus completely oblivious to Samantha's actions. Bella sneered inwardly as she witnessed the two of them together, like a pair destined to be. She had been willing to compromise before, but now she refused to back down. Alpha Carl and Alpha Xavier exchanged a respectful nod, their wolfish eyes gleaming with a hidden rivalry. As alpha wolves contesting their dominance in the ruthless business pack, their past conflicts remained concealed beneath their civil facade. Bella, caught in the midst of their superficial pleasantries, observed their deceitful smiles and felt the frustration boil within her lupine heart. Samantha, always disregarding Bella's presence among others, only acknowledged her existence in the secrecy of the night. When Bella approached her and Alpha Carl, Samantha responded with a mere nod, her dismissive demeanor failing to affect Bella in the slightest. The gathering was filled with notable individuals, while Bella, now a mere assistant, possessed an ethereal beauty that drew envy from those around her. Consequently, she was cast aside and treated as insignificant. Isn't she the divorced woman from the television station? A wealthy lady whispered, recalling Bella's appearance on a blind date show. Yes, indeed. Mr. Trevor was one of the suitors vying for her affections. Another lady chimed in. She rejected Mr. Trevor at the time. I remember it explicitly, another whispered. If she refused him before, why is she with young Mr. Trevor now? I recall her leaving with an unsightly man. An onlooker speculated, people will do anything for fame these days. It seems she must have used Mr. Trevor as a stepping stone to stardom. Another gossipmonger remarked, the world is deteriorating. People will go to any lengths to gain recognition. Look at her, she must hail from a lowly family. Her lack of manners is evident. An anonymous voice sneered. The comments of these three women were mirrored by others present. Jealousy sprouted in the hearts of those who witnessed Bella's radiant beauty, birthing malicious words uttered in the shadows of envy. Bella, accustomed to such spiteful attacks, paid no mind. Compared to the hardships she had endured in the past, verbal attacks now seemed trivial in comparison. Alpha Carl, however, caught wind of the unpleasant remarks. He ceased his conversation with a fellow leader and shifted his gaze towards the two women engrossed in their passionate slander. Ah, Mrs. Barber and Mrs. Ayers, isn't it? He greeted, his tone dripping with wolfish charm. The two women were taken aback by Alpha Carl's unexpected acknowledgement and responded with polite smiles. President Trevor, last week, I witnessed President Tien dining with a young lady in her 20s. Is that your daughter? Alpha Carl asked, his smile emanating a mischievous edge. Mrs. Tien's expression twisted in embarrassment. Her daughter, she could only be a fey creature, raised in secrecy. She struggled to find the strength to respond and remained silent instead. Without acknowledging her discomfort, Alpha Carl continued. Your daughter is absolutely stunning. Alpha Carl's reputation as a protector in their circle was well known. Even the two elderly women, dim-witted as they were, understood that his praise was an indirect defense of Bella. The other woman, bearing the Ayers surname, attempted to escape the tense situation. But Alpha Carl wasn't inclined to let her off easily. Congratulations, Mrs. Ayers, when is the big day? Count on me to show my support. Instantly, Mrs. Ayers blushed crimson. How dare you mention marriage? He is the son of an indecent woman raised on the outskirts of society. Her thoughts echoed wishes of strangling him to silence forever. Mr. Barber and Alpha Walton sensed the disturbance and realized that Alpha Carl was usually not one to offend. Today, he willingly delved into their unsightly affairs during this esteemed gathering. Their furious glare aimed at Luna and their desperate hatred began to simmer. Without another word, Alpha Carl grasped Bella's hand and steered them away in a different direction. As they departed, he cast a sinister smile towards Mr. Barber and Mr. Mason. Their hearts raced at the sight of that deceiving smile. The two had planned to approach Alpha Carl that night, but now it seemed it would be a futile endeavor. Not only would it be a wasted opportunity, but it also risked offending him. Alpha Xavier observed everything. Unable to discern the genuineness of Alpha Carl's feelings towards Bella, he couldn't help but question his own assumptions. Mr. Trevor, to him, was the epitome of a protector, fiercely defending those he cherished. He would never defend a woman he did not hold dear. Yet, if he truly cared for Bella, why did he partake in a scheme to seduce Beta Craig? Could it be that I have misunderstood everything? He whispered, the pain in his lupine heart throbbing as he watched the pair, seemingly content and harmonious. Samantha too felt a surge of discomfort. She had eagerly anticipated Bella's humiliation, but she never anticipated that Alpha Carl would so fiercely defend her. Why does everyone care about Bella wherever she goes? Alpha Zachary once loved her, and now it is Alpha Carl. I am cursed, she lamented. Bella and Alpha Carl strolled outside, finding solace in the small garden that adorned the gathering hall. Bella, exhausted from her high heels, found relief by sitting on a flower bed, her feet protesting painfully. Casting a glance around to ensure their privacy, she noticed no one in close proximity. She released a sigh and took off her shoes, letting her feet touch the cool ground, soothing her agonizing pain. Alpha Xavier, caught in his observant gaze, seized upon Bella's departure as an opportunity to follow her outside. Just as Bella planted her feet on the soil, a deep voice resonated behind her. Alpha Carl would surely lose his appetite if he saw you like this. Without even sparing a glance, Bella chuckled cynically. And why should I care if he loses his appetite? Alpha Xavier, provoked by the indifference in her voice, approached Bella and inquired, "Who is that man?" "What man?" Bella questioned, feigning confusion. "You don't get it, do you?" Alpha Xavier's eyes narrowed, his gaze filled with danger. "Tell me who is the father of the pup. Don't tell me you don't even know who sired your child." Bella's heart skipped a beat, and she immediately stood up. Alpha Xavier's words shook her to the core. It wasn't until she caught the latter part clearly that she sprang into action, slipping on her shoes. "Alpha Xavier, are you so gluttonous that you concern yourself with others' private matters?" Alpha Xavier was far from satisfied with her response. He reached out and grabbed her chin, forcing her to meet his gaze. "Is it appropriate for you to abandon your mate and flirt with another wolf? Fear nothing, but what gives you the right to ask?" Bella sneered. The mocking look in her eyes sent Alpha Xavier into a flurry of fury. He tightened his grip on Bella's hand, causing her to cry out in pain. Yet he didn't release her. "Bella, why must you be so heartless? What has become of your once sweet spirit?" "Alpha Xavier, you need not concern yourself with my actions. I am already a stranger to you. It would be wise for you to avoid my presence in the future. Don't you think? It was all too easy." Bella noticed the darkness in Alpha Xavier's eyes deepen, the telltale signs of his anger boiling over. Just as she felt a surge of relief, Alpha Xavier suddenly lunged forward, seizing her shoulder. In the blink of an eye, his warm lips crashed into hers. It was a scent both familiar and alien. Chaos invaded Bella's mind for a fleeting moment before she quickly regained her senses. Who did he think he was? Or did he believe her to be a fool easily swayed by him? She fought hard to push him away, but Alpha Xavier held her tight in his embrace. The strength between them was imbalanced, leaving her powerless to escape. Desperation consumed her and an idea struck her. Viciously, she used her high-heeled shoes to stomp on his foot. Caught off guard, Alpha Xavier never expected her sudden attack. The intense pain forced him to release Bella. Wiping her lips in disgust, she spoke with disdain. "Alpha Xavier, you are unspeakably disgusting. How dare you defile me with your tainted mouth that has kissed countless others?" Alpha Xavier's eyes narrowed. "Bella, do you pretend to be a virtuous maiden? I know of Alpha Carl's numerous conquests. Are you not attending to him?" "Alpha Xavier, you think too highly of yourself, don't you? Truth be told, you aren't fit to polish Alpha Carl's boots." With those words, she turned and strode away. Alpha Xavier stared after her, his mind in a daze. His heart sank into a despair unlike any he had ever known. No matter what they had endured in the past, despair had never consumed him. But now, it settled deep within him, a feeling worse than death. Lighting a cigarette, he attempted to soothe his frayed emotions. Yet, with each drag, his agitation only grew. Frustration gripped him tightly, the kind he had never experienced before. They had been apart for 3 long years, and yet his heart remained unchanged. He had always fancied a chance, but when he heard the child sweetly call her mother, witnessing firsthand the tenderness and love she exuded, it felt as if his heart was pierced by 1,000 needles. What a laughable situation! He had been waiting for her return, only to find that she had already become a mother. Who was the man responsible? This question had plagued his mind endlessly. Could it be Alpha Zachary? Memories of Alpha Zachary holding the child and appearing with her downstairs flooded his thoughts. She had vanished that year, and he speculated that she had eloped with Alpha Zachary, but there had been no news of her and Alpha Zachary. Perhaps the Alpha Zachary pack disapproved, looking down upon her background. Alpha Xavier secretly reveled in his satisfaction. As long as the Alpha Zachary pack rejected her, she would never enter their ranks. She and Alpha Zachary would never be together. Yet, seeing the child now, he dared not cling to that hope. She had left without hesitation for Alpha Zachary before. It wasn't outside the realm of possibility for her to bear a child for her beloved. But wait, how could she conceive with Alpha Zachary if she hadn't been pregnant in these 3 years? Or perhaps she knew how to conceive, but chose not to do so for her own sake. A whirlwind of possibilities consumed Alpha Xavier's mind, driving him to the point of madness. He had grappled with these thoughts the entire afternoon, gritting his teeth as he cursed her. But beneath his anger, a deep sick longing resided. He found himself unable to focus on anything, devoid of any desire to work. He hadn't wanted to attend the evening's gathering, but he couldn't refuse. All he desired was to leave the moment the festivities concluded. Yet he didn't expect to come face to face with her once more. She was so radiant that she easily captured his heart. Watching Alpha Carl's protective demeanor towards her, he found himself inexplicably envious once again, witnessing her slip away alone into the garden. Alpha Xavier felt a surge of questions within him. Above all, he wanted to know who the man in question was, but she refused to answer. This only intensified his suspicions. Could that man truly be Alpha Zachary? Yet, if it was Alpha Zachary, why would she involve herself with Carl? He couldn't forget the scene of her and Alpha Carl locked in a kiss inside the car that fateful night. Friends and Luna were not to be trifled with. How could Alpha Carl lay a hand on a woman claimed by Alpha Zachary? If it wasn't Alpha Zachary, then who could that man be? Who was worthy of her bearing children for him? Anger surged through his veins. The thought of her conceiving and sleeping with another man consumed him more and more. She already had a child. How could it be impossible? Yet, why did everything feel so convoluted? It shouldn't be possible, right? Bella did not return to the hall but slinked off to the bathroom to fix herself up. Just now, Alpha Xavier had pressed his lips forcefully against hers. It was a risky move, one that could raise suspicions from Alpha Carl. Bella stood before the mirror in the dimly lit bathroom, skillfully applying makeup to her face. She could hear the sound of hurried footsteps approaching, the distinct scent of perfume wafting through the air. Without even needing to glance, Bella knew exactly who was coming. A cold smirk appeared on her face. Samantha, always so vigilant when it came to Alpha Xavier. But what did it matter if Samantha was vigilant? A wolf couldn't change its nature. If Alpha Xavier had the audacity to betray his mate once, there was no ruling out the possibility of him doing it again. It was no wonder Samantha kept such a close eye on him. Samantha greeted several familiar noble she-wolves, pausing only briefly to converse with them before realizing she couldn't spot Alpha Xavier anywhere. Immediately, she began searching for Bella, suspecting that Alpha Xavier had gone off to meet her in secret. Hatred for him fueled her every step. Pushing open the bathroom door, she found it empty. Finally, she arrived at the bathroom. Seeing Bella applying lipstick to her lips, Samantha's pupils constricted. They had just shared a passionate kiss. Hatred surged within her chest. Bella put away the lipstick, casting a sneering glance at Samantha before turning to leave. "Hold on," Samantha called out, halting her in her tracks. "What do you want, Miss Turner?" Bella sneered. "Sister, I apologize for what happened in the past. Please forgive me." "Forgive you? Do you really think I'll forgive a mistress who destroyed my family? I understand your hatred towards me." Aunt Lynn pleaded with me. I found her too pitiful to resist, and Samantha bit her lip, speaking in short bursts. She had inherited Pamela's cunningness, knowing exactly how to provoke someone. I didn't want any of it to happen either. I only did it to help you. You wouldn't have been able to conceive, and both Alpha Xavier and Miss Grant were desperate for a child, so I agreed. I didn't think it through. It was all my fault. Please forgive me for losing our child after all. We are sisters. She kept apologizing, but every word carried a hint of her betrayal. Each word insinuated that Bella was incapable of bearing children. In the past, Bella would have been enraged, but now she simply despised Samantha and sneered at her. It is said that dragons, phoenixes, and wolves are capable of love, and mice like to burrow. Clearly, this is true. It is enlightening to witness a mistress up close. This was a clear reference to Pamela and Beta Craig's love affair during her time as a mistress. Samantha blushed and retorted, "My mother and father truly love each other." "True love?" Bella sneered. "So you and Alpha Xavier truly love each other, Samantha? Don't deceive yourself. Deep down, you know exactly what you are. You are just as shameless as your mother, if not more so. No, it should be said that you have inherited the same seductive traits as your mother. The one who enticed a mated man. You and your daughter are the most shameless creatures in this world. You can insult me, but you dare not insult my mother. Regardless of anything, she is your elder," Samantha argued. "Bella, I demand an apology." "Apology?" Bella couldn't help but find it amusing. "Do you truly believe you deserve one?" Bella had no interest in further engaging with Samantha. She opened the door and left. But Samantha, no longer as feeble as before, reached out to grab her. Bella felt utter disgust and swiftly slapped her. Samantha bravely faced Bella's attack without flinching. The force of the slap left clear handprints on Samantha's delicate, white, wolf face. Suddenly, a female pack member entered the room and witnessed the scene of Bella striking Samantha. Samantha was no ordinary wolf. She was the daughter of the pack secretary and the girlfriend of Alpha Xavier. Bella was just a nobody who dared to strike her. The she-wolf was outraged. How dare a nobody strike the daughter of the pack secretary? Samantha covered her face and wept as the pack member announced what she had witnessed. Alpha Xavier, who had been in the garden smoking, heard the commotion. He quickly rushed inside and found a crowd surrounding Bella, who was at the center of it all. Alpha Xavier embraced Samantha, who jumped into his arms, seeking comfort and safety. In a protective tone, he inquired, "What happened?" Samantha was inconsolable, unable to speak. One of the witnesses spoke up. "I don't know what happened. When I came in, I saw this girl scolding and striking Miss Turner." The pack members who knew Samantha immediately came to her defense. "How could you be so ill-mannered? Apologize. You can't just strike someone like that." Bella sneered at them all. She had deliberately provoked Samantha, but none of them knew why. Her arrogance made everyone more enraged. One of the pack members demanded, "Apologize." Bella ignored their demand. Instead, she turned her attention to Alpha Xavier and Samantha. "Are you sure you want me to apologize?" Samantha remained silent, crying in Alpha Xavier's arms. She and Pamela knew Bella well. She was a proud and stubborn wolf. She would endure any amount of pain or humiliation rather than reveal her vulnerability in front of others. It was why she had left without any explanation when she found out she was pregnant with Alpha Xavier's pup. She had kept the secret to herself, wanting to save face and prevent anyone from knowing about her pain. Samantha had two goals. First, she wanted to provoke Bella by throwing herself into Alpha Xavier's arms. Second, she wanted everyone to attack Bella together, hoping it would have a lasting effect on Bella's reputation. Alpha Xavier's eyes narrowed. He knew Bella well and was aware of how strong-willed she was. If she had struck Samantha, there had to be a reason for it. He demanded, "Tell me the reason why you struck Miss Turner." If it were in the past, Bella would likely have been enraged and scolded Samantha. But now, she was different. She understood Samantha's intentions and knew that if she kept her cool, Samantha's plan would fail. Bella looked at Alpha Xavier with a calm smile. "Are you sure you want to hear the reason?" Alpha Xavier nodded. "Yes, I want to know." "Me too," Alpha Carl chimed in, appearing out of nowhere and standing beside Bella. He took her hand and held her close. "I am here. Don't worry." Bella took a deep breath and spoke her truth. "The reason for our dispute was the mistress discussion. Samantha disagreed with me and attacked me verbally." Samantha couldn't believe what Bella was saying. She feigned a faint to avoid Bella revealing any more. Alpha Xavier was left to carry her out of the room, unaware that the truth of her situation might be revealed. As I said, with Eleanor's character, if she knew Samantha was Mistress's pup, she would not let her son be with her, even if she was torn limb from limb. "Why do you say that?" Bella was curious. Eleanor thought highly of Samantha because Eleanor was deeply influenced by her pack leader. Alpha Carl replied. "Alpha Xavier's pack leader cheated." "No. It is Eleanor's pack leader who cheated. She has suffered a lot. Fortunately, Alpha Xavier's pack leader loves her very much. However, good times don't last long. Alpha Xavier's pack leader died young. Eleanor put all her attention on her pup. My pup is her everything. You can imagine how much such a mother loves you. Anyway, Samantha will suffer from it after she mates Alpha Xavier." Bella didn't say anything. She had already learned how powerful Eleanor was. Suddenly, she looked forward to seeing how Eleanor would react when she mated her favorite daughter-in-law and knew that she was a mistress. Would it be thrilling? Alpha Xavier helped Samantha get in the car. Samantha said with tears in her eyes, "Alpha Xavier, I am fine. I just pretended to be weak. I don't want to lose face on such an occasion." Alpha Xavier naturally knew that she was pretending to be weak. Pretending to be weak on such an occasion was her only choice. Otherwise, Bella would have told her everything that had happened back then. "I just wanted to apologize to her and explain the truth of that year. But she didn't listen to my explanation. She scolded me as a mistress and attacked me fiercely." Alpha Xavier, "I am sorry. I didn't expect to cause trouble for you." Samantha sobbed in a low voice. "I know." Thinking of the misunderstanding Samantha had suffered for him, Alpha Xavier felt guilty. "Samantha, I am sorry." Samantha's heart was originally filled with anxiety, but she was afraid that Alpha Xavier wouldn't believe her. When she heard his apology, she let out a sigh of relief. In the future, she definitely couldn't provoke Bella again. After sending Samantha home, Alpha Xavier turned the car around and left. He watched her leave and enter the den. Pamela was waiting for her in the living room. She was shocked to see the clear claw marks on her face. What happened? Beta Craig had just come out of the pack leader's den and naturally saw the claw marks and tears on Samantha's face. He was also very surprised. "What happened?" "My sister attacked me." Samantha burst into tears and said that Bella attacked her. She not only said that Bella scolded her as a mistress, but also that Bella scolded Pamela as a mistress. Anyway, it was Bella's fault. Pamela understood what she meant. She reached out to wipe Samantha's tears and also cried, "It is all my fault. It is my fault, my poor pup. I let you suffer." Beta Craig had just sighed. He knew that Bella had a wild temper. Looking at Samantha and her pup crying like a full moon, he sighed. How could Bella do this? No matter what, Samantha is her younger pack member. It is too absurd. It was the first time that Pamela had heard from Beta Craig that Bella was not doing well. She was overjoyed. She had to cheer up and make Bella envious so that she would lose Beta Craig's affection. So she wiped her tears and continued to cry. "I was wrong that year. I shouldn't have come to you. If I hadn't looked for you, I wouldn't have been in such a situation. Bella wouldn't have left you. My Samantha wouldn't have been humiliated like this." Pamela cried and said, "This is my retribution. But if the moon goddess wills it, why should I blame it all on my pup? Mr. Turner, Samantha is not a mistress. You know what happened that year. We'd better remain submissive." Beta Craig sighed. "I know, I've wronged you. I'll talk to Bella about this. Samantha and Alpha Xavier didn't betray. Tell her not to hate Samantha anymore." As soon as Beta Craig said this, both the mother and pup stopped crying. If Beta Craig told the truth to Bella, how could he continue the pack drama? Back then, Bella had thought that Alpha Xavier had betrayed her and left her. If she had known that Samantha had nothing to do with him, she would have definitely forgiven him. In that case, wouldn't the mother and pup plan have been ruined? "Mr. Turner, don't look for Bella. She won't believe you even if you find her." Pamela quickly stopped him. "Why?" "I asked Samantha to hold her pups in order to prevent the mating between Bella and Alpha Xavier from being disturbed by Eleanor. But the result is not what we thought. Eleanor forced Alpha Xavier and Bella to separate with her life. Bella hates Samantha so much for this. Now Alpha Xavier and Samantha are about to be marked. You can explain the truth at this time, and Bella will not believe it. She will think that this is a lie you deliberately made up for us. She will hate you more. I don't want you and Bella to return to the same situation as before." "Yes. Alpha, Mom is right. My hatred for us has been deeply rooted. If you go to explain it to me at this time, she will not believe you." Samantha immediately echoed, "But have you always been misunderstood? Anyway, Samantha has been misunderstood for a while. We have to think for Bella. She has changed her attitude toward you now. You must not defend us at this time." "This will only push her further," Pamela persuaded. Beta Craig sighed and was torn between his loyalty to his pack and his love for Bella. It was true that Pamela was right, that he should not tell Bella the truth at that time. She would not believe it at all. She would definitely think that he had forgiven Pamela and her pup. She hated that he had taken Pamela and her pup into the pack. If she misunderstood it again, because of this matter, she would never be able to resolve it. Seeing that Beta Craig did not insist, the mother and pup were relieved. Pamela helped Samantha into the den. Pamela closed the door and said with a wicked smile, "Don't provoke that she-wolf in the future. At least don't provoke her before you are marked by Alpha Xavier." Samantha nodded. Thinking of the mark between Alpha Xavier and Bella tonight, she felt sad. "Mom, Alpha Xavier has always loved her. I am worried that the marking will change that. At this time, you must stay composed. I have endured for years for your father. Can't you wait for these days?" Pamela scolded. "Remember, don't provoke that B-bitch now. Just focus on Eleanor. As long as you appease her, she will exert pressure on you, and you won't be able to escape." Alpha Xavier turned the car around and went to Bella's den. Soon, he came to the familiar area. He looked up at the familiar window and found that it was dark inside. He was stunned. Hasn't Bella come back yet? What about George? In the past 3 moons, he had prowled through this territory so many times that his memory had become murky. George's life had a steady rhythm. He would always return to his house before the 8th hour of the evening, but tonight was different. He glanced at the sky and saw that the moon had already risen, casting a dark shadow over the land. Something must be amiss, he growled. Alpha Xavier lurked down below, waiting patiently. But no one came back. By chance, the aunt who resided here returned. She had seen Alpha Xavier many times before. Each time, he stood beside a towering tree, staring up at the window of the cylindrical house, lost in thought, if it hadn't been for his regal attire and extraordinary presence. She would have thought he was deranged. What was there to gaze at? Just a broken window. Alpha Xavier saw his aunt pointing at the window where Bella resided, seeking information. Aunt, do you know where our pack has gone? The aunt gave him a peculiar look. Are you a pack member or kin to this pack? He is kin. Distant kin, he replied. Distant kin. The aunt looked wary. After a moment of hesitation, she said, The pack has moved on. Moved on. When did they leave? They left a few sunsets ago. Do you know where they've relocated? They must have joined their son-in-law's pack. The auntie responded, Son-in-law? Alpha Xavier was taken aback. Not only did he have a son, but now he had a son-in-law. Bella had certainly surprised him. You are kin to this pack. How could you not know that the young she-wolf of this pack is mated? The aunt gazed at Alpha Xavier with curiosity. Alpha Xavier didn't know how to respond. The aunt ignored him and turned to go upstairs, but he remained rooted to the spot, lost in thought. The current situation was beyond his wildest imaginings. Bella had departed without a word. It reminded him of the last time he targeted Layla. It was the same. He had expected her to continue causing trouble, but she vanished all of a sudden. In those 10 days, each one felt like an eternity, until he gave the order for her to return to her rightful place. And just like that, she appeared. Alpha Xavier recalled how she had been hostile towards his mother in the hunting grounds that day. They said that those who loved one another would tolerate each other's flaws for the sake of their bond. Bella never tolerated his mother. Their hostility towards each other had begun from the very moment they became mated. No wonder his mother didn't approve of her. This indirectly proved that Bella had never truly loved him. Because she held no regard for her own self, she had boldly asked for a separation, not even attempting to sway him. Even in the face of such adversity, she didn't hesitate. He was still trapped in the past, while she was ready to forge ahead into the future. He suddenly realized how foolish he had been. What was he doing? Alpha Xavier didn't return to his house until dawn. When he arrived, Eleanor had already risen. She knew he hadn't returned the entire night. In the past, if he hadn't come back, she would have surely called and inquired. However, on this night, Alpha Xavier had attended a gathering with Samantha. If he didn't return, he must be with Samantha. Being with Samantha was the most delightful thing for Eleanor. Naturally, she wouldn't be so rash as to call and disrupt their time together, but when she saw her son return so early, Eleanor had her doubts. She knew well that her son hadn't been with Samantha at all. She observed her son closely and noticed that he seemed to have lost weight. Alpha Xavier, don't push yourself too hard. Take care of yourself, Eleanor spoke with concern. Alpha Xavier replied with a low grunt. Eleanor let out a sigh and said, Though we've lost territory, Beta Craig will compensate us during the upcoming hunt. Did Beta Craig inform you of this? Alpha Xavier inquired. Pamela mentioned it, Beta Craig must have told her, Eleanor said, her spirits uplifted. The hunt is fertile ground. I believe it is no worse than establishing territory. Alpha Xavier looked at his mother mockingly. Don't you think it is too early to think like that? Eleanor understood his meaning. She fell silent for a moment and stated, Alpha Xavier, I've made up my mind. We should announce our alliance to the pack. The ceremony shall be held at Beta Craig's house. Do as you please. Don't involve me. Alpha Xavier wiped his mouth and stood up. I am going to patrol. You won't be home. Eleanor was taken aback. No. I have matters to attend to in the territory. With those words he strutted away. Eleanor stamped her feet. How could his body endure such arduous labor? Alpha Xavier arrived at the pack's territory and ordered Mark. Find out where Bella has relocated. Be swift. Mark swiftly discovered Bella's new house. Alpha Xavier silently stared at the address for a moment, then grabbed his cloak and left the territory. He drove towards Bella's new house. He knew she wouldn't be there, but he couldn't resist the urge to see for himself. Bella's new house was in the heart of Bradoob Hill within the pack's territory. The amenities in this territory were top-notch. There was even a training ground for the young ones. This was the very reason Bella had chosen to settle here. It would be convenient for Leo to train. Alpha Xavier parked his vehicle outside the territory and made his way inside. Bella resided in the third house, and Alpha Xavier headed straight for the familiar building. As Alpha Xavier approached the third building, he caught sight of George lounging in the sunlight with a small one playing in the distance. His eyes fixated on the child. Bella's child. It was adorable and he couldn't help but wish it were his own. Leo eventually grew bored of playing and darted towards George. Grandpa, where is Mom? She is at Club Cobalt. She'll be back soon. Until then, be a good pup. George's gaze flickered towards Alpha Xavier, his fur bristling with hostility. He scooped up Leo and left abruptly, leaving Alpha Xavier standing alone in his thought. From their conversation, Alpha Xavier deduced that the child was around 3 years old. But how was that possible? He and Bella had been divorced for more than 3 years. Could it be his own child? An idea sparked in his mind. He needed to find Bella and get the answer once and for all. When Bella returned home from work, Alpha Xavier pounced on her. Bella, tell me truthfully, who is the child's father? Bella remained unfazed, meeting his eyes with a steely gaze. Alpha Xavier, are you really that naive? My child was born of me and my mate. Your mate? Is the child mine? Don't be ridiculous. How could you not understand the concept of a mate and an ex-mate? Alpha Xavier refused to believe it. Impossible. How did you get mated? Bella sneered. Do you think I need to protect you like a priceless object? Fool me once. Shame on you. Fool me twice. Shame on me. I'll find out soon enough. Why must you push me? Bella growled. Fine, I'll tell you the truth. Bella's child's father was Carlos, her high school classmate who had saved her from a fatal accident. Carlos had a secret crush on Bella but never acted on it. After Carlos's Luna died, he pursued Bella, even when she was pregnant. Bella agreed to marry him. But Carlos tragically died saving a child that fell into water. Because of Carlos's kindness, the Wilkinson family took care of Bella and Leo. Since Leo was never supposed to become an illegitimate werewolf, Carlos's family put his name on Leo's household register. Carlos wasn't Bella's mate, but everyone assumed he was the child's father. Alpha Xavier stared at Bella incredulously. Are you telling the truth? Why would I lie? Bella retorted. Feel free to check it out if you still don't believe me. I will. Alpha Xavier huffed before storming out of the room. Bella's gaze remained fixed ahead, as if she could feel the weight of his presence fade away into the shadows. Sweat dripped down his body, his tension palpable. Although her face remained stoic, her heart beat with nerves that threatened to consume her. Using Carlos as a shield felt unjust. But Bella was left with no other choice. Alpha Xavier had confronted her, demanding an explanation, and she had no option but to divert the attention towards Carlos. She had indeed spoken of mating with Carlos in the past. The whole neighborhood considered her Carlos's betrothed, and all the children believed they were Carlos's progeny. If Alpha Xavier decided to investigate, he would uncover these truths. She had no choice but to hope that he would be forced to believe her excuse. Alpha Xavier wasted no time and ordered Mark to investigate Bella's claims. The answer he received confirmed that Bella and Carlos were on the verge of mating, with Carlos tragically meeting his demise before it could happen. When Alpha Xavier discovered that Leo's lineage was tied to the Wilkinson family, his emotions became a maelstrom. He had never anticipated that he would push Bella to such lengths, risking everything to forge a mating bond. He had envisioned a life filled with boundless love, holding hands with her as they witnessed the sun sink behind the horizon. But how had everything spiraled into this? He loved her. From the moment he laid eyes upon her, his heart became ensnared. He knew her background was far from ideal, but it mattered not. Having her by his side was enough. That was his conviction. He had entered her life after her breakup with Alpha Zachary, going to great lengths to win her affections. Finally, she acknowledged his existence. He had even managed to convince his mother to accept her into their lives. The early days of their marriage were sweet, but it wasn't long before things began to change. The fracture in their relationship revolved around the topic of children. Alpha Xavier's family had a long-standing tradition of strength, and his mother was desperate to see him produce offspring. He needed an heir. Initially, he blamed himself for their struggle, until his mother coerced them into medical examinations. The results came as a surprise to both him and Bella. Nothing was wrong with his body, but Bella faced difficulties conceiving. His mother was displeased, and Bella lost her spark. That night, his mother found an excuse to unleash her wrath. Bella remained silent, bearing the brunt of it alone, to increase their chances of pregnancy. Bella began ingesting various medications. He couldn't recall how many bottles of traditional medicine she had consumed. All he knew was that upon returning home, the scent of medicine lingered in the air. She experimented with countless prescriptions, and Bella displayed unwavering cooperation. Yet, even after 2 years, her condition showed no signs of improvement. His mother's patience wore thin, and her words grew increasingly bitter. The first time he witnessed their arguments, he was taken aback. Bella began to voice her dissatisfaction, prompting his mother to break down in tears and unleash her anger upon their belongings. The pressure became unbearable, and his mother became irrational. He understood the hardships Bella had endured. Throughout this time, Bella repeatedly asked him, "Alpha Xavier, if I can never find a cure and conceive, will you abandon me?" He enveloped her in his arms, offering comfort. "All I desire is you. Having you is more than enough." His words held genuine sincerity. To him, the child mattered little. She was the one who held all importance. As the conflicts between his mother and Bella escalated, their quarrels became a staple at family dinners. Every argument, his mother would clutch him, shedding tears of despair. Alpha Xavier found himself caught in the middle, attempting to console both parties. Inevitably, there came a point where his mother refused any semblance of comfort. She demanded his divorce. Bella confided in him, expressing her weariness and desire to abandon the bitter medicaments and cease enduring his mother's blame. She yearned for a divorce. Alpha Xavier's heart turned to ice. The mere notion that the woman he loved most desired to sever their bond nearly shattered him. Clinging onto her, he pleaded, "Give me a little more time. I will convince my mother Bella. I implore you. Yet, her resolve remained unyielding. I have endured enough, Alpha Xavier. You cannot live without a child. Your mother will not allow you to live without an heir pup. We cannot foresee the future. That night, he pleaded with her, begging her to stay, reciting every endearing word he could muster. Finally, the topic of divorce was silenced. Alpha Xavier had made a decision. He would move his mother out of the castle to another one. She was shocked, filled with sadness and disappointment, but he was resolute. Finally, after much persuasion, his mother reluctantly agreed to compromise. 3 months later, his mother unexpectedly appeared before him. She discarded a bundle of photos and a recording pen in front of him. Look at this, Alpha Xavier. Look at your beloved Luna. See what she has been doing behind your back. Alpha Xavier's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the photo of Bella and Alpha Zachary embracing each other. No, Bella would never betray him. This must be a mistake. As his mother played the recording, he listened in shock to the voices of Bella and Alpha Zachary. She was pouring out her grievances to Alpha Zachary, accusing her mother-in-law of mistreatment and expressing her eagerness to escape from this life. She even mentioned the possibility of divorce. Alpha Zachary offered comfort and solace. Alpha Xavier couldn't bear to listen any further. It was the sound no man wanted to hear. He sprang up, his heart shattering into pieces. Rage consumed him, and he violently smashed the recording pen against the ground. In that moment, his world crumbled. Blood stained the floor as his heartache became unbearable. He had been searching for a way to create a home for Bella and himself, but she had already given up on him. She had been secretly meeting with Alpha Zachary behind his back. His mother cursed him, demanding that he divorce Bella immediately. She couldn't wait for even a minute. She insisted on bringing an end to their marriage, but Alpha Xavier couldn't accept it. He couldn't bear the thought of living without her. It was unfathomable. Despite hearing Bella's infidelity himself, he couldn't bring himself to let her go. What is so great about Bella, Alpha Xavier? She can't bear children. She won't get pregnant. And now, she is even cheating on you. The Xavier family cannot allow such a woman to remain. If you still have any love for me, you must divorce her this instant. His mother slammed her hand on the table. Her teeth clenched in anger. It is all because of you, Mom. Bella is in this state because of you. It is not her fault she can't conceive. How could you antagonize her like this? If you hadn't forced her, none of this would have happened. For the first time, anger seethed within Alpha Xavier towards his mother. Am I wrong? Is it reasonable for her to be unable to bear children? The Xavier family has a legacy of strength for generations. Is it all going to end with you? Since she cannot conceive, she shouldn't hold the position of Luna. What is the point of her maintaining that title? Eleanor seethed. Why would you keep a woman who does not fulfill her role as a woman? You must divorce her. I will tell her myself. Mom. Alpha Xavier interjected, trying to stop his mother. I will handle this situation. Let me make this clear, Suved. I won't give up. As long as she refuses to divorce you, I will fight her to the bitter end. I want to see how much dignity she has left in our pack. Mom, please don't force me. A few days later, his mother approached him once again. I have a request, and you must promise me. What is it? I want a grandson. No, I won't betray her. He shook his head with determination. You foolish child. She has already betrayed you with another man. Why won't you give up, Mom? I won't betray her. I won't. You naive child. Do you think you need a relationship with a woman to bear a pup? There are countless young women out there who can get pregnant as surrogates. Alpha Xavier, As long as you give me a grandson, I will do anything you want." He stared at his mother's face, his expression pained. After a long silence, he finally spoke. "Fine." Little did he know that things would take such a turn. Samantha, who his mother had kept a secret, would become involved. He hadn't known until Samantha became pregnant. Alpha Xavier was truly taken aback. He couldn't understand why Samantha would agree to such a thing. As the beta's daughter, it was beyond belief that she would participate in such an act. Samantha claimed she loved him, had always loved him. She knew they could never be together forever. Furthermore, Samantha promised she would never interfere in his and Bella's lives, allowing him peace of mind. The situation had spiraled beyond Alpha Xavier's control. He was shocked and blamed himself. Upon learning of Samantha's pregnancy, he felt lost. Both his mother and Samantha believed the child was his, only he knew the truth. He had obtained donated sperm solely to appease his mother and provide her with a peaceful life. In the whole thing, he felt the most sorry for Samantha. Samantha knew him before Bella did. He knew that Samantha had a good impression of him, because Samantha was gentle and kind. And because she was the daughter of the beta, his mother always wanted her to marry Samantha so that she could help her. But he did not love Samantha. He only had a friendship with her and had no romantic feelings at all. He didn't know how his mother convinced Samantha to agree to get pregnant with his baby. It took a lot of courage for an unmarried woman to agree to carry someone else's child. If Samantha knew that the baby was not Alpha Xavier's, it would be a devastating blow to her. Alpha Xavier was torn. But because of Samantha's pregnancy, his mother started making other plans. She kept pressuring him to divorce Bella, but he firmly disagreed. After Samantha became pregnant, she needed to go for a checkup. His mother lied to him and said that she couldn't let a pregnant woman like Samantha be seen by the doctor alone, so he had to sign the papers for the appointment. He couldn't refuse, so he had to go to the hospital and sign them. His anxiety grew stronger. What would Bella think if she found out about Samantha's pregnancy? He wanted to tell Bella, but he was afraid of how she would react. He started to fear going home and subconsciously avoided it. He didn't expect the truth to be exposed so quickly. Bella actually found out about Samantha's pregnancy. She got angry and fought with Samantha, causing her to lose the baby. His mother's hopes were shattered, and he was forced to get a divorce. On one hand, it was his mother who raised him. On the other hand, it was the woman he swore to love for the rest of his life. He couldn't choose between them. His mother threatened him with a knife to find a lawyer and sign the divorce papers. His heart turned cold. He still had a glimmer of hope left, hoping that Bella would have some mercy on him, but she was straightforward and quickly disappeared after signing the papers. It was only after she left that he realized he had never really meant anything to her. What happened to Samantha was not his intention, but there was a reason behind it. She signed the divorce papers so quickly because she had to leave without hesitation. A few days later, George came looking for him. "Alpha Xavier, Bella asked me to take the divorce certificate and her ring." George's expression was calm, without any resentment or anger. It was as if he was facing an irrelevant person. It was extremely ironic to Alpha Xavier. George had always called him Alpha Xavier since his marriage with Bella, as if he knew this day would come. "Where is she?" he said angrily. "A divorce is something between two people. Without her presence, there is no way to get a divorce certificate." George's voice was faint as he said, "I understand. Let's put aside the matter of the divorce certificate. Bella didn't take any alimony or property, so please return the ring to me." Bella spent $5,000 on that ring. These words made him feel suffocated. He had to give the ring back to George. Later, He saw the ring in a pawn shop. When Bella bought it, she spent more than $5,000, but the pawn shop only gave her $800. This was Bella. Ever since she used the ring as a symbol of love, Alpha Xavier had never stopped hating her. He wanted to break her spirit and force her to come back willingly. So Bella couldn't find a job after the divorce. Alpha Xavier thought that he would make her come back, but she suddenly disappeared. He thought she would go to Alpha Zachary. Didn't she want to be with him? He didn't like that at all. Chapter 65. Alpha Xavier had never fathomed the idea of Bella remaining in South Pack and bearing a child from another Alpha. If he hadn't compelled her into such a situation, would she have willingly chosen to be mated? They hadn't been together for 3 years yet. She managed to get pregnant shortly after leaving him. This was a tremendous irony for Alpha Xavier, as he had read countless books on pregnancy. He knew that women faced immense pressure and that conception wasn't an easy feat. Perhaps her pressure stemmed from his mother. The realization that her pregnancy might be a result of his mother's influence was agonizing for Alpha Xavier. He wished he could die. He should have moved his mother out sooner. If he had taken her away earlier, none of this would have happened. With a heavy heart, Alpha Xavier didn't want to return home. Instead, he drove alone to the bar, slumping onto a sofa and drowning his sorrows in alcohol. His phone rang persistently, but he had no desire to answer it. He consumed copious amounts of wine at the bar, and in the end, it was the bar's designated driver who brought him home. The living room remained illuminated even at midnight. Since he hadn't come home and ignored his calls, Eleanor grew anxious and waited with concern. As Alpha Xavier stood at the doorway, his hand gripping the frame, Eleanor turned towards him, voicing her annoyance. Alpha Xavier, why didn't you answer the phone? Samantha has been waiting here for you for hours. I didn't ask her to wait. Alpha Xavier impatiently replied, What is wrong? What happened? Eleanor scrutinized her son. Alpha Xavier staggered towards her and took a seat across from her. Mom, do you truly love me? Xavier. What are you talking about? Isn't a mother's love for her son unconditional? Eleanor responded, furrowing her brows upon catching a whiff of alcohol. Why do you drink when you know it upsets your stomach? Alpha Xavier leaned back on the sofa and muttered to himself. If you truly loved me, why can't you see my sadness? Why? Without Bella, he believed that Eleanor would have been aware of the void in his life. He had forsaken his mother due to filial piety. Why couldn't his mother accept Bella for his sake? This was the answer he sought most desperately. Alpha Xavier, you've had too much to drink. Eleanor dismissed his question, concerned about his well-being. Worried that the alcohol would harm his stomach, she promptly instructed the housemaid to prepare soup for him. After all these years alongside his mother, he knew how skilled she was at deflecting difficult conversations. Observing Eleanor call upon the housemaid, he struggled to rise from the sofa and ascended the stairs. That night, Bella lay on the bed, restlessly tossing and turning, unable to find solace in sleep. She loathed Alpha Xavier. The love she once had for him burned like a fiery hatred. Remembering his declaration of love and his betrayal, she couldn't forgive him. The image of Alpha Xavier and Samantha cheating on her, betraying her, pierced her heart like a knife. Alongside the anguish of living a torturous existence, she endured an indescribable humiliation. She had given her all to care for their child, enduring her mother-in-law's abuse and mistreatment. Meanwhile, he had started a family of his own outside their marriage. The mere thought of his pretentious attempts to console her with feigned affection made Bella shudder. I only want you. I don't want children. How despicable and shameless he is to deceive me like this. Bella hissed, her face contorting in disgust, as she recalled how heartless he had been once their affair was exposed. She couldn't forgive him. In this lifetime, he would never know that he had another son. This would be his retribution, his punishment for his infidelity. Leo, due to an unaccustomed climate, had been feeling unwell recently, and his fever resurfaced. Bella took him to the hospital for an infusion. After 2 days of treatment, his fever was finally under control, and Bella brought him home. As they waited for the elevator, they unexpectedly crossed paths with Samantha and Yelena. Samantha had woken up with a sore throat and had sought Yelena's companionship for a hospital visit. Meeting Bella in this situation left them bewildered. Seeing her holding a child, they exchanged surprised glances. Bella had struggled with infertility, making her appearance with a child all the more astounding. Whose child could it be? It couldn't possibly be hers. Yelena and Samantha shared their thoughts. Contemplating the situation, Yelena pursed her lips, while Samantha refrained from any impolite behavior, yet her discomfort was evident. Bella's flawless complexion fueled Samantha's envy. Bella was renowned for her beauty, with college boys referring to her as a goddess. Samantha had always been relegated to the sidelines because of Bella. At the time, it had left her deeply unhappy. Over the years, she had lived a life of comfort while Bella had faded into obscurity. She had anticipated aging, but she never anticipated Bella's agelessness. She remained as stunning as ever. Samantha's envy spurred her sneering thoughts. What good is beauty? Can't I have a child? The realization comforted her. Yelena, envious of Bella's beauty, held a grudge over being humiliated during their previous encounter. She scorned Bella, aiming to provoke her. Bella paid no attention to Yelena's dissatisfaction. For her, ignoring her was an insult in itself. The elevator arrived and Bella, paying no heed to the two women, entered first. Yelena and Samantha exchanged perplexed glances before following her into the elevator. Had Bella not been infertile, she wouldn't have been cast out of the Alpha Xavier family. Samantha thought it best to use the child to incite her. With this plan in mind, she smirked. Samantha, do you know how painful it is for a woman to be unable to bear a child? Seeing someone else's child, wouldn't she feel envy and resentment? Perhaps she would even raise someone else's child. Yelena teased Bella. Samantha, delighted with Yelena's words, regarded her with approval. She didn't respond, but her gentle smile spoke volumes. Samantha's smile encouraged Yelena, further fueling her arrogance. Being beautiful serves no purpose. Life feels incomplete, as though one is half disabled. As Bella finished speaking, the little boy in her hand let out a growl, his voice deepening into a feral tone. Mom, I am hungry, he spoke in a growling, almost animalistic manner. Yelena and Samantha exchanged startled glances, their wolf instincts tingling with unease. Something was not right. How could a mere human child possess such a primal aura? Though they heard the child call Bella Mommy, they struggled to believe that he could truly be her offspring. The boy named Leo shifted restlessly in Bella's arms, his face contorting with a mixture of childlike innocence and wildness. Yelena and Samantha continued to exchange incredulous looks as it became apparent that Leo bore an uncanny resemblance to Bella. Is he truly Bella's child? Their thoughts echoed in unison. How is this possible? Bella, oblivious to their internal turmoil, gazed lovingly at Leo, her eyes filled with tenderness and affection. Good boy, I'll take you to eat something delicious later, she murmured to him. Samantha, who had always harbored a twisted jealousy towards Bella, found herself unable to form words. Yelena, too, was rendered speechless by this baffling revelation. The normally boastful and mocking Yelena was now left dumbfounded. and Samantha's once cheerful countenance had given way to a storm of consternation. As the elevator doors opened, Bella confidently stepped out with Leo still in her arms, her stride filled with purpose. Yelena and Samantha trailed behind, their thoughts consumed by questions and doubts. Watching Bella's retreating figure, Yelena lowered her voice and spoke uncertainly. Samantha, could it be that she is actually able to bear children? That she is not barren as we believed? Samantha's face darkened with a mixture of anger and fear. She snapped at Yelena sharply. "Shut up! I don't know and I don't care!" Yelena was taken aback by Samantha's uncharacteristic outburst. She watched as Samantha hurriedly got into her car and drove away, leaving her alone to contemplate the implications of Bella's mysterious child. As Samantha rushed into her house, her composed demeanor shattered. She no longer resembled the refined lady she portrayed herself as. In the living room, her mother Pamela sat on the sofa, engrossed in watching television. The sound of the door opening alerted Pamela to her daughter's entrance. Frowning, she reproached Samantha, "Why are you in such a hurry? It is not proper for someone to see you like this." "Mom, something horrible has happened," Samantha blurted out, breathless with urgency. Bella has a child." Pamela's eyes widened in disbelief. "What? That can't be true. You must be mistaken." Samantha shook her head vehemently. "I saw it with my own eyes, Mom. The child looked just like her, as if they were cut from the same cloth." Pamela struggled to comprehend the situation. "How is this possible, Mom? What should we do?" Samantha's voice was laced with anxiety and fear. "Didn't you assure me that she could never have a child? That she was infertile? How will Alpha Xavier react when he finds out she can bear children?" Pamela's frustration was palpable as she snapped at Samantha. "Enough. Why are you making such a fuss?" "But, Mom, I am scared." Samantha bit her lip, her fear genuine. The revelation of Bella's child had shattered her carefully constructed plans. If this child truly belonged to Alpha Xavier, all hope would be lost. Pamela fell silent, the weight of the situation sinking in. She paced around the room, her anger transforming into a brooding contemplation. Finally, she picked up her phone and dialed a number. A voice on the other end answered softly. "What is it, Pamela? This is urgent. Did you know that Bella has a child?" Pamela asked tersely. The person on the other end was taken aback. "How is that possible? Samantha witnessed it today." Pamela spoke through gritted teeth. "You claimed it was impossible. How did this happen?" There was a moment of silence before the voice responded. "Sometimes accidents happen." "How dare you say that?" Pamela seethed with anger. "You assured me that she would never conceive after her surgery. How do you explain this? There are rare cases where a woman can still conceive even after a previous abortion." The voice reasoned. "Pamela, this is not entirely impossible," Pamela defended, although her voice was fraught with frustration. "Alpha Xavier's family will inevitably find out, and if they investigate, we need to be prepared with an explanation. Rest assured." "I have taken care of it," the voice assured. The conversation ended, leaving Samantha to face the unsettling reality. The revelation of Bella's child had set into motion a series of events that threatened her carefully crafted plans. Fear, insecurity, and unease permeated the air as the werewolf world braced itself for the unknown consequences. Chapter 66. However, this wasn't what Pamela's had to face right now. If Alpha Xavier knew that she could give birth to a child, it would be incredible. Samantha saw that her mother looked more and more anxious, and she kept growling. "How could this be, Mom? What should we do now? What should I do if the child is Alpha Xavier's?" Pamela had no time to comfort her. She knew that things had become very serious, but now was not the time to howl in fear. She had to find a way. Pamela was different from Samantha. After all, she had experienced many moons, so she soon calmed her fur. What she was most worried about now was not Bella's pup, but the identity of the pup's father. As long as the pup wasn't Alpha Xavier's, everything would be fine. On the other paw, everything would be over. Alpha Carl had been fuming for many moons since his last attempt to claim Bella was sabotaged by Alpha Xavier. However, he had always been a wolf who could adapt himself. He immediately adjusted his mindset and was ready to attack again. The appearance of Leo made Carl know that he not only wanted to please Bella, but also wanted to please Leo. As long as Leo liked him, Bella would definitely love him. Therefore, Carl began to visit Bella's new house frequently. Every time he went there, he would bring interesting toys and the snacks that Leo liked. Pups were the best. Leo began to like Carl. Carl took the opportunity to ask Leo to be his sire. Leo hesitated and said, "What if you were my father, Uncle Alpha Zachary? I prefer him being my father." Upon hearing this, Carl felt a sharp pain in his heart. This little pup has no respect. I've already embraced you like this. Why are you still thinking about Alpha Zachary? Of course, he dared not say this out loud, so he had to be careful. Mom doesn't like Uncle Alpha Zachary. Mom likes me. Do you understand? Mom really likes you. Leo asked in disbelief. Of course it is true. You see, I am more handsome and clever than Uncle Alpha Zachary. Mom must like me. You are not more handsome than Uncle Alpha Zachary. Leo shook his head. In his heart, Alpha Zachary was the most handsome. But if Mom likes you, I will recognize you as my father. Carl had heard from Leo that he did not have Alpha Zachary's majestic appearance, but Leo said happily, "Leo is so good. I'll take you to the hunting ground on the next full moon. Is it really okay?" Leo became ecstatic upon hearing the hunting ground. "Mom, are you going too?" "Mom will go too. We'll all go." Carl was extremely pleased. Carl returned to the house early in the evening after a rest on the next full moon. Regardless of Bella's opposition, he took Leo to the hunting ground. Leo was so excited to hear that they were going to the hunting ground. When he saw Bella's gloomy expression, he immediately stopped and asked carefully, "Mom, I want to go to the hunting ground. Shall we go together?" Looking at his bright and pleading eyes, Bella's heart softened, and she agreed. Leo excitedly requested to hunt with the pack. Mom, I am going to hunt with the pack. Can you join me?" Bella was afraid of the darkness. She shook her head. "Go run with Uncle Trevor. Mom won't go." Leo looked disappointed. Carl lifted him up and said, "Mom is afraid. Let's go." Bella looked at his commanding presence and was slightly distracted. If it weren't for his dominant pack lineage, Carl would have been a good wolf. At moonrise in the hunting ground, Leo was clamoring to go to the prey buffet. The two adults naturally coordinated with each other. Carl was so gentle with Leo that he did everything himself. He encountered Eleanor when he brought Leo to get some prey. Eleanor was very surprised to see him with the pup. The pup was so beautiful, but he looked so familiar, she couldn't help but reach out and touch Leo's head. "What a pretty pup," Carl said proudly. "My pup, your pup." Eleanor was very surprised. She had never heard of Carl's mating. Why did he suddenly have a pup? Thinking that Carl's personal life was full of surprises. This pup must be an illegitimate pup, so she did not say much and returned to her resting spot with prey politely. After settling down, she looked at Carl and the pup, only to spot Bella. When she saw Bella, Eleanor was dumbstruck. Only then did she remember why the pup looked so familiar. The pup looked really like Bella. Was it Bella's pup? It was impossible. If Bella had a pup, she would not force her to separate from Alpha Xavier. While contemplating, Carl and Bella approached with prey in their jaws and settled not far away from her. The three of them began to feast. Leo happily devoured the prey on the plate. Bella watched him wolf down the prey and reminded him softly, "Slow down, don't choke." Looking at Bella's concern for Leo, Eleanor felt more and more curious. The pup looked so similar to her. Was it really her pup? But it was impossible. The shaman had already said that she would never bear pups. Thinking of this, she suddenly heard the pup say in a youthful voice, "Mom, I want to eat the sweet pepper on your plate." These words filled Pamela with a sense of relief, filling her with a brief respite from the weight of the secret they had been carrying for so long. It had been years since Bella had secretly undergone an abortion, and now the doctor who had performed the procedure was no longer alive. Any investigation into the matter would simply uncover a medical issue, and they would not be implicated. All right. Bella took a slice of sweet pepper from the plate and fed it to Leo. Leo happily chewed and smacked his lips. "I want more." Bella fed him another piece. "You can't eat any more. You should eat something else." Leo obediently started eating something else. As Eleanor looked into Bella's eyes and saw the genuine maternal love, she was shocked. This was truly her pup. They could even have a litter together. Back then, Eleanor was certain that Bella would not give birth to a pup, so she did everything in her power to make Bella and Alpha Xavier divorce. In order to convince Alpha Xavier to agree to the divorce, she tried to drive Bella to madness. In the end, she resorted to using dirty tricks. Of course, it was Samantha's words that reminded her of the dirty tricks she had employed. Samantha revealed the story between Bella and Alpha Zachary. She had been instigated by Itzel, Bella's attending doctor. That is when Eleanor came up with the idea of framing Bella and Alpha Zachary for having an affair. Wolves couldn't tolerate the fact that a mate would have an affair. As long as they presented evidence to Alpha Xavier, he would definitely divorce Bella. The photos and recordings were fabricated. Eleanor believed that her son would divorce Bella because of this, but she never expected that he would willingly accept being a cuckold and not divorce her. She had no choice but to accept Itzel's second suggestion. She needed to take another shortcut and find someone to replace her pregnancy. At that time, even though she cherished Samantha, she had never considered having Samantha become pregnant on her behalf. After all, Samantha's identity was there. How could the beta's daughter do something like that? Itzel tried to persuade her that this was a very profitable opportunity. Wasn't she interested in having Samantha become her daughter-in-law? As long as she convinced Alpha Xavier to agree to let another wolf have a pup, she would then send Samantha to his bed. When Bella found out that Alpha Xavier and Samantha were in bed, she would definitely propose a divorce. So, following Itzel's instructions, she went to her pup and told him that she would have someone replace her. Her pup would never betray the mating, no matter what. In the end, Itzel also told him that they would use a method involving another male to replace the pregnancy. She believed that Samantha was pregnant with her so's pup, and her son would distance himself from Bella because of it. However, after Samantha became pregnant, her pup remained unchanged. One of the main reasons she persuaded Samantha to get pregnant was because she promised her pup would divorce Bella. Bella and Samantha had encountered each other in the hospital, and they had caused Samantha to have a miscarriage. Remembering the events of the past, Eleanor could no longer eat. While Carl took Leo to the bathroom, she walked up to Bella and asked, "Is that your pup?" Bella looked up at Eleanor and coldly answered, "Yes." "You gave birth to Leo?" "Yes," Bella replied simply. "How is that possible?" Eleanor couldn't imagine it. She mustered up the courage to ask Bella if she still intended to take care of the pup. Didn't wolves say that the pup they raise ends up looking like their adoptive parents? "Why not?" Bella sneered. "Don't tell me Mrs. Eleanor hopes that I won't have a pup for the rest of my life. Or is it because I, a hen who doesn't know how to lay an egg, have whelped that makes you very uneasy?" Bella's sarcasm made Eleanor blush. In the past, she had insulted Bella in this way, but she never expected that one day, Bella would throw the same words back at her. She had nothing to say. Blushing, she left the restaurant. In the elevator, Eleanor was truly upset. This shouldn't have happened. How could someone like her, who shouldn't be able to whelp and have pups, have a pup? If Alpha Xavier knew that Bella would have a pup, it would be troublesome. She had to ask Itzel what was going on. Eleanor drove to the hospital. Entering the hospital building, Eleanor went directly to the gynecologist clinic of the SN Pack Hospital. Many wolves were waiting for her at Itzel's office. After all, she was the Alpha's mother. Eleanor pushed the door open and rushed in. Chapter 67. Eleanor's sudden appearance jolted Itzel from her reverie. Itzel, her eyes gleaming with a hidden agenda, rose to her feet, a predatory smile on her lips. She extended a hand to greet Eleanor, her voice dripping with honeyed charm. Well, what a pleasant surprise. I didn't expect to see you here, Eleanor. Eleanor's expression grew darker, a storm brewing within her. With a somber tone, she asked, What is occupying your thoughts today, Itzel? Itzel wasted no time. Sensing an opportunity to manipulate the situation to her advantage, she quickly dismissed the patient that had been in the room, giving a swift instruction. Once the room was emptied, she closed the door, the air thick with tension. Gesturing for Eleanor to take a seat, she leaned in close, her voice low and intense. Now, what is it that you wish to discuss? Eleanor sank into the chair, her posture conveying her distress. Her eyes locked with Itzel's, her words laced with accusation. I need to know the truth, Itzel. Is Bella truly incapable of giving birth? Itzel's mind raced. Grateful that she had been warned by Pamela about the looming confrontation. Otherwise, she would have been caught off guard by Eleanor's unexpected visit. Itzel drew Eleanor closer, her gaze filled with curiosity and hidden motivations. Pray tell, my dear friend, what has transpired to ignite such a flame of doubt within you? Bella now has a child. But didn't you assure us that she couldn't conceive at that time? Eleanor pressed on, her voice tinged with frustration. Itzel feigned surprise, a mask of innocence on her face. Bella with child. How utterly impossible. You know I've encountered countless cases of infertility in my practice. I have never come across such a peculiar situation. If a woman cannot conceive, then how can she bear a child? It defies reason. Does it not? But Itzel, you assured us back then that she was incapable of overcoming her affliction. I trusted your medical expertise and made her divorce Alpha Xavier because of it. Eleanor shot back, her eyes boring into Itzel's. Itzel's smile grew wider, layers of deception woven into her words. My dear Mrs. Eleanor, do not let anger cloud your judgment. Bella's standing does not match that of Alpha Xavier after all. She has proven herself disloyal to you time and again. Is it not better to rid oneself of such an unworthy woman? Consider your potential future daughter-in-law. She possesses beauty, a reputable family background, and unwavering devotion to you. A daughter-in-law like her is a rare find indeed. Why cling to resentment for a woman who is not worthy of your affection? Eleanor was torn, the conflict within her visible on her face. That may be true, but you do not understand the rift that woman has caused between Alpha Xavier and me. He is my only son, and I cannot bear to disappoint him. We have been friends for many years, Eleanor. I present these ideas out of concern for your well-being. If our relationship did not hold such depth, would I dare speak such words to you? Itzel's troubled expression betrayed her own hidden motives. Eleanor pondered Itzel's words, finding a sliver of agreement amidst her angst. Itzel had been her stalwart friend for as long as she could remember, always maintaining a facade of loyalty and compassion. If Eleanor had not been in such a vulnerable state, she may not have considered a solution for herself, and so with a faint sigh she relented. I am mainly worried about the consequences Alpha Xavier may face. You said he would not take it lightly if he were to find out. Itzel leaned in closer, her voice lowering conspiratorially. Then we must ensure he never finds out. But how is that possible, Itzel? We often cross paths in the city. He is bound to discover the truth eventually, Eleanor fretted. Itzel's smile turned cunning, her mind already concocting a plan. Then we must expedite the engagement between Alpha Xavier and Samantha. Alpha Xavier values loyalty and friendship above all else. Once the engagement is official, he will be blind to any other distractions. Eleanor nodded. A glimmer of hope in her eyes. That seems to be the only way. As Eleanor left, a sense of urgency gripped her. She immediately reached out to Pamela, her voice filled with desperation. Pamela, Eleanor now knows. We must find a solution swiftly. Pamela was taken aback by the speed at which events had unfolded. So swift. News travels with the speed of a wolf's howl. What did she say? I managed to divert her attention by pretending to confide in her about my situation. She is mostly concerned about the repercussions facing her son. We must find a way to ensure Samantha's engagement happens before Alpha Xavier uncovers the truth. Eleanor explained, her voice urgent. I understand. I will get to work immediately, Pamela assured her, the wheels in her mind already turning. Samantha, go and buy Eleanor's favorite fruits, pay a visit to her immediately, and while you are there, see if you can gather any information about her intentions. And so, when Eleanor returned home, she was taken aback to find Samantha chatting comfortably with her aunt, in the confines of her own abode. Samantha gracefully rose to her feet as she spotted Eleanor, a thoughtfulness in her demeanor. I apologize for my absence these past few days, Eleanor. I have been consumed with various obligations. But today, I found myself with a moment of respite, so I decided to pay you a visit without prior notice. I hope you do not mind, Miss Eleanor. Samantha has brought a bounty of your favorite fruits. Her aunt chimed in, presenting the fruits Samantha had procured. Eleanor, touched by Samantha's thoughtfulness, felt a semblance of peace settle within her. She eased into her chair, a small smile playing on her lips. Come, Samantha, have a seat. Why did you take it upon yourself to buy fruit? And please, Aunt fetched dishes that Samantha particularly enjoys. Her aunt hurried off to fulfill the request, leaving Samantha alone with Eleanor. Samantha rose to her feet, her voice filled with warmth. I shall take care of washing the fruit for you. Chapter 68. Number Eleanor growled at Samantha, her voice low and tinged with a hint of menace. She let out an exasperated sigh, her frustration evident in her tone. Samantha took the opportunity to probe further, her voice cautious and filled with curiosity. You don't look well. Did you encounter something troublesome? Samantha asked, her voice carrying a hint of concern. Eleanor nodded, her eyes flashing with a mixture of anger and disappointment. Yes. I met Bella in the restaurant today. Did she say something unpleasant to you? Samantha inquired, her voice laced with sympathy. No, Eleanor replied, her voice holding a touch of bitterness. Samantha, Bella has a child. Ah, Samantha exclaimed, her surprise evident in her voice. Bella gave birth to a baby? Is there a mistake? I've asked her. It is her child. She looks very much like her, Eleanor confessed, her voice filled with a tinge of sorrow. The realization of Bella's sarcasm towards her weighed heavily on her mind. She knew nothing about giving birth to a beautiful son, while her own son remained single. The grandson she longed to hold was still missing. She couldn't bear to let go. Does Xavier know about this? Samantha inquired, her voice tinged with concern. I don't think you understand the gravity of the situation, Eleanor growled, her voice filled with frustration. You know Alpha Xavier's temper. If he knew that she could give birth to a child, he would undoubtedly make a scene with me. Eleanor's words trailed off, a sense of helplessness evident in her voice. Samantha remained silent, her mind filled with thoughts of her own. It was not the fact that Bella had a child that concerned her, but the possibility that the child could be Alpha Xavier's. It seemed that Eleanor had not considered this possibility, but Samantha knew that it couldn't be ignored. Sooner or later, doubts would arise. Eleanor loved the child deeply, and Bella had given birth to a son. If the child truly belonged to Alpha Xavier, Eleanor would be overjoyed and devastated at the same time. She would embrace her grandson in her heart, and naturally she would not be of any assistance to Samantha. Without Eleanor's support, Samantha's chances of being with Alpha Xavier seemed bleak. Seeing Samantha's silent contemplation, Eleanor knew that she must be worried. Don't worry. I'll keep an eye on Alpha Xavier. Your relationship with him won't change. Though Eleanor's words were meant to comfort Samantha, they had little effect. Samantha had no time to worry about her future with Alpha Xavier. A deep sigh escaped her lips as she spoke, her voice tinged with resignation. If only I had known that she would have a baby. I shouldn't have acted as a surrogate for her. If I hadn't, she wouldn't have divorced Alpha Xavier. It is all my fault. Don't let him know, Samantha implored, her voice filled with desperation. How can Alpha Xavier not know when we're all part of the pack? Eleanor growled, her frustration evident in her voice. Eleanor was pleased with Samantha's submission. This was the obedient and dutiful daughter-in-law she desired. This has nothing to do with you. Don't burden yourself with guilt. I am telling you this because we're going to be a family soon. You need to know what you are up against. Don't think that Alpha Xavier doesn't know about Bella's child. Even if he does, what can he do? I will never allow such a disrespectful woman to enter the Xavier family again. Samantha's gratitude was evident in her voice. I understand, Miss Eleanor. I'll be loyal to you in the future. As the conversation came to an end, the aunt returned with some groceries. Eleanor swiftly changed the topic and decided to call Alpha Xavier to come back for dinner that night. The phone was quickly connected, and Alpha Xavier's voice came through, faint and distant. Mom, what is the matter? Child, can't I call you without a reason? Eleanor's tone carried a hint of reproach. I am very busy. Alpha Xavier replied curtly. No matter how busy you are, you have to eat. I asked the aunt to buy your favorite dishes. Come home for dinner. Oh, and Samantha is here, Eleanor added, her voice tinged with dissatisfaction. Although she hadn't mentioned Samantha before, mentioning her now only seemed to worsen Alpha Xavier's mood. His voice grew tense as he responded, Mom, I really don't have time today. I have a lot of things to deal with. Eleanor's unhappiness was palpable. You haven't been home in ages. Make an exception today. Leave your work for tomorrow. This won't do. After today's matters are resolved, we can discuss this important matter. We can't afford to delay things. Alpha Xavier's words carried an air of finality. I am hanging up. And with that, he ended the conversation without giving Eleanor a chance to respond. A dark expression settled on Eleanor's face. Samantha, ever obedient, tried to comfort her. Alpha Xavier must be swamped with work. Don't be angry. I'll just eat with you. Samantha's obedience grated on Eleanor even more. I refuse to believe that he is so busy that he doesn't even have time to eat. Samantha, wait here. I am going to the company to fetch him. After dinner, Samantha sat with Eleanor for a while before bidding her farewell. Eleanor's mind was too preoccupied to make her stay, so she instructed the auntie to accompany Samantha to her car. The auntie walked Samantha to the door and offered her assistance. "Don't worry, I'll help you with whatever you need." Samantha nodded gratefully. "Thank you, I truly appreciate it." Eleanor stormed off to the company, her anger fueling her every step. When she arrived, she discovered that Alpha Xavier was not present. Frustrated, she immediately called him, but he hung up without uttering a word. Eleanor dialed his number again, only to find that he had turned off his phone. Eleanor seethed with anger, feeling trapped and unable to unleash her frustrations. There was no outlet for her rage if she couldn't find her son. With no other options, she instructed the driver to take her back home. What was going on? Did Alpha Xavier already know about Bella's impending motherhood? He had always been watchful of her every move. The news of her child shouldn't have escaped his notice. But if he knew about it, why was he so calm? There was only one explanation that made sense. The child was not Alpha Xavier's. Eleanor's heart was in turmoil, preventing her from finding solace within the walls of the Xavier family. Chapter 69. Eleanor and Samantha were sad. But Alpha Xavier was furious. He found out that Bella had chosen another mate and had a baby with him, and it made his heart burn with anger. And now, she was participating in a blind date show to find a new mate and father for her pup. Xavier had thought Bella was just going on the show for fun. But now he realized she was reluctantly searching for someone like Harold. Seeing Bella so troubled filled him with regret. He blamed himself for her situation and felt the need to make it right. Because of this, Xavier couldn't focus on his usual pack duties. Instead of going home after work, he went to Bella's neighborhood to roam around. That is when he noticed that Carl had been visiting Bella's house often. Seeing Carl confidently come and go with Leo made Xavier strangely gloomy. Even though Bella couldn't see, anyone could feel the intensity in Carl's gaze towards her. It didn't make sense that Bella allowed Carl to freely enter and leave her house without refusing him. She must have had feelings for Alpha Carl as well. Xavier's heart was filled with pain, worry, and anger. How was Bella able to find love so easily while he continued to struggle? The night was dark, and Xavier couldn't find the answers he sought. He was haunted by regret and a glimmer of hope. Guided by the moonlight, he ventured into the wilderness in search of resolution. As he let out a mournful howl, Xavier hoped that the moon could guide him and bring him peace. He felt like a lone wolf, searching for meaning in the vast expanse of his existence. Alpha Xavier, the formidable leader of the pack, felt an unsettling sense of unease coursing through his veins. Each day, he prowled through Bella's neighborhood, a silent sentinel watching from the shadows. Carl, Bella, and Leo. On the surface, they appeared to be content, but Xavier's lupine instincts told him otherwise. A deep sorrow twisted in his gut like a barbed arrow, threatening to tear him apart. He couldn't shake off the crushing weight of concern for their safety, until he laid eyes upon Carl and Leo himself. His heart remained ensnared in a web of restlessness. Despite the dangerous territory he ventured into, Xavier couldn't bring himself to let go. He knew he had overstepped as an ex-husband, a mere mortal who mistakenly ended their marriage. He no longer held any right to meddle in Bella's autonomy. Lingering there would undoubtedly sow seeds of trouble. He was aware of the consequences, but his emotions were a tempest he couldn't control. As the blackened sky loomed over the horizon, cloaking the world in its dark shroud, Xavier returned home. He trudged into the living room to find Eleanor, a haunting melancholy painting her features. Weary to his bones, he commanded the butler, "Prepare some food for me. I'll emerge from my shower to feast." But Eleanor stopped him in his tracks, her voice laced with a mix of disappointment and anger. "Why did you ignore my call? Didn't I inform you?" I am burdened by countless obligations. I haven't an inkling of time to spare for you. I checked with your secretary. They claimed you had nothing substantial on your plate, yet here you are, professing to be engrossed in busyness. Why did you deceive me? Eleanor's face darkened, simmering with resentment. Do you not think you've taken this too far? You are my son. It is my birthright to govern you, Eleanor asserted defiantly. Oh, so I am just a spawn to appease your control. A mere pet, perhaps, instead of going through such great lengths to keep an eye on me. Why not cage me within these walls, tethered to your side? It would save us both the trouble, Xavier bit out, his words steeped in bitterness and frustration. Eleanor stood stunned, her words stolen from her lips. But Xavier turned his back on her, ascending the stairs with heavy steps. The following day dawned. The world shrouded in a veil of gloom that mirrored Xavier's desolate mood. He steered his vehicle to a nearby restaurant, close to Bella's humble abode. Unsuspectingly, stumbling upon a sight that melted the ice surrounding his heart. There stood Leo, solitary and unaccompanied. Leo, oblivious to Xavier's silent presence, was engrossed in ringing a bell, his voice counting the peals with childlike innocence. As he played, the bell slipped from his grasp, rolling toward another child. This child, older than Leo, swiftly picked it up, clutching it tight within his grasp. Leo's eyes widened, his voice laced with a demand. Give it back to me. No, I won't. The child's arrogance knew no bounds, believing that adults were always obligated to support their own kind. Oblivious to his surroundings, he remained engrossed in his phone conversation. That bell is mine. I want it back, Leo's anxiety surged. I said no and I meant it. The child's callous refusal reverberated in the air, heedless of the anguish etching itself across Leo's face. Without warning, Leo lunged at the child, who retaliated, pushing him to the ground. A fierce fire blazed within Leo's eyes as he rose from the impact. He growled at the child, his small frame trembling with fury, before sinking his teeth into the aggressor's hand. The child released the bell, his cries of pain mingling with the screeching halt of his phone conversation. Faced with the sight of his child's injured hand, the child's father morphed into a wrathful figure. You insolent brat. I'll teach you a lesson. Xavier moved to restrain Leo, but another hand suddenly snaked its way into the altercation, twisting the man's wrist into a painful contortion. Casting his cold gaze upon the man, Xavier sneered, You dare bully a child, a helpless youngling. Let go. It hurts. The man pleaded, his cries echoing through the air. With a release of his grip, Xavier forced the man to stumble backwards. Is this your child? Look upon the consequences of both your actions, Xavier said, the biting coldness of his voice mingling with the crisp night air. The man trembled, a flicker of fear dancing in his eyes. He realized too late that the figure before him was not someone he could trifle with. Weighing his options, he begrudgingly turned on his heel, departing with his son in tow. The man's retreat provided no solace to Xavier's burning rage. He retrieved the fallen bell and returned it to Leo, a newfound admiration shimmering in the boy's eyes. Leo, his voice heavy with innocence, queried, Uncle, are you a guardian of justice? No, Xavier rumbled, his voice dripping with authority. Why would you think that? Why did that bad person fear you? If you aren't a guardian of justice, because he recognized his own wrongdoing. And deep down, his conscience simmered with guilt. Xavier replied, his lips curved in a cold smile. Oh. Leo's understanding remained incomplete. Uncle, can you teach me how to protect myself? Are you skilled in hand-to-hand combat? Why do you wish to learn how to fight? Xavier inquired, his interest piqued by Leo's burning determination. So I can shield my mother and grandmother from bullies, just like how you protect them. Xavier felt an odd warmth flutter within his chest. Before he could respond, George's voice rang out, carrying through the evening air, "Leo, Leo, Grandpa's calling me. I must depart now, but Uncle, remember your promise to teach me in the future." Leo reminded him fervently before sprinting off into the embrace of his family. As evening settled upon them once more, Bella returned home, her ears catching wind of the altercation. Shock painted her features. "Leo, from now on, you must always be accompanied by an adult when you venture outside. Biting is wrong, my love. It is never the solution." "But he took my bell, Mom. He hurt me first." "I did nothing wrong," Leo protested, his voice betrayed by the disappointed droop of his tiny shoulders. "I know you are right, my little warrior. But remember, we are all children. If that boy wishes to play, perhaps we can join him for a while. But after he took my bell, the game was ruined. Now I have to spend money to buy a new one. It is tiring. I don't like spending money all the time." Bella sighed, her eyes conveying a weary resignation. "It is my fault, Leo. I burdened you with the weight of adulthood far too soon. I promise you, my love, I will never utter a word about money in your presence again." "But Mom, you have money. What can I do?" "Mommy can buy one for me," Leo chimed, his voice brimming with innocence and trust. Chapter 70. As Bella prepared to tuck Leo into bed, a sense of unease gripped her. Just as she thought her day was coming to a peaceful end, a call from Alpha Carl shattered the tranquility. Her heart pounded as she answered, her voice trembling. "Yes, Alpha." His words were laced with anger, his tone a growl that sent shivers down her spine. "Bella, I cannot fathom how you could tarnish my reputation in the business. Have you no regard for our pack, for me?" Confusion pierced through Bella's voice, her eyes widening in disbelief. "Alpha, I don't understand. What has happened?" Alpha Carl's voice thundered through the phone, a snarl erupting from his throat. "The file you entrusted me with. Bella, it was empty. How could you betray me like this?" Bella's breath caught in her throat, her heart pounding in her ears. Panic seeped into her voice as she gasped. "No, Alpha, I swear. I filled the file myself. I would never sabotage you. Let me go to the company immediately and rectify this." "Go then, Bella," Alpha Carl grunted, his voice brimming with impatience. "But be swift. The meeting to merge our packs and businesses cannot be compromised." The weight of the situation pressed heavily upon Bella's shoulders as she frantically searched for a solution. Her uncle, who held vital information, remained absent. Desperation crept over her as she glanced at Leo, her nephew, who played innocently oblivious to the turmoil. With resolute determination, Bella made her decision. Without wasting a second, she hailed an e-taxi and whisked Leo away to the company grounds. The familiar scent of her pack, of ambition and power, embraced her as they entered. Bella urged Leo to settle in the lounge area while she delved into the depths of the company's safe box. In search of the missing documents that could either salvage or shatter their futures, Leo, intrigued by this unfamiliar environment, curiously explored his surroundings. His short legs carried him towards the towering elevator doors, beckoning him closer. Guided by innocence and wonder, he pressed the button and embarked on a journey unforeseen. The sightseeing elevator soared upwards, offering Leo a breathtaking view of the world below. He reveled in the exhilaration, unaware of the mounting concern it caused. Upon reaching the ground floor, the sight of an unaccompanied child alarmed the vigilant security guard. With swift action, the guard apprehended Leo, his voice stern and reproachful. "Where are your parents? How could they allow you to ride the elevator alone?" Leo, innocent and pure, replied in his youthful timbre. "My mom is still upstairs." Frustration consumed the security guard as he chided. A child your age should never venture alone in an elevator. Do you understand the danger you put yourself in? Leo shook his head vehemently, his curiosity undeterred. Why can't I ride the elevator? It is so much fun. Determined to safeguard this young soul, the guard insisted on finding his mother and ensuring her arrival. But Leo, wise beyond his years, echoed the teachings instilled by his mother. Trusting no strangers, fearing harm that lurked in the shadows, he knew he must forge his own path. No. I will find my mom myself, Leo declared, his resolve unwavering. He could not be swayed by the well-intentioned but unknown. The guard's words fell on deaf ears as Leo retreated to the safety of the lounge area, a haven within unfamiliar territory. Though the guard assumed the situation under control, little did he know that a storm brewed within the young heart, a tempest of fear and uncertainty. Leo, acutely aware of the consequences of misplaced trust, clung to his mother's words like a lifeline. Alert and watchful, his mind pieced together a plan in the depths of solitude. Every nerve tingled with unease, his instincts on high alert like a lone wolf. For danger lurked in the darkness. The security guard, engrossed in his own concerns, failed to notice the young pup's subtle escape from the lounge. With the stealth of a predator stalking its prey, Leo crept away, each step taken with a newfound purpose. Chapter 71. As the security guard called back, the little boy who had been sitting on the sofa vanished without a trace. Leo dashed to the elevator door and pressed the button repeatedly. But the elevator remained closed, which terrified him enough not to stay there any longer. He was afraid that the bad guys chasing him would catch up, so he ran towards the exit. Alpha Xavier, the alpha of the pack, was driving his car when he happened to glance to the side and saw a familiar little figure. He was shocked. Isn't this Bella's child? Why is he alone on the road? Alpha Xavier immediately stopped the car and went straight to Leo. Leo was panting and running. Suddenly, someone stood in front of him. Where are you going? Where is your mother? Uncle. Leo seemed relieved when he saw a familiar face. There are bad guys chasing me over there. I am scared. Don't be scared. I will protect you. Meanwhile, Bella had sent a fax and noticed that her son was missing. She thought Leo was playing in another office and went looking for him. Leo! Bella panicked when she couldn't find Leo. Where could a young child like him have gone? Could he have been kidnapped? In a hurry, she took the elevator downstairs to find the security guards. As soon as she entered the elevator, her cell phone rang. It was a call from Alpha Xavier. Bella wasn't in the mood to answer his call. Without hesitation, she kept pressing the elevator button. After a few more attempts, Bella grew irritated. Finally answering the phone, she shouted angrily, Alpha Xavier, what do you want now? I am so busy. To her surprise, it wasn't Alpha Xavier's voice on the other end, but Leo's gentle voice. Mom. Leo. Bella felt a mix of surprise and relief. Mom, I am with Uncle. Bella hurriedly got out of the elevator and went straight outside the company. Alpha Xavier's car was parked on the side of the road. Seeing Bella coming out, Leo poked his head out of the car. Mom, I am here. Bella ran towards the car with a trace of anger on her face. Leo, why were you running around? Do you know that you scared your mother to death just now? Why were you so fierce to the child? The child doesn't know any better. As a mother, you should take good care of him. Now it is your fault for not being able to take care of him well. How can you blame the child? Alpha Xavier looked at Bella unhappily. Fortunately, I met him just now. If someone with bad intentions took him away, what would you do? You don't have to pretend to be kind, Bella retorted. Mom, I was wrong. Please don't be angry. Leo immediately apologized when he saw that Bella was angry. Well, I am not angry. Come down and follow me. Bella didn't want Leo and Alpha Xavier to stay together. Leo was a little reluctant. Mom, Uncle said he would take us home. Have you forgotten what Mom said? Don't talk to strangers. There are many bad guys out there. Uncle is not a stranger. And Uncle is not a bad person. Leo argued. Bella had a headache. Why did Leo have such a strong affection for a stranger? Was it really because they were related by blood? She couldn't allow Leo to get close to Alpha Xavier. Absolutely not, Bella said with a cold face. Did you not listen to your mother? Bella. Are you that scared of me? Alpha Xavier asked as he looked at Bella. Scared of you? Why would I be afraid of you? She scoffed, raising her eyebrow. Since you are not afraid of me, why don't you dare to let me drive you both home? Who said I wouldn't dare? She challenged, but her heart was racing. I dare you to get in the car. Alpha Xavier challenged her. Bella opened the car door. Provoked by Alpha Xavier, she pursed her lips and hugged Leo tightly. She cursed Alpha Xavier a few times in her mind. He was shameless and objectionable. She had suffered a lot from him in the past, but today she couldn't take it anymore and was provoked by him. Alpha Xavier drove the car and occasionally glanced at Bella through the rearview mirror. He was not willing to just easily send Bella home. After thinking for a long time, he said to Leo, Leo, are you hungry? Hungry, Leo said happily, as if he wanted to play with Alpha Xavier. Uncle will take you to eat delicious food. Okay, Xavier said happily. Leo swallowed and looked at Bella with eager eyes. Bella pretended not to understand the desire in Leo's eyes. Leo, let's go home to eat. Leo nodded. I'll listen to Mom. It is not easy for Mom to take me alone. We don't have money, so we should try not to eat outside. Alpha Xavier had wanted to win Leo over, but he didn't expect Leo to say such words. He frowned slightly. Bella, are you so stingy with your child? Xavier. You don't have the right to criticize me, Bella replied coldly. He had no right to say that she was stingy. She had saved up some money over the years, but she used it to buy a house. Although she received a decent salary from her job, she couldn't spend it all. She had to save it. Leo was growing up slowly, and George was in poor health. Bella had to pay for his hospital bills and medicines. She would need a lot of money in the future. Uncle will treat you to lunch today. You don't need your mom to pay for it. Alpha Xavier drove the car to the entrance of a high-end restaurant. Mom, Uncle said, he didn't want you to pay. Leo looked at Bella. Hearing his stomach growling, Bella felt distressed. She took Leo out of the car and entered the restaurant. Chapter 72. Mom, this restaurant is so beautiful. Leo looked around curiously, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The food inside must be delicious, right? It is delicious, Bella replied with a faint smile, her gaze roaming the exquisite decor of the restaurant. This was no ordinary place bus. It was the most lavish and expensive restaurant in the pack. If the ambiance was anything to go by, the food would surely be exceptional. Memories of her early days with Alpha Xavier flooded her mind, and a bittersweet sigh escaped her lips. Bella settled down at the table, Leo in her arms. Alpha Xavier, a formidable and dominant alpha, had graciously driven them to the restaurant. However, Bella's tone turned cold as she spoke to him. Thank you for bringing us here, Alpha Xavier. I will reimburse you for the ride. Please refrain from following us further. Understood? I told you. I would treat you to dinner, Xavier responded, his eyes widening in surprise at Bella's sudden iciness. He couldn't fathom why she was being so distant with him. There is no need, Bella insisted, her voice tinged with defiance. Her heart raced in her chest, a strange feeling coursing through her veins. She had severed the bond with him long ago, so why was her heart betraying her now? Unperturbed by her refusal, Xavier boldly took a seat opposite her, a mischievous glint in his eyes. "Leo, what would you like to eat?" he asked, picking up the menu and addressing Bella's young son. Leo glanced at his mother, his gaze falling before her stern expression. "I'll eat whatever you eat, Uncle." Xavier observed Bella's unfriendly demeanor, her guarded expression, and decided to order the dishes himself, dismissing any further conversation. Soon, the aroma of delicious food filled the air as the dishes were served one by one. Leo, unable to contain his hunger, eagerly devoured the delectable dishes. Bella's heart ached as she watched her son's hunger and yearning for a better life. Observing that Bella didn't make any move to eat, Xavier took it upon himself to place a dish in her bowl. "Don't just stare, Bella. You should eat something too," he remarked with a touch of concern. "Mom, you should eat as well," Leo chimed in, his innocence guiding him to help his mother pick up the dishes with his small, chubby hands. Taking note of the situation, Xavier's eyes softened slightly, but he quickly regained his composure and placed some food in Leo's bowl with a warm smile. Leo beamed at him and thanked him sincerely. "Thank you, Uncle." Meanwhile, Eleanor, a friend of Bella's, had arrived at the restaurant and noticed Xavier's presence. Confusion clouded her mind as she asked her friend, "Isn't that Alpha Xavier? What is he doing here with a child?" Eleanor's heart sank as she glimpsed Bella sitting with Xavier and her son. It seemed Xavier had known about Bella's pregnancy long before. No wonder he had been distant recently, since he had already been informed. Eleanor was slightly flustered by the revelation. If Xavier knew about it, why hadn't he said anything? Lost in her thoughts, Eleanor attentively observed the interaction between Bella, Xavier, and Leo. Fury consumed her when she saw her son's perplexed expression and Bella's indifferent attitude. Just as her friend received an urgent phone call, Eleanor decided she couldn't leave without confronting the situation. She promptly returned to the restaurant. Eleanor approached her son, her voice filled with confusion and frustration. "What are you doing here with them? Why are you here?" Xavier's voice turned frosty, his eyes almost challenging his mother. Eleanor inquired, "Didn't you say you were busy with work? Why did you come here for dinner? Am I not allowed to eat?" Xavier retorted coldly, his patience wearing thin. "Of course you can. But you have to weigh the consequences. You can't leave your fiancé behind," Eleanor replied, her gaze shifting to Bella, a fake smile plastered on her face. "Alpha Xavier is soon to be engaged to Samantha. If Miss Moonshadow has any free time, she can have a glass of wedding wine later." Bella remained motionless, her eyes fixed on Eleanor's unfriendly gaze. "Miss Eleanor, you've arrived at the opportune moment. Your son has been following us all this time, and it is becoming quite tiresome. Since you are here, please take him away. As for the wedding wine, it seems we are not acquainted enough for such celebrations. You've invited the wrong person. You." Eleanor's anger surged, her teeth grinding together with fury. She lashed out at Bella, roaring ferociously. "Bella, you should know your place. What is the point of shamelessly pursuing Alpha Xavier like this? Mom, you've lost your temper and misunderstood the situation. She wasn't pursuing me. I pursued her," Xavier interjected, his gaze shifting between his mother and Bella. "You still have the nerve to say that. What is the big deal if you abandoned your fiancé to be with a shameless woman every day? Even if you show no shame, I feel the shame." Eleanor's voice echoed through the restaurant, her anger boiling over. "Mom, what does shameless mean?" Leo innocently asked, his brows furrowing in confusion. Your mother is a shameless woman, Eleanor declared, redirecting her frustration toward Bella. The atmosphere grew tense and charged with palpable animosity. Xavier's face contorted in a mixture of shock and anger. Unable to bear the accusations any longer, Bella's patience snapped. Grabbing a cup of water from the table, she hurled it at Eleanor, the liquid splashing across her face. Eleanor never expected to be so humiliated in front of outsiders. It shattered her illusion of elegance and nobility. Rage trembled through her form, her entire being trembling with fury. How dare you slander me? How dare you speak such nonsense in front of my son? If you provoke me any further, I'll teach you a lesson. Bella hissed angrily, her eyes narrowing with an intensity that sent chills down Eleanor's spine. Turning her attention to Xavier, Bella's tone grew firm. Xavier, I am leaving now. Don't follow us. Xavier resisted the urge to retaliate or defend himself, his mind filled with a whirlwind of emotions. He rose from his seat and swiftly followed Bella's lead, his grip on his composure gradually slipping away. Eleanor glared hatefully at Bella's retreating figure. Seething with rage, after watching her son leave, she scurried after him, a mix of jealousy and anger fueling her pursuit. Bella exited the restaurant, Leo nestled safely in her arms. Her mood soured, her heart heavy with disappointment and frustration. Leo spoke softly, breaking the silence that had settled over them. Mom, that bad mother-in-law is very fierce. Bella nodded in agreement, a mix of sadness and determination etched on her face. Leo, stay away from that uncle from now on. Otherwise, you'll have to deal with the wrath of that terrible mother-in-law. Leo nodded, his young mind absorbing the gravity of the situation. I'll listen to Mom. I won't go near that uncle again in the future. Chapter 73. Alpha Xavier parked the car with a growl, his eyes narrowing as Eleanor's car pulled up beside him. The mother and son entered the castle, their faces filled with a heavy brooding tension. The aunt was taken aback by the sight of Eleanor's embarrassed expression. What is wrong? Eleanor remained silent, her emotions bubbling inside her as she angrily threw her bag onto the couch. Let's talk. Fine. Alpha Xavier spat out the word, his voice laced with a coldness that sent shivers down Eleanor's spine. He took a seat on the couch, his gaze icy as he looked at her. What do you want to talk about? Eleanor seethed with anger at his indifference. Alpha Xavier, how can you be so heartless? I am your mother. You are indifferent to that woman bullying me like this. Look at how arrogant she is. That is your own fault. Alpha Xavier sneered. As an educated and royal she-wolf, you dared to disturb others' meals in public and even attack them in front of their children. Bella doesn't take you seriously. How can you talk to me like this? Eleanor shouted, her fury consuming her. Your father died early, and I had to take care of the pack, the companies, and you. Has it been easy for me all these years? Since I was sensible, you've been saying that thousands of times. Mom, aren't you tired? Alpha Xavier asked, his voice dripping with disdain. Which single mother in this world didn't come from hardship compared to others? You have a company left by your father. With enough wealth you don't have to be homeless and worry about your livelihood. But others are not so lucky. Alpha Xavier's emotions boiled within him. When he thought of how Bella had been pushed to such a state over the years, he felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. If his mother hadn't always used filial piety to suppress him, if she hadn't interfered, he and Bella wouldn't have become such strangers to each other. He would not blame himself and suffer through this any longer. They would have their own child and live a happy life. With that thought fueling his anger, Alpha Xavier's fury erupted like a volcano. It is said that maternal love is selfless and does not ask for anything in return. Why have I never felt this? Since I can remember, you have been using morality to bind me. It is not as good as what you mean. You can do whatever you want. Other mothers want their sons to be happy. But my mother has never seen her son. All she sees are the pack, the company, power, and wealth. I always wanted to ask you, am I really your son, Alpha Xavier? What do you mean? What happened? Eleanor looked at her son as if she didn't recognize him. I just want to ask you, why did you torture me like this? Alpha Xavier's eyes turned blood red. Why didn't you abandon me and pursue your own happiness, instead of tying me down with filial piety for the rest of my life? I would rather be left in an orphanage than live a life worse than death. Alpha Xavier's words stunned Eleanor. Hadn't her mother said the same things to her? You are so disobedient, rude. Before she could finish her sentence with a tearful tone, Alpha Xavier interrupted her abruptly. I am rebellious. I'll make you ignore the woman I love without any boundaries, and make you force me to drive her out of the house and let her wander around with nothing. You've restrained me with filial piety for decades. Aren't you tired? You. How can you say that about me? Eleanor trembled with anger. Her son had listened to her all these years, so she never questioned her words and actions, always believing that what she had done was for her son's good. Now that she suddenly heard her son shouting, how could she bear it? Her son glared at her with anger because of Bella. How can you be angry with me because of that woman? What kind of spell did that damned woman cast on you? Why didn't you even recognize your mother? Eleanor shouted when she realized what was happening. If she hadn't gone back on her words, would I have treated her like that? Now that things have developed to this point, do you still think so? Do you think I am blind? Alpha Xavier was extremely disappointed with his mother. Ever since Bella got mated, you've been looking down on her and picking on her everywhere. She has tolerated everything for me, but you've gone even further, trying every means to humiliate and torment her. Mom, you are also a woman. Why don't you think about her? Why didn't I think about her? She couldn't have a baby. I took her everywhere to seek medical help. I haven't given up on her for 3 years. If she hadn't been so stubborn, and if she hadn't pushed Samantha into a miscarriage, would I have treated her like this? When Alpha Xavier saw his mother's stubborn expression, his anger burned even hotter. With an evil mother-in-law like you, it is a wonder she can give birth to a child. Didn't you always say that Bella doesn't know how to lay eggs? How do you feel when you see the beautiful child beside her? Eleanor was left speechless. Mom, don't tell me you don't have anything to say. Alpha Xavier looked at his mother mockingly. Eleanor had nothing to say. Don't you want to know what kind of life Bella has been through after being driven out by me? Let me tell you. She was forced to get married after being driven out by me. A heartless and unscrupulous rich alpha. She doesn't love that man at all. She is just surviving. She had to marry a man she doesn't love because she had to live. I didn't force her. I just asked you for a divorce. I didn't say I wouldn't give her any money, Eleanor retorted. Yes. It was indeed my idea not to give her money. But do you know why I am so cruel? Alpha Xavier said viciously. I was forced by you. You forced me and Bella to divorce, but I didn't want to. I really didn't want to divorce her, but I couldn't bear to see my mother die, so I asked the lawyer to sign that agreement. I just wanted to force her not to sign it with such harsh conditions. But she was desperate. She signed the divorce without saying anything. In order to force her back, I tried my best not to give her a job. I wanted her to come back in a desperate situation. But I never thought that she would end up in darkness. Alpha Xavier cried out so many times, yet he couldn't find solace. He felt so wronged, panic clawing at his insides. In order to survive, she chose to get married. But when she was about to marry, her man died. Her child was born without a father. Over the years, she has been running around with her child suffering a lot. She shouldn't have to suffer like this. It was because she married a coward like me that she fell into such a situation. Married a cold-blooded man like me. Do you understand? Eleanor naturally did not understand. It has already happened. Can't you just give her some money? Chapter 74. Hearing his mother's ridiculous words, Alpha Xavier's beastly rage ignited within him. With a savage growl, he slammed his massive claw onto the coffee table before her. Is this a problem of mere money? Woo. What do you expect? She is already mated and has a pup. It is hard to accept. What else can we do except for money? His mother responded coolly. Yes, I have already thought of the best solution. Mate with her again and raise her pup as my own. His voice echoed through the den, filled with a mix of determination and madness. Are you moon-touched? Eleanor jumped up, her voice laced with fear and disbelief. I am not moon-touched. This is the result of my careful consideration during this lunar cycle, Alpha Xavier replied, his eyes glowing with an untamed fury. No. I won't let you do this. Eleanor's anxiety grew. Son, you think there are many ways to make it up to her, but you don't have to mate with her. You and Samantha have already arranged a bonding date, and everything is ready. You are waiting for the bonding now. How can you let Samantha be like this? You can compensate her with money. Alpha Xavier responded coldly, his voice dripping with a menacing tone. Wasn't this what she had just said to her son? Her son immediately threw it back at her, leaving Eleanor almost choking on her own words. Alpha Xavier, Samantha is just a virgin she-wolf. It is really not easy for her to do this for you. You have to think of her at least. Who am I thinking about her for? Bella, Alpha Xavier retorted. Samantha's matter is the result of your own decision. Go ahead and settle it yourself. I am going to get Bella back now. No one can stop me. If you continue like this, I won't be able to live. Eleanor threatened, her desperation seeping through her howls. Mom, aren't you tired of talking about death every full moon? Alpha Xavier's gaze hardened as he looked at Eleanor. It is enough to use the same method once. It is annoying to use it again and again. You? Eleanor didn't expect her son to say such heartless words, leaving her at a loss for what to do or say. I remember you saying that I don't have a pup. Don't you have the face to see my sire after your death? I don't have a pup now, do I? Mom, you don't want to die. Alpha Xavier mocked, his voice dripping with bitterness. Eleanor's fur turned red with a mix of anger and helplessness, but she couldn't say anything to defend herself. Alpha Xavier turned around and went up the pack den, his steps filled with determination. After a few steps, he turned back and said, This time I won't be at anyone's mercy. My life is in my paws. Meanwhile, Pamela accompanied her mate, Beta Craig, to an event at night. Samantha was all alone at their den, feeling an overwhelming sense of loneliness. After watching the moonlit den by herself for a while, Samantha couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. Is there anything wrong? Just as she was contemplating this, she picked up the scent of another she-wolf and heard a she-wolf's low howl. Miss Samantha, it is me, Mary. Samantha's heart skipped a beat upon hearing the nanny's howl. Mistress and Alpha Xavier had a big fight just now. Why did they quarrel? For Bella gave birth to a pup. Alpha Xavier knows. The nanny proceeded to recount the entire story of the quarrel. The more Samantha listened, the more frightened she became. After the nanny finished her report, Samantha hastily howled and hung up. Her mind was in turmoil. What should she do? What should she do? Why hasn't my mother come back yet? She picked up her scent and howled her mother's pack number. The pack call rang twice and was abruptly hung up. Samantha couldn't stay still anymore. She opened the den's entrance and rushed out into the night, only to hear the sound of the car. Her mother and father were back. Pamela and Craig walked in with smiles on their furry muzzles. Judging from their fur, they must be very happy about the event. Samantha composed herself and approached them. Mom, I brought a set of fur garments. Can you help me with it? Pamela nodded. You go up first. I'll prepare a cup of moonlit tea for your sire. Go ahead. I'll ask the maid to prepare tea. Craig was in a good mood. I'll do it. I am afraid that you won't get used to it. Pamela immediately went to prepare tea for Craig. Samantha was anxious, but she didn't dare show it, so she had to go upstairs. A few minutes later, Pamela entered Samantha's den. Did you hear any bad news? Samantha nodded and told her mother everything the nanny had told her. Mom is wise. She left such a claw mark on Eleanor's side. Otherwise, we wouldn't know anything now, so you must keep your claws hidden. When I asked you to stay, you didn't agree. Aren't I afraid that things will get worse? She was also the one who knew the truth. If she accidentally exposed herself, what would we do? Samantha answered. Back then, Raya had helped Bella with a pup termination operation. On a hunt, she asked Raya to give Bella a sleeping herb and secretly took her to a small den for a pup termination operation. Chapter 75. As the nanny of the Alpha Xavier family, Rhea was a threat to Samantha, which made her scared by thinking that Rhea might be exposed any time soon. After the matter was settled, Samantha wanted nothing more than to send Rhea away with her ill-gotten gains. But Pamela had other plans, seeing a use for the viciously cunning creature. And now, it seemed that Pamela was right. Your actions have only proven that you are half as clever as we thought, Pamela explained to her daughter, the heir to their werewolf pack, with disdain. You've driven away a valuable asset. Rhea stays until we have no further use for her. But, Mom, I can't help but be worried, Samantha protested. What if Alpha Xavier finds out about our dealings and goes after Rhea? As long as we handle things correctly, he won't suspect a thing, Pamela replied coolly. But speaking of things to worry about, this matter with Alpha Xavier and Bella has got me on edge. Samantha's eyes widened in concern. What should we do? As long as we prove that the child is not Alpha Xavier's, we will have no problem, Pamela said, a calculating gleam in her eye. But that won't stop Eleanor from trying to control him. We need to be prepared to deal with her. But how can we possibly deal with her? Samantha asked. Alpha Xavier won't tolerate her interference. Pamela let out a sly chuckle. We'll help Eleanor get rid of Bella, of course. Meanwhile, Alpha Xavier was struggling with his own inner demons as he drove aimlessly through the night. It wasn't long before he found himself standing outside Bella's new home, the moon casting a pale glow over him. Bella knew what was coming as soon as she heard the sound of his car. She braced herself for what was to come, trying to steel herself against the rush of emotions that threatened to overwhelm her when she saw him again. But when he spoke, his voice was soft and full of pain. Bella, sit with me for a while, please. Despite herself, Bella found her body responding to the heart-wrenching pain in his voice. She looked at him and saw the sadness in his eyes, and her own heart clenched in response. What do you want to say? She asked, her voice flat but her eyes betraying her emotions. Alpha Xavier took a deep breath. And then another. Bella, you've been living such a hard life all these years, haven't you? I am used to it, she replied, her words belying the hurt that lay beneath. Alpha Xavier took in her beautiful profile, feeling his own heart ache at the thought of what he had done to her. Bella, I am a bastard. I am a big bastard. I was wrong. I am sorry. Bella shook her head, a fresh wave of hurt washing over her. There is no point in saying these things now. It is all in the past. But Alpha Xavier was relentless, continuing to apologize and admit his wrongdoing. I know you hate me, and I hate myself too. If I knew it would come to this, I would never have let you go. Bella couldn't help the tears that welled up in her eyes as she heard his words. She had thought that she had put the past behind her, but the hurt and the betrayal still lingered, a throbbing ache that refused to go away. As Alpha Xavier continued to speak, Bella couldn't help but see the sincerity in his eyes. But no matter how much she wanted to believe him, the pain was still too fresh, the betrayal too deep. In the end, all she could do was pull away and tell him, Alpha Xavier, there is nothing left to say. We're over. It is time to move on. Chapter 76. Alpha Xavier. If you think a simple apology will quell my rage, you are gravely mistaken. Your apology means nothing to me. It is best you release me from your grasp. Bella's voice cut through the tense air, interrupting Alpha X Xavier. Bella, I have no intention of apologizing. I seek to make reparations. Grant me the opportunity to rectify my wrongdoings. Oh. And how do you plan to make up for it? Bella snarled. Let me care for you and your child. I swear on my life I won't allow any further harm to befall you. A second chance. Bella's laughter escaped her lips. Hasn't Alpha Xavier promised me enough in the past? But what has he actually done? He had promised her a safe haven, only for her to endure daily torment and abuse at the hands of his mother. He had promised to love her forever, yet he willingly prepared to father a child with the woman she despised the most. Hatred flared in Bella's eyes. Alpha Xavier, you had better return to your girlfriend and inform her. I have no need for an oath and I refuse to believe it. Bella, it is getting late. I have work tomorrow. Alpha, release me, I implore you. Anger coursed through her, stirring up memories of the past. Alpha Xavier stared into Bella's determined eyes, and with a heavy heart, he finally opened the door. Bella, I remember every word I've spoken to you. Our love has never left my thoughts. I will never let go of your hand. Unexpectedly, Bella felt a flicker of surprise at his words. Her hand, which had been gripping the door handle, paused for a moment before slowly opening it. After stepping out of the car, Bella glanced at the occupants inside and spoke with a hint of triumph. Alpha Xavier, since the day you betrayed me with Samantha, all my feelings for you have vanished. Do not expect a person you have hurt to obediently return to your side and accept your so-called compensations. I am not so easily swayed. Though her voice was soft, it boomed like thunder in his ears. His face paled instantly, his eyes losing their spark. His trembling lips moved as if he wanted to speak, but the words remained lodged in his throat. Seeing his grief and disbelief, a surge of joy surged through Bella's heart. She turned away and strode off into the night. After the confrontation with Alpha Xavier, Eleanor's heart burned with anger. How could her son consider raising another woman's child and bringing that infuriating woman back into their lives? She would never permit her son to follow through with such a plan. Yet he seemed utterly deaf to her pleas. In recent times he had been absent from home, only returning to sleep. Eleanor questioned his beta and discovered that there were no pressing matters requiring Alpha Xavier's attention. It became clear to her that her son was seeking out that vixen once again. In the past, she had been able to control Alpha Xavier by feigning heart attacks if he dared defy her. However, ever since that fateful day when he uttered those heartless words, Eleanor realized that this ploy no longer held any power. If she couldn't convince her son, she would have to find another way to rid him of that woman and humiliate her for her audacity. Wasn't Bella living a difficult life? Eleanor could simply shower her with money, and if money couldn't solve the problem, she would resort to more ruthless methods. She refused to believe that a powerless woman like Bella stood any chance against her. Eleanor remained awake, her eyes refusing to close. She determinedly decided to confront Bella and drive her out of Alpha Xavier's life. Seeing Eleanor in the morning, Bella felt as if she had encountered a ghost. Eleanor put on a fake smile and proposed, "Mrs. Bella, let us talk." Bella had no desire to engage with her, but she knew how persistent this seemingly noble woman could be. Reluctantly, she agreed to accompany Eleanor to a nearby garden cafe. Eleanor delicately lifted her cup, taking a sip of tea as if she had never been the one with tea splattered on her face. "When I overheard Alpha Xavier discussing your situation, I realized the hardships you have endured. It is not easy for a single mother to care for a child, so I have decided to offer you some monetary assistance." Though Eleanor attempted to maintain a gentle tone, Bella couldn't help but find her words dripping with irony. A laugh bubbled up from within her. Since when did Mrs. Eleanor become a benevolent benefactor? A tinge of embarrassment flushed across Eleanor's face, but she quickly composed herself. "I heard about the struggles you faced after divorcing Alpha Xavier. There are countless others who have it worse. Do not tell me that Mrs. Eleanor plans to shower everyone with money? Of course not. I offer you financial aid because we were once bound by a familial tie. I can empathize with the challenges faced by a single mother. Thank you for your supposed kindness, but I do not require it. I am capable of providing for my son." Bella's pride shone through her words. "Bella, think of your child and their future. With this money, you can lighten your burdens and secure a better life for them. As a mother, what could be more important than ensuring your child's future? You speak truths. As a mother, nothing surpasses the importance of my child's future." Bella emphasized her words. "So, you will accept my offer?" Eleanor's eyes sparkled with hope. "I know that your assistance comes with ulterior motives. Let us cut to the chase. Tell me what you truly desire from me. I am certain this offer comes at a price." Bella's sharp wit cut through the air. Eleanor's face grew warm, but she maintained her composure. "I hope that, once you receive the money, you will leave the pack and never reappear before Alpha Xavier for the rest of your life." "Why?" Bella sneered. "This pack is my home. Why should I be the one to leave?" "Bella, your presence has a profound impact on Alpha Xavier. I do not want my son burdened by guilt for the remainder of his days." Eleanor huffed, growing annoyed. "He need not fear any ghosts knocking at his door. Unless he engages in foul deeds, what is there for him to feel guilty about?" Bella sneered, her defiance unwavering. Chapter 77. Eleanor stormed off to see Dr. Itzel, seething with anger after her argument with Bella. "I am furious. That woman is my ultimate enemy. We never got along in the past, and now she is still lingering around despite her falling out with my son. Take a moment to calm down here. Drink some water." Itzel offered Eleanor a glass. Eleanor took a sip of water but still couldn't shake off her anger. "She doesn't want money from me. She must be aiming to remarry Alpha Xavier. Even though she is already married and has a child, he is still chasing after her. It infuriates me. She is intentionally going against you. In the past she couldn't face you after having a child, but now she is purposefully bringing the child into the picture, trying to sabotage your relationship with your son. This woman is wicked. She knows Alpha Xavier still has feelings for her and is trying to drive a wedge between you and your son." Itzel's expression revealed her concern. "Yes, this woman is truly wicked. I can't let her succeed in her schemes. I have to find a way to get rid of her," Eleanor fumed. Do you have any idea how to do that? Not yet, Eleanor admitted, feeling a headache coming on. Despite lashing out at Bella, she couldn't think of any effective plans, which is why she had turned to Itzel. Please help me think of a way to deal with her. It is actually quite simple. She is vulnerable right now, which means it'll be easier for you to handle her. Besides, she has a child, so we can use that to our advantage. You mean, get rid of the child? Is that really okay? Why not? We're not actually going to harm the child. We'll just leverage the child to threaten her. It is not easy for her to have a child, and it is her whole world. I don't believe she won't yield when faced with losing that, Itzel explained. Well then, I'll go back and think about it, Eleanor sighed. Without any solid plans in mind, she had no choice but to leave. Meanwhile, Mark reported to Alpha Xavier. Madam went to see Miss Bella earlier today. She seemed very upset. I see, Alpha Xavier responded, tapping his pen on the table. He expected his mother to approach Bella and knew she would say something unpleasant. If he wanted to be with Bella, his mother would pose the biggest obstacle. However, he was no longer afraid. His biggest obstacle now wasn't his mother, but Bella herself. He needed to help her overcome her emotional turmoil. Besides Bella, there was also Samantha. He had never intended to get engaged to Samantha. It was his mother who had pushed for it. Samantha was kind and gentle, but Alpha Xavier didn't love her. He only felt guilty because she was pregnant. He had even told Samantha that he couldn't forget Bella and wouldn't fall in love with her, hoping she would give up on him. But Samantha didn't care. She was willing to wait. At the time, there was no news of Bella. When his mother noticed his reluctance to be with Samantha, she went around trying to find him another girlfriend. Alpha Xavier grew more frustrated and eventually agreed to Samantha's presence. Now that he wanted to win back Bella, he had to deal with Samantha. If he didn't mention the engagement date with the Turner family, he and Samantha would be nothing more than acquaintances. However, he had already confirmed the date, and he had to give a valid explanation to Beta Craig. Samantha's father, convincing Samantha to break up with him willingly was impossible, so they had to take a different approach. Beta Craig and his mate cherished their daughter greatly, so they would never allow any harm to befall her. Alpha Xavier had a plan. A few days later, the pack's major media outlets sensationalized Alpha Xavier's scandal with Kelsey. The news exposed their long-term affair and how Alpha Xavier had set up a secret love nest for her. The media dug deep, uncovering that Alpha Xavier had spent time with Kelsey in a hotel 2 years ago during the Kingdom's ritual event. Additionally, the couple frequently rendezvoused at an exclusive location within the pack, surrounded by the most alluring flowers. Their secret liaisons had continued for over 2 years under the garden's discreet protection. The scandal caught everyone's attention. People who had noticed the lack of progress between Alpha Xavier and Samantha over the past 3 years now understood the reason behind it. It turned out Alpha Xavier had a mistress all along. Kelsey was stunningly beautiful and talented, making it clear why Alpha Xavier couldn't let go of her. If Samantha weren't Beta Craig's daughter, she would have been replaced without hesitation. As Bella read the news, she couldn't help but sneer. It seemed that there was more to this story. Alpha Xavier was truly addicted to cheating. She eagerly anticipated Samantha's reaction. When Samantha saw the news, her anger turned her eyes green. She recognized Kelsey since she had seen her dining with Alpha Xavier before. At the time, Samantha couldn't help being jealous of the care and attention he showed Kelsey. Afterward, she didn't notice anything unusual, so she stopped worrying about it. Little did she expect that Kelsey was indeed Alpha Xavier's mistress. The realization that Alpha Xavier would rather keep his mistress than be with her was unbearable. Unable to confront him directly, Samantha retreated to her room and wept. Pamela, Samantha's mother, couldn't believe that Alpha Xavier would maintain a mistress outside of their relationship. Opening her daughter's door, she consoled her. This news may have come out at an inconvenient time, but it is apparent that Alpha Xavier orchestrated it. He is forcing you to make a choice. He truly is a troublemaker. Samantha could hardly stop her tears. But after her mother's reminder, Samantha began to see the situation more clearly. The news was too coincidental. It seemed that Alpha Xavier was behind it all. After giving it some thought, Samantha and her mother decided to weather the storm and wait to see how Alpha Xavier would react. When Eleanor read the report, she was overcome with anger and fainted. Now that her son's affair was exposed, it was evident he was deliberately going against her. She didn't mind if her son had a mistress. Having a few extra wouldn't matter to the Xavier family. But this mistress's identity was far from ordinary. She had raised Alpha Xavier and knew him better than anyone. There was no way he would let go of such a secret. It appeared that he was paving the way for Bella. No, Eleanor couldn't allow things to unfold as planned. She had to find a way out immediately. She was entirely convinced that Alpha Xavier still loved Bella with all his heart. Chapter 78. Bella crossed paths with Kelsey a week later. It happened to be the day of the school's Pack Academy celebration. Alpha Carl had been invited as a special guest, and Bella decided to accompany him. As they entered the reception room, the principal personally greeted Carl due to his esteemed position. To Bella's surprise, Alpha Xavier was also present. A mocking smile played at the corners of his mouth when he spotted Bella and Carl. He seemingly expected them to be ignored, but instead, Alpha Xavier stood up and warmly greeted them. Bella couldn't help but cast her gaze downward when she witnessed Carl returning the greeting. She found it difficult to comprehend the complexities of these individuals in the business world. Despite their underlying disagreements, they could still put on pleasant facades. The school anniversary celebration involved various artistic performances. Bella watched with great interest as the talented students showcased their skills. After a series of performances, the host announced, "Next, we have the talented Miss Kelsey from the university to present a captivating dance battle for everyone." As applause filled the room, Kelsey gracefully took the stage, radiating beauty that even surpassed Samantha's. Leaned in towards Bella, Carl chuckled and remarked, "Kelsey truly is a divine beauty. Alpha Xavier is indeed fortunate." Bella shot him a glare and muttered under her breath, "If you fancy her so much, why don't you go after her? Mr. Trevor is quite the charmer. He might win the heart of such a beauty. Although she is stunning, she is not my type." "I still prefer someone like you," Carl replied with a playful smile. Bella narrowed her eyes and retorted, "Why bother with other people's affairs?" Truth be told, when it came to Kelsey and Alpha Xavier, Bella had initially thought that the media had exaggerated their connection. However, seeing them in person now, she realized the media had not been exaggerating at all. For some reason, Bella grew increasingly uncomfortable. She remembered Alpha Xavier's recent solemn vow to explain his undying love for her. Thankfully, she had already been hurt by him and chosen not to believe him. If she had believed him, while Bella and Carl whispered to each other, Alpha Xavier couldn't help but feel unsettled. He struggled to contain the discomfort that swelled within him and focused his attention on the stage. In Bella's eyes, she was enthralled by Kelsey's performance. However, that uncomfortable feeling persisted. Once Kelsey's performance concluded, someone approached with a bouquet of flowers. Kelsey accepted the flowers and made her way off the stage, wearing a bright smile. She headed directly towards Alpha Xavier. For a split second, Bella wondered why there was an empty seat beside Alpha Xavier. It wasn't until that moment that she realized the seat had been reserved for Kelsey. Carl remarked once again, "Are there any photographers capturing this moment? Your sister will be devastated once she sees tomorrow's headlines. Good. Let her be devastated, Bella replied with a faint smile. Samantha had always been eager to claim the position of mistress. With another mistress in the picture, it would serve her right in today's world. She couldn't help but revel in her thoughts and felt a gaze directed towards her. When she turned to look, she saw Kelsey smiling at her. Bella looked away, refusing to acknowledge her smile. Although she admired Kelsey's beauty, it didn't mean she supported her role as a mistress. Bella rarely showed kindness towards women who lacked morals. The following day, news of Alpha Xavier and Kelsey naturally dominated the headlines once again, leaving Samantha seething with anger. However, Pamela remained unfazed. Don't panic. Eleanor will handle this matter. I refuse to believe she would let her son cause such trouble. Pamela's words held truth. Eleanor would not permit Alpha Xavier to wreak havoc. That very afternoon, Eleanor dispatched some Omegas to break into Alpha Xavier's lake mansion, leaving it in shambles. They even severely beat Kelsey. Rumor had it that Kelsey would have suffered worse treatment if Alpha Xavier hadn't arrived just in time. After Carl vividly described the incident to Bella, she sneered a few more times. Bella had experienced Eleanor's capabilities firsthand during her previous relationship with Alpha Xavier. She had endured countless humiliations at Eleanor's hands. Hence, she could only imagine the level of mistreatment Kelsey had endured as a mistress. Reflecting on the slap Kelsey had received, Bella felt a twinge of regret. Is Kelsey's face still swollen? However, she was mistaken. The next day, when Bella was invited to a dinner gathering, she once again spotted Kelsey and Alpha Xavier. Kelsey was dressed in an innocent and lovely manner, her face remaining fair and flawless without a hint of injury. Chapter 79. The feast was attended by a group of renowned individuals within the pack, most of whom Bella did not know. Alpha Xavier and Kelsey sat by the pool, keeping an eye on Carl and Bella as they arrived. Alpha Xavier briefly acknowledged their presence before returning to his conversation with Kelsey. Upon seeing Carl bring Bella along, someone immediately teased him. Alpha Carl, is this your new girlfriend? Carl glared at the person. Be polite. She is not just a girlfriend, she is my fiancée, and will soon officially become my Luna. Your fiancée? Carl's words grabbed everyone's attention. Alpha Xavier, who was initially enjoying a cup of tea with a smile, suddenly grew tense upon hearing this. Is Carl serious? Your fiancée is really hot and sexy. Alpha Trevor. You are so lucky. Someone praised. Of course. The women I like must be both talented and beautiful, Carl replied, extremely pleased. Bella glared at him as Carl pulled out a chair. Dear, sit down, he invited her. Goosebumps covered Bella's body, causing laughter to erupt around them. Trevor is always so considerate and gentle towards women. Carl reached out and playfully patted the person who spoke. Are you trying to anger me? Let me tell you, from now on, I will only be gentle and considerate to one woman. As he spoke, he looked at Bella. Bella ignored him, while the person beside her laughed. Trevor, even Bella herself doesn't believe your words, let alone others. Time will tell. Soon, you'll receive an invitation to our wedding, Carl teased them. I only know that wolves can't change their bed habits, a man interrupted. Carl glared at the man. Wolves never cheat on their mates unless they aren't real mates. The last sentence caused Bella to swallow hard. She had never considered it before, but wolves should not cheat unless they aren't true mates. Maybe Xavier wasn't her true mate. I am just kidding, Bella. Trevor is gentle and devoted to you. He is only good to you. Don't kick him out of bed because of my joke tonight. The person's words became awkward. Everyone burst into laughter as soon as they said that. Carl playfully waved his fist at the person and said, Boy, if you don't talk, no one will treat you as a mute. Trevor, please spare me. I am just telling the truth. Bella couldn't help but laugh as she watched them play. Alpha Xavier observed her smiling and felt truly upset. What was the relationship between her and Carl? Had she really gone to bed with him? Carl was a famous playboy. If he hadn't slept with her, he wouldn't be so considerate and attentive, would he? When Xavier thought about Bella's relationship with Carl, it felt like needles prickling his heart. Xavier picked up a shrimp with his fork and fed it to Kelsey. Seeing his gesture, Bella sneered in her heart. Alpha Xavier is so considerate to his new mistakes. Bella also picked up her fork and placed some food on Carl's plate. Due to her actions, Carl grew ecstatic and started dancing with joy. He immediately ate the food Bella had picked for him and smacked his lips. It smells so good. A hint of gloom flashed across Alpha Xavier's eyes. Someone beside him looked at Carl and happily suggested, Bella, this is your first time here today. Why don't you have a drink with Trevor? Okay. Immediately someone echoed, bring me a glass of wine, hurry up and get ready. The person who proposed quickly filled a glass with wine and placed it in front of Bella and Carl. Carl picked up the glass and said, Darling, since we're all happy, you should save face for them. Alpha Xavier stopped eating and stared coldly at Bella and Trevor. Bella didn't want to go along with it, but when she saw the look in Alpha Xavier's eyes, her anger arose. It was just a game on the table. What was she afraid of? So she picked up the glass and toasted with Carl. Watching them drink their crossed wine glasses, everyone cheered. Someone immediately raised their glasses to Bella. It is our first time meeting. Let me propose a toast to Bella, Carl said. You don't have to play like this. Since you are here to toast me, you should toast all the ladies at the table. Isn't that right? Everyone echoed his words. Walton, who was toasting, didn't expect to be betrayed by Carl, so he had to toast the ladies on the table one by one. When it was Kelsey's turn, Alpha Xavier reached out to stop her. Kelsey can't drink. Can't drink? Walton was stunned and immediately smiled cunningly. Is it possible? Is she pregnant? Everyone at the table looked at Kelsey and Alpha Xavier. Congratulations, Alpha Xavier. Alpha Xavier remained silent and poured juice into the glass in front of Kelsey. Kelsey picked up the glass and clinked it with Alpha Walton. Seeing this scene, Bella sneered in her heart. What does this look like? If she knew that Kelsey was pregnant with Xavier's child, Samantha would definitely cry until she fainted in the bathroom. But Alpha Xavier didn't confirm anything. It was all a lie he had concocted to get rid of Samantha and make Bella jealous. Carl had no idea what Bella was thinking. He also picked up his wine glass from the table and said, Bella, let's congratulate Xavier too. Okay. Bella replied to Carl with a smile. Carl raised his glass to Alpha Xavier and Kelsey with a smile. Congratulations, Alpha Xavier. Alpha Xavier's heart ached as he saw her smiling eyes. She didn't care. She didn't care at all when she found out he had a child with another woman. It was clear that she didn't have any feelings for him. Bitterly, he picked up the glass and drank all the wine. Kelsey glanced worriedly at Alpha Xavier. Don't you have a sensitive stomach? Drink less. Chapter 80. I know what I am doing, Alpha Xavier replied confidently with a smile, but Bella couldn't accept their affection. She felt bad, even though she couldn't explain why. Alpha Xavier had nothing to do with her. Why did she feel so bad? Carl also noticed Bella's discomfort. He gently touched her hand and asked, What is wrong? Nothing. Bella forced a smile. If you don't feel well, we can leave and take you home. Carl saw the reluctance in Bella's eyes. She wasn't good at communicating, and it was normal for her to not be used to such an occasion. Walton had always been one to cause a fuss. Seeing Carl's concern for Bella, he immediately started teasing. "Hey Trevor, is your fiancée pregnant too?" Alpha Xavier's whole body shook, and he looked at Bella. She ignored him and smiled. "How did you know? Really?" "Congratulations, Trevor. It is a double joy tonight." Walton laughed. Carl looked at Bella and thought she would be unhappy. He didn't expect her to be shy and not unhappy at all. He laughed and said, "Okay, let's do it." When he saw Carl laughing and drinking, Alpha Xavier's expression became even more unsightly. To be honest, he didn't believe that Bella would be pregnant. But when he thought that she had a son so soon after their divorce, he immediately believed it. Since she could have another man's child, she could also have Carl's child. His heart started to ache again. Why hadn't she been pregnant for 3 years when she was married to him? Why? Why did God make such a joke? Alpha Xavier felt pain in his heart. Without saying a word, he picked up the wine glass and poured the wine. Kelsey, who was next to him, was shocked. "Don't drink too much." As he spoke, he looked in Bella's direction. Bella had a faint smile on her face as if she were watching a joke. It was said that those who were involved would be confused by the crowd. Kelsey knew very well why Alpha Xavier wanted to drink. It was because Bella had acquiesced to her pregnancy. She was a woman and was more attentive than the men. If Bella was really pregnant, why did she drink just now? It was obvious that her pregnancy was fake, and Alpha Xavier, who was next to her, believed it. Looking at Alpha Xavier drinking, she felt bad and immediately said, "I don't think Miss Moonshadow is pregnant." "Is that so? How did you know?" Bella heard Kelsey and sneered. Kelsey said, "If you were pregnant, why did you drink wine just now? Pregnant women can't drink, miss. There is something you don't know. The pregnant doctor said that we can't drink, but it doesn't mean that we can't drink. I am not just touching my lips. You don't have to worry about me." When Alpha Xavier heard this, he gulped down another glass of wine. Kelsey was extremely anxious to see him like this. "Miss Moonshadow, pregnancy is not a joke, dear. She doesn't believe that I am pregnant." Bella looked at Carl with a charming smile. "Tell her." Carl didn't know why Bella said she was pregnant. He only knew he must support her words, so he raised his eyebrows and said, "Miss Kelsey, are you doubting my ability? Look at my body. Although it is not perfect, I still have the ability to make Bella pregnant." Alpha Xavier's face turned blue and purple in an instant. He reached out to grab the bottle again. Kelsey held his hand tightly to prevent him from pouring the wine. The people around laughed and said, "Kelsey, Alpha Xavier is lucky to have you as his girlfriend. You are the prettiest in all the pack." Hearing these teasing words, Bella was so depressed that she got up and left without saying a word, standing outside and looking up at the starry sky. Bella couldn't see a star in the dark sky. Her heart was as dark and uncomfortable as the sky. Bella hated herself very much as she heard the footsteps behind her and smelled the familiar scent. Why did she know who was standing behind her? Without looking back, a hoarse and low voice sounded, "Are you really pregnant? Does it have anything to do with you?" Bella said, annoyed. "Carl is not a good person you can rely on." Xavier responded. Alpha Xavier had not only said such words to Bella once, but he had never heard such harsh words in his ears. "Alpha Xavier, you and Carl are alphas, so you shouldn't talk bad about him." "I am not slandering him. I am just telling the truth. The Trevor family won't let you be with him." "You are right. The Trevor family won't let me be with him, but there are exceptions." Bella's hand gently touched her belly. This action of hers undoubtedly told Alpha Xavier that she was indeed pregnant. Alpha Xavier felt extremely uncomfortable. The wine he had just drunk surged up and stimulated his nerves. He grabbed Bella's hand. You are really pregnant. Let go. Bella shook off his hand in disgust. Tell me, isn't it? Alpha Xavier's grip was very tight. Why should I tell you who you are to me? Bella looked at him provocatively and smiled. The smile in her eyes stimulated Alpha Xavier's nerves. He pulled Bella into his arms, held her tightly in his arms, and kissed her fiercely. How could Bella allow Alpha Xavier to kiss her? She felt disgusted at the thought of everything between Alpha Xavier and Kelsey, so she struggled desperately, trying not to let Alpha Xavier succeed. Alpha Xavier was already crazy. He pressed her against the wall and kissed her. It is too dirty. It is fucking disgusting. Bella kicked him hard in the leg. While Alpha Xavier was hesitating in pain, Bella bit his lips without hesitation. Alpha Xavier loosened his grip, and she immediately turned to run. A waiter behind her pushed a dining cart over. Looking at the steaming hot soup on the dining cart, Alpha Xavier was shocked. It would be a disaster if Bella ran into it. She was standing close to the pool and she might slip and fall into it. Ignoring the pain, he immediately reached out to grab Bella. She didn't know that she was about to hit the dining cart. She thought that Alpha Xavier wanted to force her, so she punched him hard in the face.